lot of reading of history and things like that this week. A lot of outside sources. Of course, we use the Bible as the foundation. Christ is our foundation. But, if we can find other things to justify the Bible, then all praises to the Most High. In 2 Timothy 2:15, as we start every week, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So that's what we want to do, especially this week. We'll really show about studying, the importance of studying, understanding this history and how it coincides with prophecy. All right, that we may rightly divide the word of truth. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with Genesis 49. Genesis 49 and Deuteronomy 33 are going to be the main chapters that we deal with this week. All right, Genesis 49, I'm going to start with verse 1. And Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Right? So Jacob is talking to his sons, but really talking about his sons' descendants. All right? He's given prophecy about what would happen to his sons' descendants in the last days. All right? In the last days. So similar in Deuteronomy 33, starting with verse 1. It says, and this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. All right. And I'll go ahead and read through verse 5. And he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir unto them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of saints from his right hand when a fiery law for them. Yea, he loved the people. All his saints are in thy hand. They sat down at thy feet. Every one shall receive of thy words. Moses commanded us a law, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. Right? So the laws are the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. And he was king in Jeshurun. Right? So in Israel, God is the king. Right? The Lord of hosts is the king. When the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together. So similar to when Jacob was on his deathbed and he gathered together his sons to tell them what would befall them in the last days, right? So this is the blessing that Moses gave in Deuteronomy 33, and in Genesis 49, it's the blessing that Jacob gave, right? The man Israel gave to his sons, right? So with that and understanding that, let's go ahead and talk about Judah. All right, and I'm specifically talking about, as I said, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Specifically, let's get second. We'll start with First Kings. Actually, Second Chronicles also talks about it, and we'll touch on that. But First Kings, why I'm grouping Judah, Benjamin, and Levi together as one kingdom. All right. And as opposed to the rest of the tribes who were a separate kingdom. All right. In 1 Kings chapter 12, you read about the split. All right. The split between the tribes. In 1 Kings chapter 12, I'm not going to read this whole chapter because we got plenty of other things to get to. I'm just going to show you why I grouped Judah and Benjamin together. All right. So let's see. In 1 Kings 12 and 16, it says, so when all Israel saw that the king hearkened not unto them, right? So the tribes, which later became the northern kingdom tribes, saw that Rehoboam, the king in Jerusalem, was not listening to them. The people answered the king, saying, what portion have we in David, meaning in Judah? Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Now see to thy own house, David, or now see to thy own house, David, meaning we're not dealing with you Judites anymore. So Israel departed unto their tents, right? So there's where you see the split. There's where you see a separation between the tribes. Verse 17. But as for the children of Israel, which dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them, right? So that would primarily be the tribe of Judah, all right? But then as we go on to read, verse 18 just talks about how they killed the tax collector. Adoram. So I'm not necessarily going to read 18, but 19 says, so Israel rebelled against the house of David unto this day, right? So there's still a split even unto this day in the tribes, all right, between what would in biblical times be known as Joseph and his companions versus Judah and his companions. We're talking about Judah and his companions tonight, all right, who that ended up being, all right. So jumping down, because it said, the children of Israel which dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. So obviously Judah stuck with Judah, but as you go on down in verse 21, I'll start with 20. And it came to pass when all Israel heard that Jeroboam was come again, that they sent and called him unto the congregation and made him king over all Israel. Right? So Jeroboam became the king over all Israel, all the northern kingdom tribes. All right, he was of Joseph. There was none that followed the house of David, but the tribe of Judah only. You see that right there. So initially it was only the Judites. And when Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he assembled all the house of Judah with the tribe of Benjamin. So Benjamin ended up sticking with Judah. All right. So here we see Judah and Benjamin. All right. 180, meaning 80,000 chosen men. 180,000 men, which were warriors to fight against the house of Israel to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam, son of Solomon. Then it goes on to say, but the word of God came unto Shemaiah, the man of God, saying, speaking to Rehoboam, son of Solomon, king of Judah, and on all the house of Judah, and Benjamin, and to the remnant of the people. Right? So there were even some northern kingdom tribes who either lived in Jerusalem or were living in cities of Judah. They stuck to Judah, but most of the northern kingdom tribes separated from the Judites. All right? Thus said the Lord, ye shall not go up nor fight against your brethren, the children of Israel. Return every man to his house, for this thing is from me. Right? The split was from God. It was prophesied, and so it happened. They hearkened, therefore, unto the word of the Lord, and returned to depart according to the word of the Lord. So here we see Judah with Benjamin, right? So why am I throwing Levi in the mix? All right, let's go to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles, what is it, verse, or rather chapter 11, I think it is, when it talks about Rehoboam's reign. Yeah. So here we go. In 2 Chronicles chapter 11, verse 13, it says, and the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him, meaning resorted to Rehoboam out of all his coast. As it said in this verse 5, and then I'm jump down. And Rehoboam dwelt in Jerusalem and built cities for defense in Judah. Jumping down to verse 12, and in every several city he put shields and spears and made them exceeding strong, having Judah and Benjamin on his side. So there we see with Rehoboam, you have Judah and Benjamin, right? Jumping down to verse 13, it says, and the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their coasts, right? Because the Levites originally were spread among every tribe, right? Just about every family, or at least every city, had priests that they could turn to, all right? But it said the Levites came down to Judah. For the Levites left their suburbs and their possession and came to Judah and Jerusalem. For Jeroboam and his sons had cast them off from executing the priest's office unto the Lord. And he ordained him priests for the high places and for the devils and for the calves which he had made. And after them, out of all the tribes of Israel, such as set their hearts to seek the Lord God of Israel came to Jerusalem. As I said, as it said in 1 Kings 12, it said a remnant of the people, right? To sacrifice unto the Lord God of their fathers. So they strengthened the kingdom of Judah and made Rehoboam, son of Solomon, strong. 3 years. For 3 years they walked in the way of David and Solomon, right? So we see here that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and a remnant of the other tribes as well. But mostly just the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. When we talk about the kingdom of Judah, that's what we're talking about, all right? So that's why when I titled it Judah, I'm talking about Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, all right? So now we can get into the prophecy. In Genesis 49, starting with Judah, in Genesis 49, Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise, right? The kings came out of Judah. And we read that before when we was talking about David a couple weeks ago, all right? The sure mercies of David, that God didn't choose Ephraim, right, to be his kings. He chose Judah, specifically David and his seed, right? Thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies, right? So here we see Judah is in close proximity to the enemies. All right, not just in David, which David did shut down his enemies, but as we see, we're going to see rather in the prophecy in Deuteronomy 33 that Judah is in close proximity to the enemy. All right. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. As I said, the king's seed is Judah. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? Right? So Judah is a young lion. That's a lion's whelp, is a young lion. All right? From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down. Right? So this is referring to the like during the civil rights movement, and you see the same thing in other nations as far as different time periods that this happened. But specifically, if we're talking about the so-called African Americans here in America, all right, you have the civil rights movement where you had the so-called black people here were leading the charge as far as like civil rights, right? And when you get to like the Black Panther Party, very militant even, right? Ready for what may come to defend the city because they were tired of the oppression, right? And I say that so-called African Americans were leading the charge because behind the Black Panther movement, the SNCC movement, even the Nation of Islam to a certain extent, you had the Young Lords, which were Dominican and Cuban and Puerto Rican people who were following the example of the Black Panther movement, a little bit, more specifically the Black Panther movement because they were pretty militant. Same with the American Indian movement with the Native Americans here, and the same thing with the Brown Berets, which were so-called Mexicans and Central Americans here, right? You had all these different groups rise up, but they were all following the example of that young lion, that lion's whelp.
Hi, I'm Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. In the history of the fight for Black liberation, there have been Black political organizations who have been around doing this work for decades. Organizations, for example, like the NAACP and the National Urban League, who were founded in the early 20th century and still exist today. And these groups, which have been in existence for over a century, have helped bring about some incredibly important policy changes when it comes to the civil and political rights of Black Americans, and have also served as platforms from which Black people could make their concerns known to the wider public. But sometimes, an organization doesn't have to have existed for a long time in order to have a huge impact on the history of this country. An example of that is the Black Panther Party. Founded in 1966 by Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, the Black Panther Party reached its peak just 4 years later in 1970. The organization had an impact on U.S. history and culture that far exceeded its relatively short lifespan and small membership. The organization started through the campus organizing of Seale and Newton. They met in Oakland, California in 1961, while they were both students at Merritt College. In the tense atmosphere following the 1965 assassination of Malcolm X, Newton, Seale, and other student activists organized the Black History Fact Group. The group was founded in part as a response to the university failing to acknowledge the role of African Americans in settling the American West in the 1800s. Among their goals was to urge the school to offer courses in Black history and to establish a Black Studies department. Newton and Seale also joined the college's sole Students Advisory Council, whose stated goal was to, quote, develop Black student leadership, advocate for a more inclusive curriculum, and to connect the university to the community. But disputes within the group would lead Newton and Seale to eventually resign. But their struggle to continue the work of Black radical political organizing didn't end there. Newton and Seale pivoted their goals. Rather than looking to join another political organization, they decided to form their own. Students of the teachings of Malcolm X, they founded the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, later known just as the Black Panther Party, in 1966, following the murder of unarmed teenager Matthew Johnson at the hands of San Francisco police. Thanks, Thought Bubble. According to historian Robin C. Spencer, Newton and Seale framed the tenets of their new organization around the belief that Black Americans were living in an internal colony within the larger mother country of the United States. Borrowing from Black nationalists and post-colonial movements of the time, they posited that the relationship between the Black colony and the mother country was, according to Spencer, one of pure exploitation of labor and resources. Therefore, they sought to liberate the black colony through self-determination as a part of their larger goal to transform America and eventually the rest of the world. This aligned with their larger vision of correcting racial and class inequalities. Seal and Newton were also interested in how black liberation struggles worldwide were interconnected to the struggles of black Americans. They were avid readers of Marxist theory and studied anti-colonial movements from around the world. They believed that guerrilla warfare could be an effective strategy for social change, and that small groups of armed people could lead that change. Their politics were also informed by the struggles for self-determination around the world in places like Vietnam, Zimbabwe, then known as Rhodesia, South Africa, and Mozambique. After the Black Panthers were founded, Newton and Seal outlined the group's agenda, philosophical views, and political objectives in their 10-point program. The program's objectives state: 1. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black and oppressed communities. 2. We want full employment for our people. 3. We want an end to the robbery by the capitalists of our black and oppressed communities. 4. We want decent housing, fit for the shelter of human beings. 5. We want decent education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. 6. We want completely free healthcare for all black and oppressed people. 7. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people, other people of color, and all oppressed people inside the United States. 8. We want an immediate end to all wars of aggression. 9. We want freedom for all black and oppressed people now held in U.S. federal, state, county, city, military prisons, and jails. We want trials by a jury of peers for all persons charged with so-called crimes under the laws of this country. And 10, we want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, peace, and people's community control of modern technology. After creating this 10-point platform, they decided on a name, borrowing from the Lowndes County Freedom Organization in Lowndes County, Alabama, a political group that used the image of the Black Panther in their materials and was led by activists including Stokely Carmichael and John Hewlett. In addition to their 10-point program, the Black Panthers were also actively engaged in their community through a number of social programs that look to pool collective resources and support the Black community. This group of programs served as a rallying cry and human rights manifesto, aiming to correct centuries of harm inflicted on all oppressed people. The Black Panthers' vision was at once practical, demanding things like health care and housing, while simultaneously being revolutionary in its scope. Among their most popular programs were the establishment of free health clinics in 13 Black communities across the country, and the implementation of free breakfast programs for school children in different parts of the U.S. The free breakfast program that was started by the Black Panthers became an inspiration for the breakfast programs that still exist in schools across the country today. The Black Panthers were also known for carrying unconcealed, loaded weapons and monitoring the activities of local police in Black neighborhoods.
That's me right there. There's Russell Means up here, Eddie Benton, Benet, Dennis Banks. I was the first one to grow my hair long here in the state of Minnesota. Now I have hardly any hair. My name is Nigan Wayridun. I am the thunder before the storm. I'm founder and national director today of the American Indian Movement. I'm from the White Anishinaabe Nation in northern Minnesota. 1968, I was 32 years old. I was here in Minneapolis and we were canvassing all the Indian people that we knew of. There was no Indian centers, no programs where you could meet them. So we'd go knock on the door and then we'd tell them who we were. We're trying to start this new organization, but we needed their help. So we listened to issues dealing with housing, health, welfare, police brutality. We promised the people we're going to do something about that, but we need your help. Finally, on July 28, 1968, with no place to meet, we met an elder who let us use her upstairs to hold our meeting. 3 elders, Indian women from Red Lake, grabbed me by the shirt and pulled me over to the side and said, "We have a name." I said, "Well, what is it?" And she says, aim. I said, what does that mean? She said, well, you're aiming to do something about housing, you're aiming to do something about our lost children, you're aiming to do something about police brutality and the high school dropout rate. And that's why we wanted to use the name AIM. I said, what does it mean? It's the American Indian Movement. Tremendous progress has been made. Here locally, we have our own schools, you know. We have our own hospitals and we have our own clinic. We have our own housing. We have our own economic development, job training. We've been able to bring all the tribes, not only in America, but from all over the world. We had to do that in order to get the United Nations to pass the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People of the whole world. Sitting Bull made a statement about this. If you're single and you're going to get something done, you're not going to get anything done. He says, but if you open your hand, that represents all the different tribes and nations, that you got to include them in that, and we will survive. Closed fist was being used by everybody, or we put the victory sign in with it.
When I told my Latino, Black, and white students that the Black Panthers under Fred Hampton's leadership created the Rainbow Coalition and united with Latino organizations such as the Puerto Rican Young Lords and the Mexican Brown Berets and a white political organization called the Young Patriots, they were astounded. How did Fred Hampton orchestrate and organize this multiracial, multi-ethnic Black, Latino, and white political alliance in the 1960s? Well, one day Fred met Jose Cha-Cha Jimenez, who was the leader of the Young Lords, while organizing in Lincoln Park. Fred wanted to meet with Cha-Cha after he heard about him occupying the police department to protest police brutality. They saw how both communities, Black and Puerto Rican, were suffering from police violence, poor housing, and failing schools. That shared struggle sparked a political alliance. Soon after that, they connected with the Brown Berets from LA, a Mexican-American political organization who modeled their work after the Panthers too. They ran free clinics, fed children, and also organized walkouts to protest inferior treatment in public schools. It's worth noting that Black Panther Bobby Lee did a lot of the legwork to form this coalition after he met with the Young Patriots at a church on the north side of Chicago. And y'all, they didn't just link up for a photo op. They marched together, they defended each other against police attacks, they strategized together, they organized together, they defended each other. They sought to support each other based on their commonalities and gain a deeper understanding of who they were based on their differences. They realized the importance of organizing locally in their immediate communities, but also understood that their ability to maintain that strength was dependent upon their ability to link arms with other groups across the city and the country and world. And this right here, this is the type of unity that scared the federal government, because this was led by a brother who was only 21 years old. So the question you might have now is, well, what happened to him? Because you're probably thinking it didn't work out because these different groups couldn't figure it out. No, they were fine. They were figuring it out. This movement didn't stop or disband because they lacked unity and had too many egos involved. This movement stopped because Fred Hampton was assassinated by the Chicago Police Department. This type of unity has always been viewed as a threat to the maintenance of this settler colonial state since at least the 1640s with John Punch. None of us can do this alone, y'all.
But it wasn't only internal issues plaguing the organization. External forces also impacted the group, like the assassination of Black Panther Party members Fred Hampton and Mark Clark by the FBI and local police in Chicago in 1969. See, by 1969, the FBI, under its first director, J. Edgar Hoover, had declared the Panthers a communist organization and an enemy of the U.S. government. In 1968, Hoover called the Panthers, quote, one of the greatest threats to the nation's internal security. Because of this, the Panthers became the target of the FBI's COINTELPRO, a secret counterintelligence program. In the 1970s, a Senate committee led by Frank Church, a Democrat from Idaho, exposed the FBI and COINTELPRO. As the scholar Peniel E. Joseph has described it, the FBI and COINTELPRO had a, quote, clandestine role in the dismantling of the Black Power New Left, and anti-war movements, and revealed further evidence of the pitfalls of unchecked government power. Under the weight of internal strife and external pressures and surveillance, the organization officially dissolved in 1982. The Black Panther Party helped to bring Black power to national and international prominence and raised important questions about Black people's right to fair treatment, equality, and self-defense. It's not an organization that was perfect, and it shouldn't be overly romanticized in ways that ignore some of its institutional and interpersonal failings. At the same time, its legacy shouldn't be minimized or mischaracterized because of the multiple forms of state-sanctioned interference it experienced from American intelligence agencies. The Black Panther Party's contribution to the Black freedom struggles of the 1960s and 1970s and today was profound, and that means sitting with all of the complexities that come with it.
From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. Then it goes on to say he stooped down, right? Because he was ready. He couched as a lion. He was ready. And then it goes on to say, and as an old lion. So here's what we see with so-called Black Americans today. They got comfortable with the conditions here, right? Civil Rights Act passed. Okay, no more ready to pounce, right? He couched down as a lion, but now he's as an old lion. And it goes on to say, who shall rouse him up, right? Meaning there still needs to be a stirring among the people towards righteousness, not towards wickedness, or even towards like a secular ideology like the Black Panther Party was about, right? There needs to be a stir of righteousness, right? Christ will rouse him up. That's how it goes on to say, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh come, right? So that's Christ, the peaceable one. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Christ came out the tribe of Judah, all right? And then just to prove that, because a lot of this, as far as we're actually about to go into the fulfillment of Christ fulfilling these prophecies, and we're not going to touch on all of them. Just understand, Christ fulfilled the prophecies coming from the tribe of Judah, all right? Hebrews 7 and 14, it shows that Christ came out of Judah. It says, for it is evident that our Lord, meaning our Lord Jesus, sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood, right? Because Moses ordained the Levites to be priests, all right? But unto him shall the gathering of the people be, right? He is the true lawgiver. But as you see, Moses actually said that, lawgiver. It says, binding his fall unto the vine and his asses called unto the choice vine, right? And you read about that prophecy being furthered by Zechariah in Zechariah 9 and 9. He said he would come into Jerusalem riding upon the colt of an ass, right? Christ fulfilled that in what is known as the triumphal entry. You read about that in Matthew 21 and John 12 specifically. That's also in Mark and Luke. All the Gospels talk about the triumphal entry. Him arriving into Jerusalem on an ass's colt. He washed his garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of grapes. That hasn't been fulfilled yet, all right? You read about that prophecy because it hadn't been fulfilled yet, but it's a prophecy in Isaiah 63 and in Revelation 19. It talks about when Christ returns, how he's going to judge the earth. And in Isaiah 63, specifically Edom, all right? His eyes shall be red with wine and his teeth white with milk, all right? Wine as in, again, the wine press, Isaiah 63 and Revelation 19, the judgment, right? His teeth white with milk as in the word of God was in his mouth, all right? 1 Peter 2 and 2 says the sincere milk of the word. But going back to the part about thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies, all right? In Deuteronomy 33, it says, where are we at? Verse 7. And this is the blessing of Judah. He said, hear, Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him unto his people. All right, so the first people to bring out the word as far as concerning the Israelites came out of the United States of America from so-called African Americans. All right, they were the first to teach of the two kingdoms. All right, saying that the indigenous, so-called indigenous Native Americans were Israelites, as well as the so-called blacks here that was shipped all around the world in slavery. Right, they were the first people to bring this out. All right, bring him unto his people. Let his hands be sufficient for him. Why? Because Lord knows they ain't get no kind of reparations, right? Even the so-called First Nations or Native Americans got at least like reservations, which is, like getting your house stolen from you, saying you can live in a closet. But still, though, that's at least something, all right? Got the casinos and stuff. That's at least something. Most people don't see the benefits from that, but again, that's at least something, all right? The blessing from Judah is, or for Judah, because it's about to go on and say, be thou a help to him from his enemies, right? Because the enemy has been here oppressing Judah more than anyone else, all right? That's why the blessing is, let his hands be sufficient for him, right? He got to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, right? But just to show you further with that prophecy of thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies, and be thou a help to him from his enemies, right? Because is God not going to help all the tribes from their enemies? Of course, right? But specifically, look at Judah, because he is in closer proximity to his enemies than anyone else, right? And in Zechariah 2. Zechariah 2. Let's get that real quick. About being in close proximity to the enemies. All right, in Zechariah 2 and verse 6 and 7. It says, Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north, meaning North America, saith the Lord. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. But again, the Lord spread his people to the four corners of the earth. But he's specifically saying the land of the north, flee as in like spiritually flee, right? As Revelation 18 say, be not partakers of her sins, right? Flee mentally. You can flee literally if you want to as well. I mean, I'm not saying you got to stay here. But verse 7 says, deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon, right? Because this here in America is Babylon the Great. As it said there, the daughter of Zion is dwelling with the daughter of Babylon, all right? Daughter of Zion as in the inhabitants of Jerusalem, all right? That's Zion is Jerusalem. But the daughter of Babylon, I just want to show real quick. According to prophecy, the daughter of Babylon, not the literal daughter of Babylon, but the spiritual daughter of Babylon, all right? Not ancient Babylon, but Babylon the Great, all right? In Psalms 137. And of course, you talk about Babylon the Great in Revelation. But in Psalms 137, it tells you who this people would be, all right? Psalm 137 says, and verse 7, it says, remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, race it, even to the foundation thereof, right? So the children of Edom were intending on destroying Jerusalem. Not only the first time they cheered on the Babylonians as they were doing it. That's why they're called the daughter of Babylon. But the second time Jerusalem was destroyed was at the hands of the Romans, Edomites, all right? O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, right? The children of Edom art to be destroyed. Again, you read Revelation 18, talks about the destruction of Babylon the Great, talks about the destruction of America. Happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us, right? They're going to get a judgment. They're going to get a penalty, all right? So in Zechariah 2, when it says, deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon, it gives more specificities, all right, to what Genesis 49 says as far as like thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies. And what Deuteronomy 33 says when Moses is asking the Lord to be a help to Judah from his enemies, right? Not only does it specify which of the children of Zion, but it also specifies which enemies, all right? So that's how you can identify where Judah is is through, okay, where is the daughter of Babylon oppressing, where are they stationed, right? Where are they oppressing a black or brown people, right? And that would be here in America, right? So the so-called African Americans over here would be Judah, all right? And I got this here as far as the, I want y'all to be able to see this full thing. The 12 tribes over here in the West, and I also have 12 tribes in the East as well. So I'm going to be talking about both viewing, and let me zoom out a little so y'all can see this. 75%, yeah. Lord's will, y'all be able to see that right there. All right. So yeah, in 12 tribes in the West, so-called African Americans. All right, and over here in America, that's the Judites. And then, and I meant to look up something specifically on the Australian Aborigines, because they're Judites as well. They just been mixed with the heathen a little bit more. And with all the tribes that are over there in the East, since they're dwelling over there in the East where there's more people, they've been mixed with a lot of different people, a lot more people. That's why you see such variation with the appearance of the Australian Aborigines, right? Like some are black, but some are brown, right? And they have varying hair textures. Whereas most of the so-called African Americans here have really only ever mixed with like the Canaanites that were in Africa and the Edomites that are here in America. That's usually the case. So there's the 12 tribes in the East. If you want a screenshot or whatever you need to do. So that's the 12 tribes in the East. That's the 12 tribes in the West. Right now we're just dealing with these top three. Judah specifically, so-called African Americans, and Australian Aborigines are Judites. All right. South Africans would probably also fall into this category, and there's definitely going to be Jews elsewhere as well. As we read in Acts 2 and 5, that's why on the 12 tribes of Israel in the East, I have at the bottom a little asterisk, also scattered throughout Africa, Asia, and Europe, right? That's for all the 12 tribes. There's a remnant of the 12 tribes everywhere, but there are certain countries, certain areas where the tribes are more concentrated, all right, according to the prophecy, all right? So Acts 2 and 5, though, just to show that it's Judites in every nation, all right? When you see the oppressed black people in a nation, more than likely that's Judites, all right? In Acts 2 and verse 5, it says, "And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven." Right? So Jews are in every nation. Right? Don't get it twisted, thinking, oh, the only Jews are in Israel right now. First of all, that's synagogue of Satan. That's not the real Jews. And they said, well, in LA and New York, and there's only there's only 5 million Jews in the whole world. No, the sand of the sea. All right, in every nation there's going to be Jews. And remember what the kingdom of Judah comprises of: Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and a remnant of all the rest of the tribes. So, but specifically Judites is what we're talking about now. And I'll go ahead and move on from Judah, because that's pretty much all of Judah. Just understand that Christ came from Judah, and I wonder if I should get this now, because I do have some stuff from a book that I want to bring out. Let's go ahead and bring that out, because you may be wondering like how Jews ended up in Africa, right? Because a lot of people come up with like dumb theories on TikTok that like slave ships never happened. Of course, slave ships happened, got people from the west coast of Africa and brought them to America, all right? So how did Jews end up in West Africa, and Africa in general, all right? This is a book called From Babylon to Timbuktu by Rudolph R. Windsor. The subheading of this book is A History of Ancient Black Races, Including the Black Hebrews. All right. So Rudolph R. Windsor, Dr. Rudolph R. Windsor. I'm not going to pretend like he's unbiased. I believe he came out of a commandment keeper congregation in New York. So he is he knows that he's a Jew. He knows that he's an Israelite. He's pretty much trying to make that case, but not just make that case for like African Americans, but just bringing out some history on like basically the origins of all people and where they come from, where they went, just world history from the lens of, I guess, from Jews basically. So I'm going to start with page 80, what is this, 83? Page 83. Y'all, this is a very good book, and I don't discourage getting books written by Israelites, as in like people that are in the faith, right? Because they can be very helpful. But I know how some people from the outside looking in, they look at that like, oh, of course, you know, a book written by someone who believes the same thing as you is going to say the same thing that you're saying. So I also got a book that was not written by, you know, a Hebrew Israelite, as some people say. And we'll get into that later to kind of justify and corroborate what Rudolph R. Windsor wrote. But here on page 83, the chapter, the North African Black Jews, starting up at the top. It says, in the year 331, that'd be 331 BC, that Alexander the Great defeated the Persian Emperor Darius at the Battle of Gaugamela, incorrectly called Arbela. So let me zoom in so that we can see this. A new master emerged on the world stage and transformed the history and culture of 3 continents. However, Alexander died in the prime of his life at the age of 32 because of debauchery and intoxication. Before the death of Alexander, his desire was to establish a Eurasian state, right? It doesn't say right here, but Alexander wanted to establish his capital of his kingdom in Babylon. Again, just kind of showing Edomites being the daughter of Babylon. But as you can see, I wrote out here to the side 1 Maccabees 1 because 1 Maccabees 1 goes into all of this. All right. His scheme was to amalgamate the Greeks with the Asians. This was implemented by the widespread marriage of his troops with the colored women of the East. Most of his troops remained in the subjugated countries and became absorbed into the native population, right? So that's why when you see like Arabs and people of the Middle East, a lot of them look whitish and, you know, like kind of light brown, right? But if you actually go to that region and you meet people in the region, not just people that you see in the media or like prominent figures, a lot of them are going to be a lot darker than what you're used to seeing, right? Like there's a lot of like black Arabs that people don't look at. And I'm not talking about like black people mixed among the Arabs or Jews that live in these countries. There are that as well. But I mean like the real Arabs that are very dark skinned, and they really don't show that often. But a lot of them are lightened up because of Alexander and the Greeks mixing with the people of the regions. All right. Most of his troops remained in the subjugated countries and became absorbed into the native population. And you still see some groups of Greek descendants among those people groups today. After the death of Alexander, his vast empire was divided among his generals. And again, 1 Maccabees 1 goes into all this. Ptolemy received Egypt and Seleucus received Asia. As time elapsed, there was constant war between these two dynasties. By the year 198 BC, the descendants of General Seleucus had their capital in Syria, just north of Palestine. In this same year, the Seleucid dynasty in Syria compelled Egypt to give up Palestine, the land of the Jews, right? So when the Greeks divided up the different territories that were conquered by Alexander, they had originally slotted the land of Israel with Egypt because it was so connected to it, like quite literally and physically. But during these Seleucid wars, it got switched and transferred through, as it says right here, being compelled by the Seleucid dynasty compelled the Ptolemaic dynasty to make it a part of Syria or like the Middle East, right? So it was always kind of a dispute since the time of the Greeks whether or not the land of Israel was a part of Africa or a part of the Middle East, all right? to give up Palestine, the land of the Jews. The king of Syria at this time was Antiochus III. When Antiochus IV, that would be Antiochus Epiphanes, surnamed Epiphanes, again, 1 Maccabees 1 goes into all this, usurped the throne in Syria from 175 to 163 BC. He entertained the thought of uniting Alexander's empire. This meant the conquest of Egypt. However, the province that bordered on Egypt was Palestine, which stood in his way. At this time, the Jews would not accept Greek culture. Nevertheless, Antiochus was determined to Hellenize the Jews, right? Now I wrote out here 2 Maccabees 6, and that's what 2 Maccabees 6 goes into. The army of Antiochus marched into Palestine to support Menelaus, the leader of the pro-Syrian army. As a result, many Jews were killed. Others escaped to the hills and to Egypt, right? So we see there Jews fleeing into Egypt, fleeing into Africa for safety, all right, from Greeks at this time. Only those Jews that supported Antiochus' policies remained in Jerusalem. An edict was promulgated interdicting the observance of the holy days, the Sabbath, and circumcision. A statue of Jupiter was erected in the holy temple above the altar. And again, 2 Maccabees 6 goes into this, 1 Maccabees 1 goes into this. To this statue, the people brought the sacrifices of pig meat, the animal which is an abomination to the Jews. Because of this religious persecution, the legitimate high priest, Onias III, and many other Jews fled into African countries, such as Egypt, Ethiopia, and Cyrenaica, right? So that'd be Libya, right? So North Africa and Central Africa, all right? Throughout the last 2,500 years, the main factors that have contributed to the social migration of the Jews were wars, religious persecution, and commerce. All right. So as far as the commerce is concerned, if you watch Bible History 101, that I went into what I call the Israelite Phoenician connection, and that would be the covenant made between Solomon and Hiram, king of Tyre. And, they, at that time, which was around 1000 or 900 BC, through the 10th century BC, they pretty much ran global trade, all right? Pretty much controlled all flow of the Mediterranean, all trade throughout the Mediterranean, and even controlled trade throughout the Indian Ocean as well, all right? So that would be like the commerce. All these factors were operating and gave rise to the African Jewish population. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. I did not mean to jump out of that. Why did it take me out of it? All right. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. All right, so let's take a break from this book, and we're going to come right back to it as far as the fleeing of the Jews into Africa. Christ actually gave instructions for his followers to do such things. All right, and I do just want to put in your mind that even back to the time period of the Greeks, it said that others escaped to the hills and to Egypt. Right. So what it means by the hills and the mountains, it's correlated with fleeing into Egypt as well. All right, so let's read that in Luke 21. What Christ tells his followers to do whenever Rome would inevitably come to Jerusalem to destroy it. In Luke 21, Christ gives instructions here. In Luke 21. In Luke 21 and starting with 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. So he said when Rome showed up, hey, it's going down. All right? When Rome shows up, it's going down. And they're about to destroy Jerusalem. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains. All right? So as we just read as far as like the hills and Egypt, That's what Christ was saying. Hey, flee to the nearest hills and on into Egypt to outrun these Romans. All right. And let them which are in the midst of it depart out. Leave the city, leave Jerusalem, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto, because everybody would show up to Jerusalem for the feast, because that was the commandment. He said, hey, you got to worship God in spirit and in truth. You can't come back to Jerusalem because Rome will be controlling it. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. And that's exactly what Dr. Windsor here is talking about with Deuteronomy 28:64, Deuteronomy 28:68. Christ is saying the same thing as far as the things written may be fulfilled. The curses of Deuteronomy 28 had to be fulfilled. But woe to them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days, for there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, till the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And guess what? We're still in the times of the Gentiles. All right, Joel 3 talks about them parting his land. That's literally where we're at right now. All right, they have parted his land. All right, so going back to from Babylon to Timbuktu, he references Deuteronomy 28:64, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And then he goes on to explain this prophecy and all the residue of the prophecies contained in Deuteronomy 28 from 15 to 68 befell the black Jews after they disobeyed the laws of God. And we actually read in during Christ's day, he was weeping over Jerusalem. When was this? Was it chapter 19 or chapter 20? When here in the book of Luke, when he was weeping over Jerusalem because they rejected his sayings. Where is it at? I believe it might be Luke 19. Luke 19, I believe, is also talking about the triumphal entry. Is that Luke 19? Yeah, the triumphal entry. That's what they call it, as far as riding into Jerusalem on an ass. Yeah, so here we go in Luke 21. It says, and when he was come near, he beheld the city and wept over it, right? So when he was coming to Jerusalem, he started crying, saying, if thou had known, even thou, at least in this thy day, the things which belong unto thy peace, but now they are hid from thine eyes. For the days shall come upon thee, that thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee, and compass thee round, and keep thee in on every side, and shall lay thee even with the ground, and thy children within thee. And they shall not leave in thee one stone upon another, because thou knowest not the time of thy visitation. You see it right there. So he said, look, hey, I wish y'all would have received me. I wish y'all would have understood what I was trying to tell you. Maybe the Lord would have had mercy on this city, because now he's just going to destroy it because y'all didn't receive Christ, right? So that's the same thing that Dr. Windsor here is saying, as far as all the curses of Deuteronomy 28 befell the black Jews after they disobeyed the laws of God. All right. Many nations transported the Jews into slavery, and the sons of Israel transmigrated to every continent. The Jewish philosopher Philo, about 40 BC to 40 AD, who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, right? So even this Jewish philosopher Philo, he lived in Africa. He lived in Alexandria, Egypt. Said that 1 million Jews resided in Libya and Egypt from the Katabathmos to the borders of Ethiopia, right? So even deeper into Africa than, just North Africa. Professor A.H. Godby says that Philo leaves us doubtful about which boundaries of Ethiopia he meant. I think that Philo meant the western and southern boundaries of Ethiopia, because the prophet Zephaniah, and I wrote out here to the side in Zephaniah 3 and 10, that's what he's making reference to, mentioned from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, the daughters of my dispersed. All right? Right, so beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. The rivers of Ethiopia, first of all, the Nile is the main river that flows through Ethiopia. And that branches off, going to the Horn and to Central, and even on into like Central Africa, right? There was a period over 600 years between Zephaniah and Philo, and considering the new waves of immigrants coming into Africa, they had 600 years to penetrate toward all the borders of Ethiopia. Escher wrote that Hebrewism was detectable by its inscriptions from the Egyptian border westward across North Africa to Mauritania. You see that right there. So we see that it's not just in like one location in Africa. It's stretched all the way across the continent where all the Jews went. And I actually have a map here, and it's kind of I'm not even gonna lie to you, it's kind of like unreadable, the words that are on it, just because like the font and how small they are and all that kind of stuff. But the map does demonstrate pretty well the different locations of Jews around Africa. And this is Godby that he keeps referencing, I assume. I said A.H. Godby. I'm pretty sure this is his map. So let me blow this up. Let me see this a little bit. So let me zoom in now because like I can't read none of this really because it's so small, the font's so small. So I gotta zoom in a little bit. But you see where you got Israel up here, but all these red lines and red words show the different locations of different Jews and entry points into Africa. So you see here from like Tarshish and Spain, the Minoan colonies. Then you go on down because that's like all like Carthage and Carthaginian, and even over into Mauritania type area. All the different like locations of where Jews were, and you see here the different locations here along the Nile, all the way down into Abyssinia or Ethiopia. Then you go over here, you see like migration patterns from from North Africa down into Sub-Saharan and West Africa, right? And I'm not going to get into all these, but it just shows you different locations of Jewish settlements that were found in Africa. It says A.H. Godby says Jerome from 340 to 420 A.D., one of the four doctors of the church, right, St. Jerome, wrote that the Jews were spread from the western extremity of Mauritania to India, right? So all the way from Mauritania, like West Africa, all the way to India is where the Jews were. And it's even said, it's not in the Bible, but it's even said that that's where the Apostle Thomas was martyred in India. So, and you do have the Siddis over there. So they're more than likely some Jews in India. And I guess they're in Pakistan as well. Now, ancient Mauritania included part of the territory on the Atlantic Ocean. Morocco and part of modern Algeria, right? So ancient Mauritania is not the same as like the modern borders. It's a little bigger. It is certain that the Jews had migrated all across North Africa by the 2nd century. Some scholars fix the date earlier than this, right? So it just depends on who you're talking to and what you're talking about as far as like the times that all the Jews were across North Africa. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Dr. Windsor does make the point in this book that like Carthage, and pretty much all Phoenician territories were inhabited by Jews as well, which would make sense going back to the Israelite Phoenician connection, as I like to call it, with their ships of Tarshish, or should I say Solomon's ships of Tarshish, which were inhabited, or rather I should say manned, by both Jews and Phoenicians. Israelites and Phoenicians, I should say, not just Jews. The Greek historian and geographer Strabo. Do I want to continue? Yeah, I'll finish this paragraph, and I think that's where I end this section of the book. The Greek historian and geographer Strabo from 63 BC to 24 AD said concerning the Jews of Cyrene in Libya, "Now these Jews already have gotten into all cities, and it is hard to find a place in the habitable earth that has not admitted this tribe of men and is not possessed by it." You see that right there? So in every nation, as we read in the scripture. "And it has come to pass that Egypt and Cyrene, as having the same governors, and a great many other nations imitate their way of living, maintained great bodies of these Jews in a peculiar manner, privileged status, right? So all throughout the Middle Ages, and even before then, Jews were living, the Israelites, I should say, were living in a great privileged status, right? And we'll get a little bit of that from Rabbi, I believe it's Joseph Kroskopf in this book over here. Yeah, I'll get to that here in a second. And grow up to greater prosperity with them and make use of the same laws with that nation also. All right, so the next section I want to get into leads into the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal. All right, because it was Israelites that were in Europe throughout the Middle Ages ruling. All right, and a lot of these were some of these were Judites. A lot of these were Judites, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. But I'll try to run through this next part pretty quickly. I only got 2 pages here. The expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal. All right, so you even read about in the scripture, you read about Paul going to Spain. So Jews have been in Spain from at least the 1st century AD. Because you read about Paul going there in Romans 15 and 24. I'll start with 23. But now having no more place in these parts and having a great desire these many years to come to you, whensoever I take my journey into Spain, I will come to you. For I trust to see you in my company, for I trust to see you in my journey and to be brought on my way thitherward by you, if first I be somewhat filled with your company. But now I go into Jerusalem to minister unto the saints. For it hath pleased them of Macedonia and Achaia to make a certain contribution for the poor saints which are at Jerusalem. All right, so we see that there were Jews in Spain, Macedonia, Achaia. And when you read in the book of Acts, everywhere that Paul goes to, as far as whether it be in parts of Italy and parts of Greece, there's always a synagogue of the Jews, right? There was always Jews there, all right? Always Israelites all throughout Europe. So what happened, right? And if it is, modern day African Americans and other people dispersed, right, so-called blacks and Latinos, then what happened with these Israelites that were in Europe? And there's a remnant still there. Like I said, there's a remnant in every nation. But here we have the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal. And this is on page 115 in the same book, From Babylon to Timbuktu. It was AD 1492, January 2nd, when the Moorish stronghold of Granada surrendered to the armies of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, right? Because some people talk about the Moors and whatnot. The Moors were just Islamic Israelites, right? It was black people, but they were Islamic. So that's the only difference between the Moors and the Jews, is that one was Islamic and one held more to the laws of Moses, right? Some were followers of Muhammad, that would be the Moors, and others were followers of Moses, that would be the Jews, all right? For, it said, when the Moorish stronghold of Granada surrendered to the armies of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella in 1492, for the first time since the year 711, all of Spain was in Christian hands. The decree to expel the Jews from Spain was signed on March 31st in one of the corridors of the great Alhambra, the palace of the Moorish kings of Granada. The reason given for the expulsion of the Jews was that it was thought they corrupted the Marranos, Jews converted to Christianity, by privately encouraging them in disloyalty to Christianity. The ultimatum given to the Jews expired on August the 1st, 1492, but the last group of Jews did not leave until August the 2nd, 1492. This date is of strange coincidence. That day was the 9th of Ab, the fast day, which is reminiscent of the destruction of the first and second temples. Right, so they waited till the Jews were weakened on the Day of Atonement. All right. Professor Alan H. Godby says that the reign of the last Jewish king of Ghana terminated in 1492. So 1492 was a big year. It was a big year for the other nations and their counsel against the Israelites. All right. It was, as we're reading here, it was when all the Spanish Inquisition really got going underway. It was the year that Columbus made his voyage over here to the west to conquer the Israelites that were over here, and we'll talk more about that next week. And it was when the Hamites took control of the kingdom of Ghana. And again, you can read the book to talk about, or you can read this book from Babylon and Timbuktu. He goes into all these different kingdoms that were in Africa as well. The kingdom of Mali, the kingdom of Ghana, Songhai Empire, all of this, all right? But we kind of already established the Jews that were in Africa as far as like beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, as the prophet Zephaniah said. So I'm not necessarily going to get into all those different kingdoms. All right. In order to satisfy Queen Isabella of Spain, King Manuel of Portugal promulgated a royal decree expelling the Jews and Moors from his country in 1496. Right. So Portugal fell shortly afterward behind Spain as far as the Inquisitions. And it says the Jews who were expelled from Spain and Portugal were scattered throughout the Mediterranean coast. It is estimated that over 100,000 Jews departed from Spain and Portugal during the persecutions and the expulsion. Some of these Jews went to Northern Europe, right? Like for example, King James was one of the Jews of the seed of David. He was like one of the last one of the last black Jew kings in Europe. All right, it was actually his son Charles II who was the last in England. But yeah, all this is history that they don't talk about. But some of these more northern places in Europe fell later than like Spain, for example. As we read, it was the late 1400s, early 1500s when Esau came back into power in Spain. So Jews departed from Spain and Portugal during the persecutions and the expulsion. Some of these Jews went to Northern Europe, Italy, and Turkey, but most of them went to Muslim countries of Northern and Western Africa. These black Jews would naturally go to African countries, most of all because of less persecution, and they could disguise themselves easily among blacks. All right. Then he goes on to describe here I don't know how to pronounce that name. Elwes gives a graphic description of the Portuguese Jew. Baruch Spinoza, middle-sized, good features, skin somewhat black curly hair, long eyebrows of the same color, so that one might know by his looks that he was a descendant from the Portuguese Jews. Right? So you may hear this and think, well, yeah, of course, Rudolf R. Windsor describes the Jews that way, which he's citing all sources here. But you may say, of course, he's going to say that. When you have this other book here, though, the Jews and Moors in Spain by Rabbi Joseph Krauskopf. Let me go ahead and look that up. So you know who Joseph I can't even pronounce his name, it's so German. Krauskopf. This is what he looks like. Like he is an Ashkenazim, Ashkenazi Jew. All right, he's these people who were in the Holocaust and whatnot. These aren't Israelites, but this is a white Jewish person. This is not someone who's trying to push black Israelism. All right, this is somebody who wrote a book though. It's called "The Jews and Moors in Spain." All right, just to show you that this is history. This is not something that Rudolf R. Windsor is making up. This isn't something that black Israelites make up. This is history. All right. So this is the first page, and this whole book, and I'm kind of skipping through this. This whole book, "The Jews and Moors in Spain" by Joseph Krauskopf. Like I said, I can't even pronounce his name because it's got so many German syllables in it. All right. It said to the members of the congregation B'nai Yehuda of Kansas City, Missouri. In this preface, it says, this volume is a reprint of newspaper reports of a series of lectures delivered by the author from the pulpit of congregation B'nai Yehuda in Kansas City, Missouri during the fall and winter of 1885 and 1886. So this book is comprised of lectures that white Jewish people were giving, or I should specifically say this Joseph Krauskopf was giving to other white Jews in Missouri in the late 1800s, right? So this is before black people could even go in the same places white people was, right? So that's what this book is made of, all right? These lectures that he was giving, right? Specifically, those lectures were written down and printed in newspapers, and then that's what this book came from, all right? So let's see. Let me go to the next page, because the people of that congregation are pretty much requesting this book to be written and made. So the following are two of many letters addressed to the author requesting him to have his lectures on the Jews and Moors in Spain published in book form. So that's what the preface is about. I'm not concerned with the preface. So maybe just a little here and there in the preface. Let's see. It says, "It is the purpose of Rabbi Krauskopf to have his letters issued in book form. They will make an attractive volume and will no doubt be widely read. Rabbi Krauskopf is a graphic writer, and his lectures upon the Jew and Moor in Spain are a series of historical occurrences related in a manner that serves to change the reader's attention. Old world scenes are accurately and vividly described. The reader is taken through all the struggles, the defeats and triumphs of the Jews, their arts, their industry, their upright dealings, and their steadfast adherence to their religion through trials and persecutions are related with the proud belief that they were God's chosen people, working out their destiny according to his will." Right? So again, I'm not going to pretend that this is an unbiased work. Obviously, it's biased toward the Jews throughout history. Right? What he's saying but not saying in all of this, though, is that it was changed. Who were called the Jews was changed at some point. But he's about to describe what the Jews looked like at that time, and it is not what he looks like. All right. Let's see. The lecture started with the Jews as he found them, a prosperous community in southwestern Europe, busily engaged in transforming Spain into a granary and garden spot of Europe, respected by their heathen neighbors, happy and contented. Then he passed on to the period of persecution in the 6th century, when Christianity of a somewhat forcible nature attempted the conversion of the Jews by persecution, when many were massacred and others driven into exile. Then came the Arab invasion, and during the period of Mohammedan supremacy, the Jews were again allowed to live in peace and the exercise of their own religious rights. For 8 centuries, the Jews and the Moors worked side by side, and the once downtrodden people rose to affluence and high position. You see that right there? So again, the Moors and the Jews, why they lived side by side, even though some were Islamic and some were, followers of Moses, is because they were the same people. And really at this time, the Christians were the same people as well. It's just that the Christians were pagan. And so they were doing a whole bunch of evil stuff. And we talked about that before as far as in this book right here, the two Babylons. That was all that pagan Christianity that we talked about when they persecuted the real followers of Christ. That was Israelites. Those pagan, wicked Israelites were persecuting the real followers of God. All right. And it just so happened that the Moors, who were Islamic Jews, they were more sympathetic to the followers of Moses than they were their enemies, which were pagan Christians. Then it goes on with what we just read in Dr. Windsor's book. He said, with the decline of Mohammedan power and the expulsion of the Moors by the Spaniards, the Jews were again reduced to a pitiable state. All right, that's what we just read as far as 1492 and the start of the Spanish Inquisitions. So I'm going to jump down to chapter 1, which starts on the next page. Chapter 1, A Day in Cordova, 6 and 8 and 6 and 8 and 10 centuries back in the world's history, our entrance into Spain, a miracle with the beautiful Guadalquivir, I think is the river. Our bronze-complexioned oarsmen, fair Cordova, the city of the arts and sciences, night, a serenade our departure. Right, so we see here that he describes the oarsmen here as bronze-complexioned. All right, so jumping down, because he's setting the scene. I don't necessarily care about all that. We're kind of getting to the point because we're already a little bit over on time. I ain't even talking about Benjamin and Levi yet. Jumping down to the second paragraph. But know we must, And therefore, what the mind refuses to believe and what the heart refuses to credit, let the eye see. Let us think ourselves back 6 and 8 and 10 centuries. Let us enter upon a fair and distant journey. Away we speed, far, far across the wide Atlantic. We have reached the stunning land of Spain. Here let us pause for a hasty inspection. It will not take us long, for that country that is among the poorest of all European countries today, right in the 1800s, Spain had completely fell off, whose reeking filth has recently made it a scene of revelry to the ravishing plague, whose stupendous ignorance and appalling superstitions have made it a byword among the civilized people of the earth. That country, so backward now, will certainly have no attractiveness for us 10 centuries earlier in its history. Lo, a miracle. The magic wand of some frolicsome fae must have suddenly transformed the land of expected filth and wretchedness into a beauteous fairyland. Amidst rapturous admiration of the indescribable beauties which meet our gaze everywhere, we glide upon the placid surface of the Guadalquivir, in which a wondrously clear blue sky glasses itself, and splendorous palaces and gorgeous parks are reflected. So you see, he's very vibrant with his language, very vivid with his language. We have entered beautiful Andalusia, right, a part of Spain. We glide along the southern declivity of the Sierra Morena. Suddenly there breaks upon our view a scene of beauty that mocks every attempt at description. We ask our black-eyed, bronze-complexioned, and proud-featured oarsman for the name of that magnificent city that lies stretched for miles along the right bank. He understands us not. We address him in French, in German, in Greek, in Latin. No answer, right? So you may think this bronze-complexioned oarsman, or maybe he's an African Moor, right? We are at our wits' end. We must know. So we seek recourse as a last resort, our mother tongue, the language of the Hebrews. And his face brightens. And his, let's see, what do you say? And his tongue is loosened. And in accents of melodious and pure as it must have been spoken by David himself. When he sang to his harp the words of his own heaven-inspired psalms, he makes reply, "What ye behold, ye strangers, is the city of Cordova, the government seat of the valiant and chivalrous and scholarly and liberal and art-loving Caliph Abderrahman III." Right? So we see here, and just in case y'all don't know what bronze looks like, let me look up bronze real quick, because some people get real simple. All right, images. So here you see bronze. It's different shades of brown. All right, some looks more yellow. Some looks darker brown, but different shades of brown is what bronze looks like, all right? We see here gold is more yellow, silver is more gray. Bronze here, obviously, is different shades of brown, all right? The same as you see in America among so-called black people. Because a lot of people think that light-skinned people, oh, it's just because you mix with some white people. Yeah, in some cases, for sure. But some light-skinned people just were shipped over here from Europe. All right, they've only ever mixed with other black people here, and they're still light skinned because they're just a descendant of some of the slaves who were brought from Europe. All right. Anyway, so you see, let me look up Crosskopf again. So y'all see, does this guy look like he's bronze complected? No, he does not. All right, he's of the Ashkenazim. All right, he's not. He's not the Jews that it was talking about in Spain at that time, all right? So, from there, finally we can get to talking into Benjamin and Levi. Because that was really just Judah, but really the kingdom of Judah as well, all right? So let's talk real quick about Benjamin. I'll close with Levi. So let's talk about Benjamin. He said in Genesis 49, he said, "Benjamin shall raven as a wolf, In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil." All right? So that's what he said concerning Benjamin. Raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. In Deuteronomy 33, he also said concerning Benjamin, "The beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders." Right? So these are two different prophecies. Let's deal with Genesis 49 first. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. So, in Genesis 49 is going into the history of the Jamaican Maroons. All right? The Jamaican Maroons. All right? These were people who fought against the British, fought against the oppressors. All right? So, the origins of the Jamaican Maroons. It says Jamaican Maroons are often described as enslaved Africans and persons of noticeable African descent who ran away or escaped from their masters or owners to acquire and preserve their freedom. The word maroon is commonly believed to be derived from the English equivalent of the Spanish word cimarron, meaning wild, like a wolf, raven like a wolf. The origins of the Maroons date back to 1655, around the time when Tainos and Africans who were freed from Spanish took to remote parts of the island for refuge from the English invasion to establish settlements. From the second half of the 17th century to the mid-18th century, the Maroons developed into a formidable force that significantly challenged the system of enslavement imposed by the English. Though great controversy surrounded the terms of the treaties that they signed with the English, their role in undermining institutionalized slavery and cultural traditions are prominent parts of the history and heritage of Jamaica. So I'm not going to read all this because we've already went over on time, but I'm going to skip around just to the prominent parts so that you can see the prophecy being fulfilled. All right. So talks about the English took possession of the island from the Spanish in 1655. So jumping down from that, you have the Maroons who were, as it says, they posed a serious challenge to the English, especially as the system of enslavement expanded and an increasing number of British-owned enslaved Africans fled the plantations and joined existing Maroon communities, right? So you had the English bringing slaves, and those slaves actually fled from their plantations and said, hey, can we join with y'all? Y'all have been a mix between the native population and the Spanish slaves. Hey, can we join with y'all? I know we're English, but hey, we can overcome this language barrier. We can fight together, right? So, I'm going to read this next paragraph. The Maroons used various strategies to maintain their freedom and undermine the constant threat which the English posed. They would escape to mainly the cockpit country, that is, inaccessible and remote parts of the island where it was hilly and densely vegetated, and established communities, which were frequently disrupted by the English. Then it goes on to say the different types of Maroons. The Windward Maroons and the Leeward Maroons were eastward and westward, respectively. All right. So, jumping down to the next paragraph, it says, in fighting for and maintaining their freedom, both the Leeward and Windward Maroons displayed highly skillful tactics, which proved to be most challenging for the English, right? Raven as a wolf. In the day, what does it say? In the day they, in the morning he shall devour the prey. All right. Most challenging for the English. Richard Price has given a vivid description of this to the bewilderment of their European enemies, whose rigid and conventional tactics were learnt on the open battlefields of Europe. These highly adaptable and mobile warriors took maximum advantage of local environments, striking and withdrawing with great rapidity, making extensive uses of ambushes to catch their adversaries in crossfire, fighting only when and where they chose, right? Devouring the prey. Depending, that's what it said, right? Devouring the prey? Yes, devour the prey. Depending on intelligence networks among non-Maroons, both slaves and white settlers, right? So, and these guerrilla warfare tactics, as they have become known throughout the times, were actually originally displayed, as far as I can tell, back with Abraham. He did exactly this thing, except he did it by night. But they were doing this, when and where they could. All right, it was mainly seen among Israelites, and we'll talk about Indian wars next week. So the Maroon War goes on to say, they fought with the British, they fought hard with the British, but eventually they ended up signing a treaty with them. All right. So let's see. Here we go. So jumping down as far as at night he shall divide the spoil. Let's see. So jumping down to this paragraph right here, you see me highlight. These communities still, to a great extent, maintain the culture of their forebears, despite some amount of assimilation into the wider Jamaican society, right? So some of these Maroon settlements still exist. The communities have their own leaders who are referred to as colonels historically. Their traditions are predominantly African-based, especially from the Akan region. It is, which is a Hebrew name. All right, going back to Akan. I forget what Akan means, but he was the troubler of Israel is also what he's known. He was a bad guy. He was a bad dude. In Joshua 7, he caused major problems as far as not being righteous, but still that's a Hebrew word, Akan. It is common view that most of the original Maroons were Cormorantes, natives of the Akan region. Among these traditions are the ambush dance, Mayoism, and an African-based pidgin language. Other elements of their traditions include jerked pork and the use of rum and pigs for rituals. So again, we see it's not done in righteousness, but they were still at night, doing these ambush dances, Mayoism, and these rituals. All right, they were dividing the spoil, so to speak. All right, so in Deuteronomy 33, it said, "And of Benjamin, the beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders." Going into Jamaica and West Indian areas, they don't receive hurricanes the way that even like Florida and like other Caribbean areas do. Jamaica doesn't really receive hurricanes like that, and it's the same over with the Solomon Islands over in the east with the tropical storms, the cyclones. They don't really receive them like that. All right. Is that all 100%? Yeah. So let me just zoom out. There we go. So yeah, we see Benjamin, the Jamaicans, and over in the east, the Solomon Islands, to Fiji, the Melanesians or the Melanated Islanders. That's all Melanesian means. So going to the recent hurricanes in Jamaica, this is from worlddata.info. All right, this is not my website or anybody I know's website. This is readily available. Hurricanes in Jamaica. Hurricanes only occur occasionally in Jamaica, so they don't really occur in Jamaica that often. On average, they happen about 5 times a year. However, hurricanes often do not make landfall in Jamaica, but turn northward beforehand. You see that right there? In Jamaica, they're dwelling safety. They're dwelling in safety by the Lord. The Lord shall cover him all the day long. He shall dwell between his shoulders. And if you look at the map, I got a map here of the Caribbean. I don't think I got a map of the Caribbean, surprisingly. But anyway, Jamaica is like in the middle of the Caribbean. It's like just south of Cuba, just southwest of Cuba. I know y'all ain't gonna be able to see this because I can barely see this. Jamaica is like down in here, dwelling in safety between the shoulders, right? Like if you look at like the North America as being one of the shoulders and Brazil as being the other one of the shoulders, it's dwelling safely, right? In the middle of all that, all right? In safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long. He shall dwell between his shoulders, all right? So that's just Jamaica, but when you read about the Solomon Islands as well on the same website, worlddata.info, cyclones on the Solomon Islands. Cyclones only occur occasionally on the Solomon Islands. So it's the same as Jamaica. On average, they happen about 5 times a year. However, cyclones do not make landfall on the Solomon Islands. So it's like literally the same thing, but on the other side of the world. All right? But turn southward beforehand, except it's not north, they turn south, right? Because that's on the other side of the world. The remnants didn't cause gusts of wind and rain on land. All right. Then it goes on to say who will be the most affected by it. And then look down here, it says the most severe cyclone to make landfall on the Solomon Islands in the past 12 months was blank because there hasn't been one. I mean, it's very apparent when you see the prophecies coming to pass, man. You see the prophecies in play. Yeah, so the Solomon Islands are right here. Now I said all of Melanesia pretty much. So that includes like Vanuatu, like all these islands right here. And as you can see, if one of the shoulders is like New Zealand, another one of the shoulders being like Papua, like right in the middle is the Solomon Islands. all right? And, Vanuatu and New Caledonia and all that. So that's the hurricanes in Jamaica and Solomon Islands, but also Bahamas. Like they don't happen in the Bahamas at all either. Like the last big one was in 2019, and before that it goes on. What does it say? In 1932, 1933, which was more about Cuba than anything else. Andrew in 92, which hit Florida and New Orleans more than anything else. And then Hurricane Oscar in 2024. I looked at that. It was a Category 1, so it was like a storm. It wouldn't even really be considered a hurricane, really. So Benjamin, the West Indians in those islands, in the Caribbean and even in the East, they aren't affected by these storms. They're dwelling safely, right? The Lord said He would dwell in safety, all right, fulfilling that prophecy, all right. So from there, we can talk about Levi real quick before we head out. So concerning Levi in Genesis 49, and this kind of like will let us know about Simeon as well. In Genesis 49, in verse 5, it says, Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations, right? So aren't all the tribes brothers? So why does it say Simeon and Levi are brethren? It's because they would dwell together, all right? And it says instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. That would be your voodoo on the Haitian side, and that would be your Santeria on the Dominican side, all right? It said, O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly, mine honor, be not thou united. That's why they're split right down the middle. They can't be united unless it's in righteousness. That's the only way they can be united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dig down a wall, right? The only way they're going to be united is with all the 12 tribes, right? Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel, right? So that's what the Lord ended up doing as far as like, we read about that at the very beginning of the lesson. He put the Levites among all the tribes, right? Eventually the Levites were, kicked out as far as Jeroboam being wicked, but that's the role that God had for the Levites, right? Put them everywhere. Don't put them in one place where they can be united with Simeon. And when they are in one place, as it says, Simeon and Levi are brethren, be not thou united, right? So we see that with, I'll just show you on the 12 tribes chart, Levi being the Haitians and Simeon being the Dominicans. So you see here with the DR and Haiti, it's divided, right? Split right down the middle. And we see that in history as well with, again, the Haitian Revolution. So let's read Deuteronomy 33 concerning Levi. Verse 8. And of Levi he said, let thy Thummim and thy Urim be with thy Holy One, whom thou did prove at Massah, and whom thou did strive with, and with whom thou did strive at the waters of Meribah. Right? So the high priest had the Urim and the Thummim. I don't know specifically what the Urim and the Thummim is. Similar to dice, where it's a probability thing. And he's saying, like, the Lord will be with you as far as, like, in the probability, right? You ask it a question, or you ask the Lord a question, you roll a Urim and a Thummim to get an answer, right? So that's what the priest would do concerning Urim and Thummim. But he's saying the Levite's going to be the priest, right? He's giving the Levites the blessings of priests. Who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew his own children, for they have observed thy word and kept thy covenant. Right? So that was in, I believe it was Numbers 25, or was that Exodus 32? Might have been Exodus 32 when Moses said, who is for the Lord? Right? When the people had made a golden calf, Moses had said, okay, who is for the Lord, and go and slay those who are not for the Lord. And the Levites stepped up. I can't remember if that was in Numbers 25 or if that was in Exodus 32. Okay, yeah, here we go. In Exodus 32, and verse 26, Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. right? So they said, look, we're not worshiping this golden calf. We're going to be on the side of the Lord. And he said unto them, thus said the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in out from the gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moses had said, consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, and he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. Right? So that's what Moses is making reference to here. They went around killing the idolaters at that time. All right. Who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew his own children, for they have observed thy word and kept thy covenant. All right. They shall teach Jacob thy judgments, and Israel thy law. Right. So not only the high priest Eleazar, Phinehas, right, starting with Aaron, of course, then Eleazar, Phinehas, but later on down the line you get Jehoiada was a high priest during the time of I forget who it was, maybe it was Jotham, Joash. I forget the name of the Judite king who was instructed by and saved and instructed by Jehoiada during the time that wicked Adaliah rose up. But also prophets like Jeremiah and Ezekiel were Levites, right? Priests even. They shall teach Jacob thy judgments and Israel thy law. They shall put incense before thee. And the Maccabeans, right? The Maccabean family was all Levites. And whole burnt sacrifice upon thy altar. Bless, Lord, his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. So that's what I was looking at as far as the Haitian Revolution. Bless, Lord, his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise up against him. Or that rise against him, excuse me. And of them that hate him, that they rise not again. So concerning the Haitian Revolution, which was maybe the most influential thing to happen in the Western Hemisphere since colonialism began. The Haitian Revolution was a series of conflicts between 1791 and 1804 between Haitian slaves, colonists, the armies of the British and French colonizers, and a number of other parties. Through the struggle, the Haitian people ultimately won independence from France and thereby became the first country to be founded by former slaves. Right, so this is on encyclopedia, or I guess it's just called Britannica.com, but that's an encyclopedia. Right, so jumping down, because I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm going to jump down to different what am I going to jump to? Which paragraph am I going to jump to? Just talking about I guess the start of the revolution itself, because I'm going to butcher some French names, all right, but Toussaint Louverture, right? He was the main guy fighting. So starting right here in this paragraph, in May 1791, the French revolutionary government granted citizenship to the wealthier affranchis, I guess, but Haiti's European population disregarded the law. Within 2 months, isolated fighting broke out between Europeans and affranchis. And in August, thousands of slaves rose up in rebellion. I'm getting tired. You can tell I'm slurring my words a little. The Europeans attempted to appease the mulattoes in order to quell the slave revolt, and the French Assembly granted citizenship to all affranchis in April 1792. The country was torn by rival factions, some of which were supported by Spanish colonists in Santo Domingo on the eastern side of the island, which later became the Dominican Republic. Right, so there we begin to see a divide between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Right, we may get into more of that next week, as far as because it didn't stop there. Haiti tried to take over the whole island at one point, but then not only the European Spaniards on the side of what is now the DR, but also the people there, right, the natives, they were fighting against them. Which later became the Dominican Republic, or by British troops from Jamaica. In 1793, a commissioner Liege, Felicite, Saint-Tenant. That's what it looks like to me. I could be mispronouncing that. Was sent from France to maintain order and offer freedom to slaves who joined his army. He soon abolished slavery altogether, a decision confirmed the following year by the French government. In the late 1790s, Toussaint Louverture, a military leader and former slave, gained control of several areas and earned the initial support of French agents. He gave nominal allegiance to France while pursuing his own political and military designs. Right? He told France, "Hey, I'm on your side," but then he did his own thing, which included negotiating with the British. In January 1801, Toussaint conquered Santo Domingo, and in May of that year, he had himself named Governor General for life. Right? So we're going to get into that here in a minute as far as why Haiti is the way that it is today, and more specifically, why Papua New Guinea is the way that it is today. Because when you look at that map of Oceania, going back to that map, concerning Papua New Guinea, you see how it's split right down the middle the same way that Santo Domingo is today, as far as split between a mostly black side and a mixed with native side, right? And I guess the black people of Papua New Guinea are also native to that island, but you know what I'm saying. There's an Indonesian side and there's a independent side. Let's see. But anyway, he put the peasants back to work on the plantations under military rule and encouraged many of the French proprietors to return. In December 1801, Napoleon Bonaparte, later Napoleon I, wishing to maintain control of the island, attempted to restore the old regime and European rule by sending his brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc. So keep Leclerc in mind. With an experienced force from Saint Domingue, that included Alexandre Save Petillon and several other exiled mulatto officers. Toussaint struggled for several months against Leclerc's forces before agreeing to an armistice in 1802. However, the French broke the agreement and imprisoned him in France. He died on April 7th, 1803. Right, so this Toussaint Louverture, he didn't make it. All right, he got betrayed in the way that he was betraying them. You know, you reap what you sow. Some of Toussaint's lieutenants, most notably Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Henri Christophe, right? These guys are the real main players at this point, resumed the war against the French in 1802. They were soon joined by Petillon and other mulatto leaders who were infuriated by the restoration of the restrictions on their caste, right? Because they thought that, they had kind of escaped that whole racism thing, but no. Both the blacks and the mulattoes were enraged by reports that France had reestablished slavery in Guadeloupe and Martinique. And the struggle was carried on with great desperation. The French were weakened by an epidemic of yellow fever. Open that link in a new tab. What does yellow fever do to you? All right, an infectious disease, one of the great epidemic diseases of the tropical world, though it sometimes has occurred in temperate zones as well. The disease caused by flavivirus affects humans, all species of monkeys, and certain other small mammals. Okay, here we go. It says yellow fever appears with a sudden onset of fever, chills, headache, backache, nausea, and vomiting. And it said, and you also get jaundice, right? So that's why it's called yellow fever, because jaundice. You get jaundiced. But not only is it a fever, but it also affects your stomach, right? Nausea and vomiting. Remember what the prophecy was concerning Levi. He said, Moses called on the Lord. He said, smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. All right. It said Leclerc. This was the what was it? Brother-in-law? Who was it? Yeah, the brother-in-law of Napoleon. Right, it's part of the royal family of France. All right. Succumbed to the disease in November 1802, and the conclusion of the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 signaled Napoleon's intention to withdraw from North America. So France was never the same again after the Haitian Revolution. It says less than 3 weeks later, the French position in Haiti became truly hopeless with the renewal of hostilities between France and Britain, on May 18th, 1803. As it said, smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. That's exactly what happened concerning the Haitian Revolution. All right? So now, let's get Malachi 2. Like I said, concerning why Haiti is the way that it is today, and why, more specifically, why Papua is so bad. All right? Haiti's bad, but Papua is even lower, if you ask me. To be fair, though, I ain't been to either place. I'm just going off what I've read. And heard, I guess. So in Malachi 2, starting with 1, and now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you, the Levites, the priests, if ye will not hear, and if you will not lay it to heart, to give glory unto my name, saith the Lord of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yea, I have cursed them already, because you do not lay it to heart. Right? So God said, I'm going to send these curses upon you. All right? Behold, I will corrupt your seed, and spread dung upon your faces, even the dung of your solemn feast. And one shall take you away with it. Right? So he said, you're going to be corrupted. Look at all the Haitian gangs. All right? You're going to be corrupted. And I don't even want to talk about all the filth and disgusting things that the Papuans do. All right? And ye shall know that I have sent this commandment unto you, that my covenant might be with Levi, saith the Lord of hosts. All right? So he said, you're going to get it the worst because you were supposed to be the closest to me. All right? The closest to the Lord, hey, you're going to get it the worst if you go off. My covenant was with him of life and peace, and I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me, and was afraid before my name. Right? That's what we read in Exodus 32. They chose to follow the Lord. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. Right? Like I said, the prophets, like Jeremiah and Ezekiel, they were of Levi. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law in his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. But ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupted the covenant of Levi, said the Lord of hosts. Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base before all the people. Right? So even compared to other places where Israelites may be, hey, the lowest of the low over here in the West is Haiti. All right? As far as like places to go. All right? Places to live. All right? And over in the East, the lowest of the low as far as base, and like I said, I'm not even going to get into all the filth and disgusting things they do. Look it up on your own time as far as the Papuans are concerned. All right? The Papua New Guinea is the basest. All right? And base before all the people, according as ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law. And it's all because these who were supposed to be the priests and instructors of the law were the worst. All right? So, hey, you're going to get it the worst. It is what it is. So, from there, I want to start with Ezekiel 37. I don't want to read all of Ezekiel 37, but just so that we can understand why I split this up as far as the 12 tribes breakdown. I split it up into last week. I went into Judah. And honestly, Joseph is going to be 2 parts, especially with the late start that I got tonight. Joseph is definitely going to be split up into 2 parts. But in Ezekiel 37, let's go ahead and go there. I talked about it last week as far as the kingdom split. Ezekiel 37 is about the restoration of the Israelites and God's kingdom. That's what Ezekiel 37 is about, all right? So, starts with the Valley of Dry Bones, and then it talks about the tribes coming together again. So, Ezekiel 37, starting with 15. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Moreover, thou son of man, take thee 1 stick and write upon it for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Right? So last week we talked about Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. All right? So, now we're getting into Joseph being the representative of the northern kingdom. All right, Joseph is just representative of the rest of the tribes that we didn't talk about last week. Speaking of, I need to pull up these 12 tribes charts for y'all. So this is the one that most Israelite congregations are used to. They usually just say 12 tribes chart, but really it's incomplete because it only talks about the Israelites in the West. And this one is to fill in the blanks, kind of fill in the gaps as far as the Israelites that are in the East as well. All right, we talked a little bit about that last week. As we go further over the next couple of weeks, we'll get more into that specifically. And really what I wanted to do this week is go into the general overview of the Israelite Phoenician connection. I had mentioned it a little bit last week, and I really touched on it in Bible History 101 when Solomon had made the agreement with Hiram. And we can go ahead and get that now. In 1 Kings 5. So in 1 Kings 5, when he was preparing for the temple, it says, and Hiram, king of Tyre is, you have Tyre and Zidon, which were the two major cities of the ancient Phoenicians, all right? The ancient Canaanites, specifically the seafaring Canaanites, the Phoenicians, they were based out of Zidon, really, but also Tyre. Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants unto Solomon, for he had heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father. For Hiram was ever a lover of David, right? David had a reputation. His fame went to all the surrounding people round about. They were either scared of him or they were like Hiram and they loved him. And Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, Thou knowest how that my father could not build a house unto the name of the Lord his God for the wars which were about him on every side, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my God hath given me rest on every side, so that there is neither adversary nor evil occurrent. And behold, I purpose to build an house unto the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord spake unto David my father, saying, Thy son whom I will set upon thy throne in thy room, he shall build a house unto my name. Now therefore command you that they hew me cedar trees out of Lebanon. And my servants shall be with thy servants, and unto thee will I give hire for thy servants, according to all that thou shalt appoint. For thou knowest that there is not among us any that can skill to hew timber like unto the Zidonians. Right? So Solomon is saying, hey, let's make an agreement. Let's make a pact together. You help me build the temple, and I will also help you as well with some workers. Right? And then we later on, we'll get to how he actually paid Hiram later on down the line. But the cedar trees that are in Lebanon were the best timber in the region. So that's why he's talking to Hiram, because he controlled that region. And it came to pass when Hiram heard the words of Solomon that he rejoiced greatly and said, Blessed be the Lord this day, which hath given unto David a wise son over this great people. And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have considered the things which thou sent to me for, and I will do all thy desire concerning timber of cedar and concerning timber of fir. My servant shall bring them down from Lebanon unto the sea, and I will convey them by sea in floats unto the place that thou shalt appoint me, and will cause them to be discharged there. And thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt accomplish my desire in giving food for my household. You see that right there. So pay us in, as it goes on to say, wheat. So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees and fir trees according to all his desire. And Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat for food to his household, and 20 measures of pure oil. Thus gave Solomon to Hiram year by year. So I'm just kind of reading a little further to see if we need to read this, and definitely verse 12. And the Lord gave Solomon wisdom as he promised him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they two made a league together. So here's where we first see the Israelite Phoenician connection. All right, this is where they first made a covenant together. They first made a brotherly covenant, as we as we will, or I should say, as Amos referred to it when they ended up breaking it, when the Canaanites ended up breaking it. And what we see later on, they actually refer to each other as brothers. And then it goes on to say the specific works. We're not necessarily even talking about the things that they're doing specifically. We're just looking at this connection between the Israelites and Phoenicians. All right, that's going to be important when you study like academic sources, when you look at secular sources, because the people in the secular world, secular historians, secular archaeologists, they pretty much always refuse to acknowledge the validity of the scriptures, right? They'll use secular terms like Phoenician in place of Israelite. When really the Israelites and the Phoenicians were so intertwined, they pretty much became one and the same. Like as far as the Phoenician culture ended up being almost entirely populated by Israelites, and the Hebrew culture of the Israelites really influenced the Phoenician cities. And so here we go. In chapter 9 of 1 Kings, I'm going to jump down to verse 10. And it came to pass at the end of 20 years, when Solomon had built the two houses, the house of the Lord and the king's house, right? So Solomon also built his house with the Phoenician timber. Now Hiram, the king of Tyre, had furnished Solomon with cedar trees and fir trees, and with gold, according to all his desire. That then King Solomon gave Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee. And Hiram came out from Tyre to see the cities which Solomon had given him, and they pleased him not, right? Because Solomon kind of gave him the worst cities. And he said, "What cities are these which thou hast given me, my brother?" Right? So we see that Hiram actually referred to him as a brother. And he called them the land of Kabul unto this day, which means unpleased. And Hiram sent to the king 60 talents of gold. So that would be 120 talents of gold. All right. So again, jumping down, because we're just trying to see the connection here. All right. Just trying to see the correlation between these two groups of people. All right. So jumping down to verse 26, and King Solomon made a navy of ships, and Ezion Geber is how I always pronounce it. It could be Ezion Geber, whichever, which is beside Elath on the shore of the Red Sea in the land of Edom. Right. So let me see if I got that on the map real quick. This probably shows Elath. Yeah, Elath is right there. So it's right beside Elath. Ezion Geber is right beside Elath. All right. Where Solomon had made a navy of ships, right? At Ezion Geber, which is beside Elath, right there in the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. And Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen, right? Mariners, all right? Navigators that had knowledge of the sea with these servants of Solomon, right? So the Phoenicians, and we'll read about this in a different source here shortly, how the Phoenicians, since they were around since before the days of Abraham, right? Understand that. The Canaanites were one of the first nations of people established. They were established in Genesis 10, all right? Alongside Egypt, alongside, like the children of Joktan weren't too far behind, over there around the Indus River. Nimrod and Sumeria was pretty much the first, but the Phoenicians and Egyptians were shortly after. All right. They were around a long time before Israel had ever got established, right? So they had knowledge of, maritime trade specifically is what they were into, but just being mariners, right? Understanding, as it said here, the knowledge of the sea, all right, with the servants of Solomon. So the Israelites who served Solomon, they learned from the Phoenicians. They learned from the best as far as navigators, sea-faring navigators, all right? And it says, and they came to Ophir. Ophir is India, all right, and fetched from thence gold, 420 talents, and brought it to King Solomon, all right? So again, jumping over to 1 Kings 10, it says the same thing. And the navy also of Hiram, the Phoenicians, that brought gold from Ophir, brought in from Ophir great plenty of almug trees. So these almug trees are red sandalwood. All right, sandalwood trees only comes from India and that region, Southeast Asia, South Asia. All right, and precious stones. And the king made of the almug trees pillars for the house of the Lord. And for the king's house, harps also and psalteries for singers. There came no such almug trees, nor were seen unto this day. Right? So, here we see during the days of Solomon, there was Israelites that was going out towards India. All right? And it wouldn't be much of a stretch to say beyond India either. All right? Since the days of Solomon. All right? So jumping down to where it's talking about Tarshish. Well, I'll read verse 14. It's talking about, now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold, 666 talents of gold. Beside that, he had of the merchantmen and of the traffic of the spice merchants and of all the kings of Arabia and of the governors of the country. Right. So of all the like merchantmen, like the Phoenicians, and the traffic of spice merchants, right, and from Arabia, right. So he had all of these things coming to him, flowing through Jerusalem, all right, flowing through the land of Israel, all right. So jumping down to verse 22, for the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish, with the navy of Hiram, right. So it said, yeah, the navy of Hiram that was stationed at Ezion-Geber, right, that went out towards the east, the ships of Tarshish, that's more Mediterranean traffic, all right? So Solomon had it set up in either direction. So and having control of, from the Nile to the Euphrates, that was the area that he controlled, because remember, he had married with the Pharaoh's daughter, right? He had married her. So now he's got a connection with Egypt all the way down to the Nile, right? And then up towards the north, David had conquered everything leading into the Euphrates, right? So all that region he had control of, plus he's got ships that go out from the Red Sea all the way to India, and he's got these Mediterranean ships. Solomon controlled everything in the world at that time. The Israelites were going all over the world at that time, all right? That's one of the ways that the Israelites spread out, all right? Even from the days of Solomon, which was the 10th century BC. So very long time ago, right? About a little bit more, or I should say a little bit less than 1,000 years before Christ. All right, 10th century BC is like 900s BC. That's when Solomon was. That's when all these Israelites started spreading out, all right? And you could say before then if you wanted to, just based on, individual migrations. But I mean on a large scale, Israelites moving all over the place at that time, all right, 10th century BC. At sea, a navy of Tarshish with the navy of Hiram. Once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. So the type of merchandise that they brought in shows you that these, because keep in mind what the Mediterranean actually is. Because you think Mediterranean, I don't necessarily know what other people think when they think Mediterranean, but it seems like when you go to like a Mediterranean restaurant, for example, it's mostly like you're thinking of like Greece or like Turkey. But the Mediterranean is the Middle East, Europe, and Africa. It's all of that. The Mediterranean connects all of that. All right? Just to show on a map here. I'm sure I got a map. Of not all the Mediterranean, I guess. Well, the Roman Empire was all of the Mediterranean. That's why they ruled the world at that time, that they did, because they had all the Mediterranean. So yeah, here's the Mediterranean. It gives you entrance into Africa, into Europe, and obviously Israel is in the Middle East, right? So, but look at the merchandise that they're bringing in: gold, silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. So specifically ivory And apes only come from Africa. There's no like European elephants, right? That I'm thinking specifically of ivory, right? So like all of these regions are getting Israelites because, as I said here, they come once every 3 years, right? So that's a voyage. That's not, you go on a trip and you come back. That is you go on a voyage here, you make a stop here, you make a stop there, you stay there for a while, you make a stop over here, then you come back bringing whatever, you had gotten. So that's where we see the origins of the Israelite-Phoenician connection, but it doesn't stop there. Not hardly. All right. Yeah, From Babylon to Timbuktu by Dr. Windsor. And as I said last week, and just in general, media literacy is important. It's not just like media literacy. I'm using that term because that's more of like a social media type thing. That's more of a modern term. But that also applies to like TV shows that you're watching, movies that you're watching, books that you're reading. Understand the biases that each person has. All right, so you can understand like where they might be right, where they might be wrong, and even and I will say this: when you understand a person's biases, because everybody has biases, no one's completely objective. Some people try to be objective, and I commend them for that, I suppose. But sometimes it's better when somebody just reveals their biases, right? But when you understand someone's biases, it's easier to parse through, okay, what is fact and what is fiction, all right? What is something that they're adding to this? What is something that they're trying to force? And what is something that is just fact, right? And that's going to become more apparent as I did last week, went into, I guess, the Moors and Jews in Spain, that book. That's not a secular book necessarily because the guy who wrote that was Jewish, but it certainly wasn't a Hebrew Israelite source, quote unquote. Whereas Dr. Windsor, he pretty much is in the faith in that regard. But these other sources that I'm pulling from, the majority of them, or at least with a couple of them that we'll also be getting into tonight, they're secular sources. Yes, page 106, From Babylon to Timbuktu. All right, it says the Canaanites and Phoenicians in Africa. The language, which is called Hebrew Phoenician or Canaanite, was employed in the lands called Phoenicia, Palestine, or Canaan for over 1,000 years before the Aramaeans, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob came to Canaan. Now, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob weren't Aramaeans by blood. All right, they weren't Syrians because that's who Aramaeans are. They were Hebrews, right, from Eber, whereas Aramaeans are Semitic, but they're not Hebrew. All right. Abraham was a Hebrew who just so happened to live in Ur of the Chaldees, and he went up through Mesopotamia and came down to Canaan. That was his journey. We've talked about that before. So they're not Aramaeans, and they were Hebrews. So their language was Hebrew. That's what they spoke. The Israelites lost their Aramaic language and adopted the Hebrew speech of the Canaanites. The thing about the Canaanites is they also spoke Hebrew. All right, except it wasn't. It's a Phoenician script. It's not like the modern Hebrew. And he is true that, or rather, I should say, he is accurate in that Abraham and all his descendants pretty much picked up the Phoenician script for the Hebrew language. Now, whether that was already the script for the Hebrew language in general, or whether he learned that from the Canaanites, I cannot tell. I cannot say. But what I can say is that. Since probably even before Solomon, as I said, the Hebrew-Phoenician connection really started with Solomon. But probably even before Solomon, they more than likely shared a language. The Phoenicians and the Hebrews shared a script, shared a writing language. That's what I mean by script. And also shared a spoken language. So that's all he's talking about here as far as like the languages being the same. The Hebrew Phoenician merchants from the cities of Zidon and Tyre controlled the trade along the Mediterranean coast for more than 1,000 years before there were any economic treaties made with the Israelites. Yes, and I spoke to that as far as like the Phoenicians were established before Abraham even got there. That's why Canaanites were all throughout the land whenever he got there, because they were all either related to or were exactly Phoenicians. The Hebrew-speaking Phoenicians, and he has in brackets here, Canaanites, established their greatest city, Carthage, at Tunis in North Africa. So let's go back to maps, just so y'all can see where Tunis is. It's in modern-day Tunisia. That's where the name Tunisia comes from, is from Tunis, which is the Arabic name for Carthage. So you see here the same area that is Tunisia today, and even Tunis in ancient times, the city is in ancient times it was first called Carthage, or to the Romans Carthago, excuse me. So let's get back at it. Talking about Carthage and the establishment of it. Before the Phoenicians established their colony, Carthage, in Africa, many Hebrew-speaking Canaanites had migrated across northern Africa. One Tosefta, let me zoom in a little bit. Quoting an older source, said that when Joshua approached Canaan, he told the inhabitants that 3 courses were open to them. They could either leave the country, or they could sue for peace, or they could declare a war against him. Now, we know according to the scriptures, he told them, or rather the Lord told him not to make peace with any of them. So I don't know if I necessarily trust that source. What could be trusted, though, is that some of the Canaanites fled from Joshua. That sounds something like they would do. The Girgashites, among others, preferred to withdraw into Africa. The Tosefta goes on to say that the Amorites, the Cadmonai, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, some of whom figure among the founders of Carthage, also went to Africa, right? Because as I said, as he said, as I've been saying, the Phoenicians were already, established maritime traders. They were already established seafaring men, right? Mariners. So they would have already known pretty much all the Mediterranean locations, and probably would have populated some of them as well. Let's see. These traditions date from a period when communication between Africa and Phoenicia was continuous. And I would probably assume the same. The proper names of Girgash and Kenaz are often met with in Carthaginian and Phoenician inscriptions. The Talmud says that the Canaanites in Africa asked Alexander the Great to restore them their country, which had been taken from their ancestors by Joshua the son of Nun, Joshua ben Nun. 107. These traditions have been ratified by the fathers of the church. Thus, St. Jerome calls to witness the Talmud to support his statement that the Girgashites established colonies in Africa, and St. Augustine designates the natives of Africa as Canaanites. See, that's the right now who's populating North Africa mostly is the Ishmaelites. They kind of push the Canaanites out, but most of the like West African and Central Africans are and South Africans are Canaanites, and the ones that ain't are Israelites. All right, it's the Israelite Phoenicians who went down in there and mixed with Cush a bit, depending on what you're talking about. So it says the prophet Isaiah in Isaiah 19:18 says that 5 cities in Africa will speak the language of Canaan, right? The Egyptian cities. We should not forget that the Israelites have been engaged in commercial enterprises, activities, and migrations since Solomon's treaty with the Phoenicians, and that's why I started off with the Solomon-Hiram agreement and covenant, brotherly covenant. The Phoenicians established their metropolis, Carthage, in the 9th century BC, and that's why I made a big distinction with the 10th century BC is when Solomon made his treaty, right? And let's go even further in the book of the Kings, into the 9th century BC, chapter, what am I looking for, 16, I think it is. This would be the middle of the 9th century BC, as far as I know. And we can look it up here in a second. But let's see. So you had Omri, being wicked and evil. But he was a mighty man in the northern kingdom of Israel. He's the one who established Samaria. All right, when you read about the Samaritans in the New Testament, it's all because Omri had established the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. He had established the capital of Joseph as Samaria. All right, he established Samaria as the capital of Joseph. All right, Omri, probably a Manasseh, could have been Ephraimite, I guess. So it says, now the rest of the acts of Omri, which he did, and his might that he showed, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? We don't have that book. We have the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah. That's the Chronicles that's in the Bible. So Omri slept with his fathers and was buried in Samaria, and Ahab his son reigned in his stead. In the 38th year of Asa, king of Judah, began Ahab, the son of Omri, to reign over Israel. And Ahab, the son of Omri, reigned over Israel and Samaria 22 years. Right? So those 22 years. Let me look up Ahab, king of Israel. Let's see what dates it gives on Google. I don't necessarily trust the dates on Google all the time, but sometimes they'll give you a rough estimate. 918 BC is when he was born, and died 853 BC, right? So 22 years before that would put him 875 is when he started his reign, 875 BC to 853. Am I right about that, or am I getting that wrong? Either way, yeah, that should be right. Regardless, the middle of the 9th century BC, all right, is when Ahab reigned. And the thing about Ahab, the part that I wanted to get, and it came to pass as if it had been a light thing for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, right, the first king of the northern kingdom, did everything wickedly, did everything wrong, established idols for the people to worship, give Joseph a bad foundation as far as trying to pursue righteousness, all right. That he took, meaning Ahab took to wife Jezebel. If y'all have never read of this biblical character, it's not good. Or y'all maybe have heard at least the term that people call wicked women. Jezebel comes from this person, the daughter of Ethbel, king of the Zidonians, king of the Phoenicians. All right, and went and served Baal and worshiped him. All right, so that's what Ahab did. He intermarried with the Phoenicians. All right, instead of somebody like Solomon, who he did end up intermarrying with the Phoenicians, but the covenant that he made with Hiram was based on righteousness. It wasn't based off political ties and I'll serve your God if I can marry your daughter and all this kind of stuff like Ahab did. All right, Ahab was wicked and evil. All right. It said, and went and served Baal and worshipped him, and he reared up an altar for Baal in the house of Baal, which he had built in Samaria. So here we see not only a connection between Ahab and the Phoenicians, but also a taking on their culture, all right, and becoming like the Phoenicians, all right. And if you think, and since it says that the king married a Canaanite woman, it was probably in fashion and in vogue for some of the commoners to marry some of the common Canaanite women as well. There was probably all sorts of intermixing going on here between the Israelites and the Phoenicians. It's not wild or crazy to assume that, all right? And Ahab made a grove, and Ahab did more to provoke the Lord God of Israel to anger than all the kings of Israel that were before him, right? He did all sorts of wickedness by becoming like the Phoenicians and intermarrying with the Phoenicians, worshiping their God, taking on their culture. All right, going back to what we're reading here in the Google Drive, as far as when Carthage was established, was a time when the Israelites were heavily tied to the to the Phoenicians, excuse me, in the 9th century BC. Now, it was probably even after Ahab died that Carthage was established. For some reason, I'm thinking around 817 BC. I could be wrong, but I think it was the latter half of the 9th century BC when Carthage was established. Eventually, they conquered the neighboring tribes from Libya to the Atlantic Ocean, disseminating their Hebrew Phoenician language and culture in every direction. So you see here that in the book, Dr. Windsor is describing a combined Hebrew and Phoenician culture. All right. The Hebrew Phoenician language and culture were invigorated and strengthened by the deportation and migration of energetic black Hebrews from Palestine. Ptolemy Soter of Egypt conquered Syria and Phoenicia, deporting more than 100,000 Hebrews. The Persian king Cambyses had previously sanctioned the colonization of Hebrews in Egypt. During the wars of the Maccabees, thousands of Hebrews became slaves and exiles. Ptolemy Lathyrus captured 10,000 slaves from the region of the Sea of Galilee. The king of Egypt, Psamtik I and Psamtik II, used Israelite garrisons on the Egyptian borders near Libya. The wars with Rome compelled hundreds of thousands more to escape into North Africa, right? So obviously, Dr. Windsor is making the case of Israelites, Hebrews in general, in Africa, all right? And we talked about this last week, so I'm kind of getting on through it. During the Punic Wars and after, North Africa contained a large Hebrew population. This Hebrew population made converts and intermarried with the Canaanites and the native Africans. The city and language of Hannibal, right, so going on to the next chapter and the next page. At the ruins of Carthage, archaeologists have found about 4,000 inscriptions in the ancient language of Canaan, right, which, as we have established, is Hebrew. All right, let me go ahead and get rid of that. Nahum Schlaus says these inscriptions date from, that would be this page, 108, date from the time of Nehemiah, of Simon the Just, of Hannibal and Hasdrubal, right? So like the name Hannibal and Hasdrubal, they have the name Baal in them, as you would read like many names in the Bible that have Yah in them or El in them. It's all based on like the God that you serve, or the God that your parents served, I suppose, because they named you. Says Slouch, and most valuable of all, we have found again the ancient language and writing of Canaan. The rich idiomatic speech of a city which once counted 700,000 inhabitants, and we Hebrew writers, we who write and feel in our biblical tongue, have recognized at once that this recalled Phoenician language is nothing more nor less than Hebrew, a pure dialect, nearly the same as was spoken in the country of Israel, right? So the modern Hebrew language is more distant, right? As far as the writing of it is more distant than, it was in ancient times. The vowels used in it is not the same as the ancient. Whereas the Phoenician script and dialect is closer to the pure Hebrew that the ancients spoke, all right? And of course, over time, languages evolve and things like that. So I'm not necessarily going to get into a language discussion, but the point is that the Hebrew-Phoenician connection was well established in Carthage. The population of Carthage was derived from Palestine, and its civilization was Hebraic in origin. Right, so we see here from historical sources, because we read in the scripture how the northern kingdom Israelites took on the Phoenician culture, took on the Canaanite culture. But we also see with historical texts that the Phoenicians also took on a Hebrew culture. It was a mixed culture, all right? And that's what we see with northern kingdom Israelites, is a mixed culture. All right, especially when you get to those Israelites that's in the east, right? Because they went through all the heathen to get there, but also over here in the west as well. The indigenous over here as well. It's a mixed culture. All right. Let's see. After much research that the language the population of Carthage, I'll read that again, was derived from Palestine, and its civilization was Hebraic in origin. Slouch is certain, after much research, that the language Hannibal spoke and in which he directed his troops was Hebrew. There is evidence that the Carthaginians possessed a high priesthood, and their ceremonies and sacrifices were similar to the rituals found in the book of Leviticus, right? So a kind of priesthood, all right? Not necessarily the holy high priesthood, but a similar priesthood. According to some inscriptions, the Hebrew tribes of Asher and Zebulun, okay, two northern kingdom tribes, were in Carthage from the foundation of the city. All right, and this is where a lot of your Afro-Brazilians and your Afro-Latino people come from that are in Central America, come from the descendants of these Carthaginians. All right. Were in Carthage from the foundation of the city. At the ruins of Carthage were excavated many inscriptions containing many Hebrew names such as Joab, Joash, and Joel. All right. The city of Tunis is said to be neither Arab nor European. Tunis is a Jewish city. Nowhere else does the Jew feel at home as he does in Tunis. Slouch says so beautifully, and indeed, Tunis, the inheritor of Hebrew Carthage, is the eternal city of the Jews. For like the phoenix, the Jews have risen again and again out of the ashes of their destruction. After the sacking of Carthage, the Jews were found again in Carthage under Roman dominion. After the Byzantine persecutions, they fled into the desert, and even under the persecution of the Arabs, the Jews somehow managed to survive the catastrophe after catastrophe, right? So I turned to that book first just to show you the connection between the Israelites and the Phoenicians, all right? And we showed it in the scriptures. We showed it in, I showed it in the scriptures. I showed it in From Babylon to Timbuktu, right? So now let's get some of these secular sources who won't mention the Israelites as much, won't mention the Hebrews as much, but they do mention the Phoenicians. All right. So this first one is from Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients. This is the cover of the book. It's published by Time Life Books. All right. I imagine it's compiled by different authors because it doesn't give an author's name, but this is from Time Life Books. Hardly a Hebrew Israelite source. This is a secular source. Like I said, you can look up Time Life Books. From that book, there's I believe the chapter is called Navigators, and it talks about all these different stories from different peoples and their navigations, right? So the question, the title up here at the top is Phoenicians in America? Question mark. We are sons of Canaan from Zidon. Begins the manuscript. It is written in a Phoenician language used some 500 years before the birth of Christ. All right, so they found this stone, and I guess it's going to say, in only 8 lines it tells a story of a voyage around Africa, of storm, human sacrifice, and salvation on the shores of what is now Brazil, right? And I would even question this translation, because saying they're from Zidon or like from like the Middle East, right? Saying they're from Israel because that's where Zidon is. Zidon is like right there in Israel. And when you read the allotment of the tribes, right, that Joshua designated out, Zidon actually belongs to Asher. And they ended up in Brazil. So, I'll go ahead and pull that up in the scriptures because this story of this people that came around Africa and settled in Brazil is actually prophecy. It's not the Canaanites who were going to do it. It was the Israelites. It was the northern kingdom of Israel. In 2 Ezra 13, in verse 40. It says those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, so came they into another land. So I do want to get that, what that's referencing in 2 Ezra, because in 2 Ezra 13, it's actually a vision Ezra is being shown, and this is the interpretation of the vision that he's receiving. He saw a peaceable multitude, and the angel is describing to him who that peaceable multitude is. He said, those are the 10 tribes, and then the angel, of course, references the history that's written here in 2 Kings 17. All right. So in 2 Kings 17, starting with 1. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea, the son of Elah, to reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him, right? So he wasn't as bad as like Ahab, for example. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, that's Shalmaneser the fifth, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents, right? He became a servant under tribute, right? He had to pay taxes to him. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, right? Because Hoshea wanted to rebel against the Assyrians. For he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt. Keep that in mind. He sent messengers to the king of Egypt and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Right. So Shalmaneser knew something was up, because he said, "Wait a minute, Hoshea ain't sent his taxes in yet. Let's go pay him a visit." Therefore, the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. So this is the destruction of Samaria. All right. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan and in the cities of the Medes. Right, so place them in modern day Iran, and I believe it's just Iran. If I could look and see where these rivers are, as far as let's look at the map. Let's look at the map of Assyria real quick. Map of Assyria. Where are we at? Here we go. Does it show the Tigris? Because that's where the river goes in and comes off the Tigris. Yeah, so this would be like modern day Iraq, Iran. That'd be the city of the Medes, would be in Iran. So I was just trying to get specifically as far as by the river of Gozan and the cities of the Medes. So place them in Iraq and Iran. All right. So we're not going to get into necessarily the Israelites who were / are, because there's going to be a remnant in Iran, but keep that in mind for next week. I'll try to get into it. Them people, because most of them went east. And as it says, for so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods, right? And said, and walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel, right? So they walk like the Canaanites. They become like the Canaanites. They become like the Phoenicians, and of the kings of Israel, which they had made. All right. So, I want to jump down as far as where are they at? Here we go, verse 15. It says, and they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them. Right? So not only went after them mentally and took on their culture, but also went after them physically and laid with them, right? Intermixed with them. Like they did with the Phoenicians, as we read with Ahab. All right? Concerning whom the Lord had charged them that they should not do like them. All right? So that's what the angel is making reference to when he's talking to Ezra here. All right, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king. All right, so those 10 tribes would be Ephraim, Manasseh, Simeon, Gad, Reuben, Issachar, Zebulun, Asher, Naphtali. That would be the 9 tribes that are usually represented on charts, and even in the book of Revelation 7 is where the names on the chart come from, but also Dan, right? Dan is not necessarily mentioned on charts and things like that. Not mentioned in Revelation 7, Dan isn't. But those are the 10 tribes, which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, right? Represented by Joseph. As we read in Ezekiel 37, Joseph and his companions, whom Shalmaneser the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land, right? As we just read, Iraq and Iran. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. All right. So they said, hey, let's get out of here. We have heard tales and heard stories of a place where never mankind dwelt. These stories being passed down from, the Israelite Phoenicians. I was trying to think of a better term for them. The Israelite Phoenicians during the time of Solomon, right? Because remember, they had control of all the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, because that's where the Red Sea leads out to, the Indian Ocean. That they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow places of the river, right? So they entered into the Euphrates, got dumped out there in the Persian Gulf, and sailed around Africa, as we're reading in the in this Time Life books, Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients. All right. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. Right, it took me a year and a half to get over here. And the same region is called Arsareth. All right. So just to show you, I'm not making this up as far as this idea, this theory. Oh, that's a crackpot theory. No one ever would subscribe to that. Here in the, I believe it's the online Jewish encyclopedia. So again, not a Hebrew Israelite source. This is from Jewish people, the Jewish encyclopedia. All right. It says the unedited full text of the I can't read that. That's too blurry. 1905, 1908 Jewish encyclopedia. It says Arzareth, as we just read it here, Arsareth, the same as Arzareth. The name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitations of man, right? Because you think about it, at that time, which would have been around 500 BC when they got freed, right? They wouldn't have got freed from that captivity in Assyria until Cyrus came and freed the Hebrews, right? In Ezra 1, you read about that. Far away from the habitations of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of restoration, according to 4th Esdras 13-45. And that's what we're reading right now. In the Bible, it's called 2nd Esdras, but it's referred to as 4th Esdras by the Jewish encyclopedia, because 1st Ezra would be Ezra, and then Nehemiah would be 2nd Ezra. Whereas in the Bible, it's Ezra, Nehemiah, 1st Esdras, and 2nd Esdras, all right? Columbus identified America with this land. So this idea that Columbus was looking for India and he just didn't know how to get to India, that's ridiculous, all right? Everyone knew that the way you get to India at that time was either you travel the spice routes or you sail around Africa. Everybody knew that, all right? A lot of people knew that there was a land over here as well, especially if you were like Columbus and you read and you read Ezra, all right? I may get into more into that next week, because there's a lot of this to cover. And I'm not even getting into individual tribes this week. I'll try to do that next week. All right. It says, see Kaiserling's Christopher Columbus, right? And that's a book written by, I believe it was a Jewish woman who wrote Kaiserling's Christopher Columbus. And she recites like his journals and his logs and things like that. So that's this place over here is Arsareth. All right. That's what the Hebrews called it. All right. And that's the original inhabitants of this land over here. And that's what we're reading in here we go. What we haven't got to the part where it's called the Pariah Stone. But that's this journey that they're talking about. Now, whether they just believe themselves to be Phoenicians or whether it's a mistranslation, which I personally think is a mistranslation as far as like saying we are from Canaan, from Zidon. I think it's a little bit more accurate. But it could be that they were just confused. But according to the prophecy, that's the 10 tribes who came over here. That's not the Canaanites. All right. If it was indeed left by a Phoenician sailor, and again, we read about the Hebrew-Phoenician connection, the text memorializes an ancient visit to the New World long suspected by some scholars, because scholars know this. They know this information. They won't tell you. They won't give you this information. Oftentimes, they won't publish this information, but sometimes they do because they want to keep it in academic circles. Right? If not, the Paraiba inscription, as it is called, is among history's more intriguing hoaxes, right? So there's a question here. Is it a hoax or is it legit? And we're about to read on down and see if it's legit or not. In 1872, Ladislao Neto, the director of Brazil's National Museum of Rio de Janeiro, received from a colleague a copy of a letter. Its author, who was never found, described a stone tablet unearthed by workers on a plantation in Paraiba, now called João Pessoa, at Brazil's easternmost tip. Understand that thing. It's the easternmost part of Brazil, which the easternmost part of Brazil is closer to West Africa than the Mediterranean is wide. All right. Let's see. Putting aside his initial doubts about the inscription, published the text in 1874 after unsuccessfully seeking the original tablet and the letter writer. The inscription was promptly branded a fraud by experts in Phoenician languages, and a long simmering public debate ensued, right? So initially they said, look, this can't be real. Finally, Nato himself, after 10 years of professional and personal agony, recanted his belief in the text's authenticity. So he said, I give up. This must be a forgery. It must be fake, right? The guy who found it. Until the late 1960s, the case seemed settled and was virtually forgotten. Then Cyrus Gordon, an American scholar of Semitic languages, studied the text and declared it authentic. Ironically, for some of the same reasons that it was adjudged fraudulent nearly a century before. All right, so this Cyrus Gordon guy, he comes along because he's a scholar of Semitic languages. All right, so he said, hey, look, no, this is legit. So-called inaccuracies of vocabulary and grammar cited by critics in 1874 had become, by 1968, mere idiosyncrasies of dialect, right? Because if a real person writes something, yeah, they're gonna spell something wrong. I mean, it is what it is. They're gonna spell something wrong. They're gonna write. I know that my writing looks like chicken scratch sometimes. You know what I mean? Sometimes my V's look like R's and vice versa. It's all just based on the person who's writing it. All right. Let's see. Similarities between the inscription and ancient Hebrew, once considered evidence of deceit, had since been documented as normal among the Phoenicians. You see that right there? So the similarities between the Phoenician writings and Hebrew writings, over time, people who studied these languages realized, oh, it's pretty much the same thing. All right? People who mixed readily with a number of other cultures. All right? As we just read, the Northern Kingdom was one to do. All right. Reading on down, because it's not too much longer, a couple paragraphs here. Moreover, Gordon's analysis seemed to reveal no fewer than 3 cryptograms buried in the tale. One, typical of ancient scripts, includes numbers that, when added, confirm the date given by the writer. The other codes, according to Gordon, tell the story once again from the point of view of both a Canaanite pagan and a Jewish crewman. You see that right there? So what they're determined as Canaanite are people who are pagans on board. All right? It's not even necessarily about they were like different races of people. They were pretty much the same people. It's just that some held to the faith more than others. The people that were aboard these ships. All right, he claimed, were evidence of authenticity, since few counterfeiters were likely to have taken such pains with their work. You see that right there? So Cyrus Gordon said, look, this is actually a lot of work to go through for it to be fake. First of all, how would the person know these things, if it was fake? Like he said, look, I'm somebody who's studying these languages, and it seems authentic to me. This seems like this is very consistent with what Phoenicians and Hebrews write. All right. To be sure, Gordon's detailed interpretation has not settled the controversy over the Paraiba inscription, and the debate is likely to continue until, if ever, the original stone inscription can be found and judged. All right. So, from there, let's get into this other book, and then we'll close it out. So, this book I want to touch on. It's called They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in Ancient America. And Ivan Van Sertima is a British black man who obviously he's trying to make the case that the Africans were present in ancient America, right? But as I'm going to show and demonstrate, him being a secular guy, it really just proves that the Israelites were here. All right. So from there, which I don't necessarily want to get into all this. I sent myself all of them, took pictures of all of them just in case, but I'm gonna skip around a lot. It's gonna be even harder with the way that I had to throw these up here. So that was that's the last page. Let's go to the first page here. This is gonna be it. This chapter is the chapter. Yes. So this is chapter 9, I guess. African Egyptian presences in ancient America. And this basically just goes into the discovery of the Olmec heads. And that's what I'm really going to get into is the Olmec situation. All right. So, yeah. We don't necessarily need this page. He's just saying the heads look somewhat Negroid and how they were found. Negroid is the word that he uses, just to say black looking. This was written in the 80s, so, it's not going to use the same words that we use today. So yeah, I'm not even going to need page 146 here, just talking about La Venta. Remember that La Venta is where they were originally founded. And then I do want to read this here. It says the year 291 BC. All right, that date, and he goes on to say, it was the earliest date then known for any American cultural find. So that was the original idea as far as like culture in the Americas didn't really start developing into what we know them as until around 291 BC. At least in Mesoamerica, which is like Mexican type area. Mexico and Central America. So this next page, I do want to get here because it talks about carbon dating. All right. So it says 4 Negroid heads and all were excavated at La Venta. So keep that in mind as far as La Venta is concerned. But it says, jumping down to this last paragraph here, it says, at the place where the Negroid figures in association with the Caucasoid figure with the beard were found. So I'll read the, we'll get more to that, the Negroid figure with the Caucasoid figure, and he goes on to say Mongoloid figure as well. We'll get into that. I believe it's on the next page. It said, the La Venta ceremonial court, 9 samples of wood charcoal were taken. 5 of these samples related to the original construction of the court. They gave an average reading of 814 BC plus or minus 134 years. See, this is why I don't trust radiocarbon dating, because that's a big difference between, it said plus or minus 134 years. So there's a range there of almost 270 years, right? How can you say that's accurate? All right. In other words, the living human figures upon which these heads were modeled could not have appeared at La Venta later than 680 BC and could have centered the Gulf of Mexico any time between the average 800 BC date and the 680 BC date, a period which roughly spans the 25th dynasty in Egypt, right? So he's trying to make the case that, it was Egypt, or rather it was the Egyptians and Nubians who came over here. But we're going to demonstrate, I'm going to show, I should say we, because I'm using a collection of sources. We're going to show that it's not, that's not the case, all right? Carbon datings cannot be contested, right, with this guy being, he's actually a professor at Rutgers, or he was until he died. was a professor at Rutgers, right? So he's not going to contest carbon datings. But listen to what he says, though. Carbon datings cannot be contested, but they must allow for a margin of error about a century either way from the date assessed from samples of organic material. So, and on one hand, he says they can be contested, but you also say, well, they can be a little wrong. So which one is it? Again, that's why I don't trust carbon datings. Carbon datings can be useful if you have other things to line it up with, right? If you also have writings to compare it with, if you also have other archaeological evidence, you can combine all these different manners of trying to figure out a date, but just carbon dating itself will not give you an accurate answer, all right? There must be a margin of error looking at. So that's why when scientists, geologists, archaeologists, whatever the case may be, paleontologists, find things that there's no like writing by, there's no pottery by, they say, well, this happened millions and billions and trillions of years, because with carbon dating, it's not reliable. It'll tell you, it'll give you numbers that are just way off. All right. So he said the Olmecs were a people of three faces. That is, a people formed from three main sources or influences. One of these faces was Mongoloid, right? So like Asian. When he's saying Mongoloid, he means like Asian, or like of Mongolia. Elements of this Mongoloid strain may have come into America from Asia, even from the famous glacial migrations across the Bering Straits. And perhaps we'll get into that next week as well, as far as debunking that Bering Strait nonsense. Because first of all, if you believe in the Bible, you can't believe in an ice age, because there's no ice age in the Bible. So there'd be no Bering Strait ever. But they would have blended indistinguishably with the Ice Age Americans. The second phase or influence was Negroid, right? I've already talked about that. The third suggests a trace of Mediterranean Caucasoids, some with Semitic noses, probably Phoenician, but this will be shown to be related historically to the second. These faces became one face, to which the broad name Olmec was given. All right, so he's saying there was three different types of people to make this one people that came together. But let me just show these Olmecs, all right? Did I put that in a, no, I don't believe I did put it in a folder. I believe they're all sitting out here in my random files. Let's show these Olmecs, all right? Because first of all, here's the Olmec heads. Because he's talking about, well, some of them are Negro looking, some of them are Caucasian looking, some of them are Asian looking. Well, let's look at these Olmec heads. When you see these Olmec heads, yeah, some noses are different. Some faces are flatter than others. Some lips are thinner than others. But really, they all look just about the same. They found 17 of these Olmec heads, by the way. And this is all 17 of them. And of course, some have decayed more than others, like the rock has decayed more than others. But they all pretty much look the same. All right? Like I said, some noses are more prominent than others. Some lips are thinner than others. Some are thicker. Some noses are wider than others. Some faces are flatter than others. But they all pretty much look the same. And he said Mongoloid because some of the eyes look a little bit more Asian as far as with epicanthic folds or whatever. But most of these pretty much look the same. They all got the same type of helmet on, with a little bit of variation, a little bit of personality to each one, a little bit of distinguishing features to each one. But they all pretty much look the same. All right? They're not like three different types of people. It's just all one people with different features. All right? And here's the, I'll go through a few modern comparisons with the Olmecs. So y'all forgive me. I was trying to find good examples of these comparisons, but a lot of the images were blurry. But as you can see, people have already done the work for me as far as like people in Mexico, where these Olmec heads were found we're getting pissed off that everybody's trying to say, well, it's these people, it's these people, it's these people. The people in Mexico said, or some people in Mexico, this isn't everybody, but obviously, but they said, look, this is us. This is what we look like. And so they have all these comparisons here. And I'll try to zoom in just a little more so you can see. But literally for each type of feature that you see on these Olmec artifacts, especially the heads, they have gathered images of different Mexican people to show you, like, this is the same people. This is the progenitors of Mexicans and Central Americans. All right. Let's go to this comparison number 2. And we'll read about the Olmecs here shortly. And yeah, this one's gonna be real blurry. Y'all forgive me. But you see here how these Olmecs were just the progenitors of the Maya and the Teotihuacan culture, which is Aztec culture later. So, and again, with these dates, they got them through carbon dating and things like that. I don't necessarily subscribe to these dates. Whether the Olmec culture was from the maritime traders of Solomon coming over here, which I don't necessarily think, because in 2nd Ezra it said where never mankind dwelt. So it seems to me, and this is just a theory. Obviously, I haven't went around digging and seeing the excavation sites and whatnot, but that the first people who touched down over here were those who left the Paraiba stone, and then from there, you have people migrate northward. That's what it seems to me, at least. So this is from Britannica, Mesoamerican Civilization. I'm gonna jump down to the part where it says, corn cultivation in one area, the humid and fertile lowlands of southern Veracruz and Tabasco in Mexico, was sufficiently productive to permit a major diversion of human energy into other activities, such as the arts and commerce. Struggles for control of this rich but limited farmland resulted in a dominant landowning class that shaped the first great Mesoamerican civilization, the Olmec, right? So I just read all that so that we can understand that was the first great civilization that was in, the Mexican Central American area, all right? San Lorenzo, the oldest known Olmec center, dates to about 1150 BC, which again, like I said, I don't know about them dates, a time when the rest of Mesoamerica was at best on a Neolithic level, right? So the Olmecs were really the main culture at the time, the main civilization of the time. The site is most noted for its extraordinary stone monuments, especially the colossal heads measuring up to 9 feet, nearly 3 meters in height, and possibly representing players in a ritual ball game. No. More than likely it was not. It seems like those were more like chiefs and warriors. But again, that's my opinion. The period known as the Middle Formative Period from 900 to 300 BC, and that's pretty much what this book, They Came Before Columbus, pretty much represents that time period. That's pretty much where they got that time period from. Was the same type of research that Ivan von Sertima looked into, during which the La Venta urban complex rose and flourished, was one of increased cultural regionism. All right, so again, the La Venta is where they found that area. The Zapotec people, for example, attained a high level of development at Monte Alban, producing the first writing and written calendar in Mesoamerica. However, at this site, as well as the Valley of Mexico, the Olmec presence can be widely detected. All right, so I just want to keep reading just so we can see from the Olmecs developed who and what. In the subsequent late formative and classic periods lasting until about 700 to 900 CE. So you see that's a big skip there, all right? From 300 BC, which is probably a more accurate date concerning this Olmec civilization, to about 700 to 900 CE. The well-known Maya, Zapotec, Totonac, and Teotihuacan civilizations developed distinctive variations on their shared Olmec heritage. You see that right there? So all the people groups from the Maya to the Teotihuacan civilization, as you read down here, Teotihuacan power diminished after about 600, and for the next several centuries, numerous states vied for supremacy. The Toltecs of Tula in central Mexico prevailed from about 900 to 1200. And then that's where the Aztec came from, was the Toltecs. All right, so the Teotihuacan civilization brought forth, what we know of as far as the Toltecs and the Aztec later came after. And the Toltecs, if I talked about it before, not on learning the word, but on Friday night lesson, we're talking about Mexico. Toltecs came from, and let's just read this in the Chronicles real quick. First Chronicles, I think it's 7. Maybe I'm mistaken. I think it's 7. It talks about Toltecs. Or talks about Tola, rather. Yeah. First Chronicles 7 and verse 1. It says, now the sons of Issachar were Tola. All right. And Pua, Jashub, and Shimron, 4. Right. And then it goes on to list the sons of Tola. That's where Toltec comes from. He says the city of Tulan, more than likely named after Tola, as far as the Israelites will do that all the time. Name the city after the person who is the forefather of that particular city. Like Bethlehem Ephrata was named after the man Ephrata of the lineage of Judah. But the Olmecs, the reason why I wanted to go here to Britannica, just to talk about how the Olmecs were the forefathers of all the Mexican and Central American civilizations, basically. And as I've shown, like I'll show this other one as well because I got it here. It's the forefathers of the people that's still there. It's not like it was some other people that, like, it's these people, the indigenous of that land. All right. Yeah, you see the Tolmec. The Olmec head there is the same as the indigenous people. All right, the features are the same. It's just that the headwear is a little different. And actually, the headwear actually looks like the base of all like feathered crowns and the exceptional crowns that you would see among the indigenous over here in the Americas. It is like the leather helmet that you see there. So it said these were a people of 3 faces. Right, the Mongoloid, the Negroid, and the Caucasoid. It said the Mediterranean Caucasoid. And as it says, some with Semitic noses. Semitic, like as we had read in Dr. Windsor's book, the Phoenicians were Canaanites. All right, they're not Semitic, they're Hamitic. So the Semitic noses, that means that they're not Phoenician ethnically. They would be Israelites. All right. Because that was the people who were Semitic in that region. All right. It says, but this will be shown to be related historically to the second. These faces become one face to which a broad name Olmec was given. I think it's necessary to make it clear, since partisan and ethnocentric scholarship seems to be the order of the day, that the emergence of the Negroid face, which the archaeological and cultural data overwhelmingly confirms, in no way presupposes of the lack of native originality. You see that right there? So he is even telling you, like, look, it's the natives. That's who it is. But of course, he's got to make his bias with his case that, like, hey, it was actually black people who visited over here. Not realizing that, it was just one people group that came over here with all these different features. And when he says Mediterranean Caucasoids, he's not talking about like what we think of Caucasian today. That's not what he's talking about. Because let me show you this one. This is the Phoenician. This is an ancient depiction of Phoenicians. All right. This was found in Tutankhamun's tomb. All right. This is from a book I have called Discovery of Ancient America by David Allen Deal. So this is from Tutankhamun's tomb. As you see here, you got this described here. A cane with a carved figure of a Phoenician / Canaanite, the northern enemy, as opposed to the southern enemy shown on the other end of the handle, a precise rendering of an Ethiopian. Right. So I'm not familiar with the Egyptian custom as far as like putting the enemies on the cane. Perhaps it represents, they are under me. They are under my hand. That's why they're in the cane or whatever. But regardless, as you can see, there's the Nubian on one side, the Ethiopian Cushite on one side, and on the other side, you have a Hamite Canaanite, which is just a light-skinned black person, right, with even like a little bit of Asian eyes, right? And I got better images of that in the just to show you. And I couldn't find one of the Nubian of the Ethiopian with both on it. That's just zoomed up. That's just another example of one of the canes found in there. But on the other side, you have this Phoenician man, right? This Canaanite man. Let me zoom in a little. Right, so he's just a light-skinned, like more yellow black guy. And you see that like in the Egyptians as well, like that kind of variation. Here's a color photo of the cane. But that's the variation that you would see among the Canaanites from light to dark. You'd see that also with the Egyptians. Like if you look at the Egyptian reliefs, they're from light to dark. Same as you see among the Northern Kingdom Israelites today, among so-called black people as well. Israelites are scattered all over the world from light to dark. When he's talking about Mediterranean Caucasoid, he ain't talking about Edomite right here. He ain't talking about Herod. He's talking about like the Phoenician, right? Light skin, more light skinned Hamite looks. So from there, I think I just got one more page. Oh, don't tell me I didn't get a page of that. Or yeah, because 151, that was the first one I clicked on. So apart from the 4 found there, 2 were excavated in Tres Zapotes and 5 at San Lorenzo and Veracruz, one of which, the largest known, is 9 feet 4 inches high, and that's what we had read. And going on down, because I'm already like way over time, but I'm gonna jump on down. It says over 140 of these figures, most of them Negroid types and Negroid Mongolian mixtures, right? So that was the people, as we see among the indigenous today, are like kind of a mix, kind of look like a mix between Asian and black people, right? And brown people. That's the Mediterranean Caucasoid. He's talking about like brown people, like Middle Eastern people. So as the Northern Kingdom was one to do, they killed all the kings that were before them. That's what that goes into say. So where's 151? Page 151. Is this gonna be it right here? Maybe I skipped over something important at the bottom of the page. Okay, so it said, this influence, as marked by the distribution of the Negroid colossi, radiated outward from the Levanta into Tres Zapotes and San Lorenzo in Veracruz. In the southeastern corner of Veracruz, the state where the largest of the Negroid colossi were found, archaeologists have turned up an Egyptian bas-relief carving of a Semite on the back of a Teutonic slate mirror. In Monte Alban itself, where the Negroid dancers or death figures were engraved, carvings closely resembling an Egyptian sphinx and the Egyptian god Ra and its bird aspect appear at the same location, right? So remember what Hoshea did. They always turned to Egypt, all right? The Israelites always turned to Egypt, all right? Even more example of Israelite customs that are found over here in the Americas, all right? Of course, he's trying to make the case of, Egypt went all the way over there. But even the time that he presents, it was like, well, Assyria was coming through the region, and I think he said Tarharkin was actually fighting against the Assyrians. So like, why and how would they have the time or the resources to fight the Assyrians and come all the way over here? Like, it just doesn't make any sense as far as the theory that he's making. But it would make sense if the people who came over here also worshipped Egyptian gods. That would also make sense as to why you see reliefs that appear to be depicting Egyptian gods over here. Also, the temple, and maybe at Teotihuacan, I may be mistaken, the pyramid that is in the Yucatan, it has the biggest pyramid down there. It has the exact same dimensions as the pyramid of Giza. I didn't necessarily look into that, but as far as like bringing that up, but it's just another example of the people that are over here were in Egypt at one point, all right? And that's the Israelites. Obviously, we came out of Egypt with a mighty hand. The Lord delivered us with a mighty hand out of Egypt. But the people in mind and in spirit always went back to Egypt, all right? As it says here in Isaiah 30. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel but not of me, and that cover with a covering but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. And that's what happened with the northern kingdom. As we read, they went after the heathen, right? That walked to go down into Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth, to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh, and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. That's what Hoshea, the king of Israel, did. He trusted in So, king of Egypt, as if he was going to save him from the hand of the Lord, who, the Lord had brought Shalmaneser against him. All right. Therefore shall the strength of Pharaoh be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion. You see that right there. So that's what happened to the northern kingdom. And some of them, as we read with the Pariah stone, some of them were pagan that came over here, unfortunately. But the people who led the people to the ends of the earth were doing it either knowingly or unknowingly to fulfill prophecy. And a lot did have in mind to keep the commandments. When talking about Issachar and Zebulun, that's who the Olmecs were. They were Issachar and Zebulun. Olmecs were the forefathers of the Toltecs. I don't know if I went into that last week, but when you look at in 1 Chronicles chapter 7, I believe I did hit that one, maybe I didn't. Either way, we're going to look at it real quick, talking about the Toltecs. In 1 Chronicles chapter 7, starting with verse 1, it says, Now the sons of Issachar were Tola and Pua, Jashub, and Shimron 4. So Tola being the firstborn of Issachar, that's where the Toltecs get their name from, all right? They named a city Tulan after their forefather Tola, and became the Toltecs, as in the descendants of Tola. And it goes on to list his descendants here. All right, so more specifically and in more modern prophecy, I guess you would say, in Genesis 49. And even before we get that, let's talk about with the recap of what we talked about last week. We looked at the Olmec heads and how they all were the same people, but they all had varying features. And, we read about Ivan von Sertima tried to attribute this to having 3 different ancestors, and really it's just one people that mixed themselves among the other nations, all right? And you see that here in Hosea 7 and 8 when talking about the northern kingdom, when talking about northern kingdom Israelites. And Hosea 7 and verse 8, it says, Ephraim, he hath mixed himself among the people, right? So Ephraim, the northern kingdom, mixed with the other people more than the southern kingdom did. Not that the southern kingdom didn't, because we have a history that shows that they did. But Ephraim was more likely to do those things. All right, it says Ephraim is a cake not turned, meaning the same way that if you don't turn a cake over, you're going to have one burnt side and one very light side. All right. So as I said, he had mixed himself among the people, and we even give scriptural evidence for this last week when talking about how Ahab married the Canaanite Jezebel. Right. So it was very prominent among the northern kingdom to mix among other people, right? And that's one of the main reasons why when you go to Jeremiah 12 and verse 9, Jeremiah 12 and verse 9, it says, my heritage, meaning God's people, is unto me as a speckled bird, right? If you look at, let me just look up an image of a speckled bird real quick. It'll show you what most speckled bird looks like, what most speckled birds look like, excuse me. What most speckled birds look like, see, they're mostly brown, but then they got patches of white in there, got white dots, right? Mostly brown, but then got a little white in them. Some are more, what's the word I'm looking for? More, I guess, flamboyant with all sorts of colors, greens and purples and blues and whatnot. But it's mostly like brown with white patches and things like that. And some are white with brown patches, you know. Speckled bird is many colors on the bird, right? It's got a lot of appearances, and it's very obviously spotted, right? My heritage is unto me as a speckled bird. The birds round about are against her. Come, ye assemble, all the beasts of the field come to devour, right? It's easily spotted for the enemies to attack, right? So in Genesis 49, when specifically talking about Issachar and Zebulun, we'll go ahead and talk about them since we talked about the Olmecs last week, and then we'll get into some other prophecies and historical references. All right, in Genesis 49, coming down to verse 13, we're talking about Zebulun. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. All right, so the haven of the sea over here in the west is the Panama Canal, right? So just north of that is where you have Central America, right? He shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Zidon was the maritime trading effort and was the maritime trading location in ancient times. And if you look on any kind of maps, Zebulun's border did not stretch all the way to the ancient Sidon, right? So this is prophecy about what would be in the last days, right? There'd be much maritime trade among Zebulun, all right? Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens, right? And if you look at what's going on with Mexico right now, you have the burden of either you stay in Mexico and you get pretty much oppressed by the cartel that is run by people to the south, which would be like Colombians, right? Run from Colombia all the way up through unto Mexico, right? Or you move to the north where you have, Americans, where you can become a servant unto tribute, as it goes on to say. And he saw that rest was good and the land that it was pleasant, right? Mexico is actually very pleasant. The resources of Mexico are very rich, right? You go down, you get into like rainforest and things like that. And bowed his shoulder to bear, became a servant unto tribute, right? So that's what you see here in America with the so-called Mexicans becoming servants over here, all right? So the 12 tribes, as I'm describing, the 12 tribes in the West, your Zebulonites would be your Central Americans, the descendants of the Mayans and other various tribes in that region, in that area. Issachar would be your Mexicans and your Aztecs, actually the descendants of the Toltecs, right, which would be descendants of all throughout Mexico. Aztecs were just the greatest empire of those peoples. And 12 tribes in the east, I'll go ahead and touch on them now since I just read both the prophecies in Genesis 49. I'll discuss for them as well. Issachar are the Filipino people, and the Zebulons are the Indonesians, all right, from Sumatra to East Timor. So, again, Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens. So the burdens that I described for Mexico, right? It's similar in that they still fit the prophecy over there as far as the Philippines. But the two burdens that they have is either, you become a servant to China or you become a servant to the U.S. And the U.S. and China and even Japan at one point was really fighting over the Philippine Islands, all right? And he saw that rest was good, the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to the bear and became a servant unto tribute, right? So, also, I haven't got this pulled up, but look into the history of the slave ships that went back and forth from Mexico to the Philippines, All right, they went back and forth, as in they brought the Spaniards, when they ruled both those areas, they would take slaves from Mexico to take them over to the Philippines, and vice versa. They would bring slaves from the Philippines to work on plantations in Mexico. They did it both ways. All right. So even if you're going to say, well, the indigenous over in the Philippines, that's not Issachar. Well, guess what? There's hundreds of thousands descent of Issachar in the Philippines. All right. No matter how you look at it, they went both ways with it. They sent hundreds of thousands both ways, or at least tens of thousands both ways. All right. And now there's like 1 million quote unquote Filipino descent people in Mexico. All right. Because again, that slave trade went both ways. All right. So Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be a haven, shall be for a haven of ships. All right. Indonesia, that's pretty obvious that they have been subjected from the Muslims during the Middle Ages on into the Dutch and the French throughout colonial time period, even on up to
Earliest
today.
reliable evidence of a sophisticated civilization in current-day Indonesia dates back to only about 400 BC. With the discoveries of Indian trade goods in the region and inscriptions found in West Java and eastern Kalimantan, it is also believed that trade with China would have been concurrent with the trade between the Indonesian archipelago and India. Commerce with these particular foreign nations would have also brought the religions of Buddhism and Hinduism to the islands, beginning or contributing to the outside influence on the region. Jumping ahead to the 7th century, the powerful trade-oriented Sri Vijaya Empire, originating from the island of Sumatra, flourished from the Malay Peninsula down to Java. Despite their remarkable success over multiple centuries, the Buddhist empire of Sri Vijaya faced its decline after the Chola Empire from India seized their Sumatran territory of Palembang and apprehended their king in 1025. From that point on, the Sri Vijaya Empire essentially collapsed, making room for the Hindu kingdom of the Majapahit Empire. Founded in 1292, the Majapahit Empire rose to dominate the modern-day Indonesian region throughout the 13th and 14th centuries, prospering through trade as the Sri Vijaya Empire had done before them. Still, just as their predecessors, the Majapahit Empire hit a wall and began a rapid downfall. Theirs came after the death of one of their leaders, Gajah Mada, in 1364, and the following death of the king Hayam Wuruk in 1389. Leading up to this time, the Islamic faith found its way to the archipelago and began to really take hold over the ensuing centuries. Many different lesser-known sultanates found success throughout the islands as a result, some even outlasting the dominion of the Majapahit Empire.
If I asked you what's the country with the most Muslims, you'd probably say Saudi Arabia or Iran. But what if I told you it's not? It's not even a country in the Middle East. It's actually Indonesia, with a Muslim population of 231 million. But how did Islam even get all the way here in the first place? During the 13th century, Muslim merchants from Gujarat and other parts of the Middle East came to Indonesia in search of rare spices. Some of the luckier, more wealthy merchants would stay and marry with the local ruling families, which would lead to the conversion of their spouses and their subjects. This would lead to a domino effect where the other regions around it would peacefully convert to Islam. The religion could easily spread through its prominence in politics, and because local Hindu-Buddhist traditions became reframed as Muslim ones. Combine all of this plus Indonesia's massive population and you get the most populous Muslim country in the world.
As these kingdoms continued to grow trade in and out of the region, European powers became attracted to the spice market that it offered. The first of such nations to arrive in modern-day Indonesia were the Portuguese and the Spanish in the 16th century. While Spain did attempt to exert some dominance in the Maluku Islands, also known as the Spice Islands, their authority in any part of the Indonesian archipelago was short-lived, due to contesting efforts of Portugal and later the Dutch and British. The Portuguese were initially triumphant in the Malay Peninsula, capturing Malacca in 1511. From there, they aimed their sights towards the Spice Islands, beginning their bid to take control of the spice trade in 1512. While they had some levels of success, they were fairly quickly pushed out through the arrival of the Dutch by the 17th century. In terms of the colonial powers, the Dutch were surely the most prominent intruder into the Indonesian islands.
Our story begins in 1595, when the Dutch first set foot on the Indonesian island of Java, lured by the exotic spice trade. This Dutch arrival on the island of Java marked the beginning of a complex relationship between the Dutch and the Indonesian people. To control the spice trade, the Dutch formed the Dutch East India Company, or VOC, in 1602. They played a clever game of diplomacy, striking deals with local leaders to ensure their loyalty. But it was not all peaceful. Take the Banda Massacre in 1621, for example. The Dutch Governor-General ordered the brutal killing of Bandanese elders and thousands of others. Why? Because along with the Dutch, these elders were also trading their spices with the English. The Dutch, who wanted to keep their monopoly, saw this as a threat to their authority, so they had them all killed. It was a dark moment in history, showing the lengths the Dutch would go to maintain their grip on the trade. But soon, at the end of the 1700s, the global tastes shifted, and spices like nutmeg and cloves took a back seat. These spices became so common that people wanted to try different tastes. People became more intrigued by the French cuisine, for example, which was part of a larger trend towards classicism. Stepping into the 1800s, the Dutch realized that they could not solely depend on this trade, and they needed a new source of income. So they turned to sugar, coffee, tobacco, and cacao, which meant they had to expand their territories. And get this, they became successful in this too. In fact, at one time, the Dutch in Indonesia became the biggest exporters of coffee in the world. But the same thing happened again. Many other regions started exporting these goods as well, and the revenue from this trade declined again. Due to this, the VOC eventually went bankrupt in 1796. After the wars with Napoleon, the Dutch were out of money, so they squeezed Indonesia to retrieve all the cash they lost. This was when they implemented the cultivation system, or kulturstelsel in Dutch. This cultivation system forced a major shift in Indonesian agriculture. Instead of growing food for themselves, farmers were now growing crops like sugar, cocoa, coffee, and tobacco. These so-called cash crops were not meant for local consumption, but for export, filling the Dutch coffers. So it was no longer about feeding the people, it was all about generating revenue. The system was pretty harsh on the Indonesians, as they had limited choices: provide the Dutch with the demanded goods and work on the plantations to produce these crops, or face severe consequences. During this period, tensions escalated between the Dutch and the locals. One particular Indonesian leader resisted Dutch control, leading to a brutal guerrilla war that lasted 5 years. The conflict claimed the lives of about 200,000 people, which further destabilized the region. Back in the Netherlands, the Dutch were also at war with Belgium, which put even more strain on their finances, and in response, they tightened their grip on Indonesia. This exploitative system took a significant toll on the Indonesian people, leading to widespread suffering, poverty, and even famine. However, things started to change. This ongoing tension in the region eventually sparked a strong desire for change among the Indonesian people. Revolutionary leaders emerged advocating for the rights of the Indonesian people and pushing back against colonial rule. Workers began to unionize, fighting for better conditions and demanding an end to the exploitation they had suffered for so long.
Over time, these feelings of resentment culminated in nationalist movements and a push for ultimate independence. Unfortunately for the people of the archipelago, the fight for freedom was swiftly interrupted by the intrusion of the Japanese during World War II. At first, the locals were not completely displeased by what they saw as a liberation from their Dutch oppressors. When the Japanese occupation of the region began, they were quick to win favor from the Indonesian people, doing so through their use of natives for administrative positions, unlike the Dutch and their willingness to support Indonesian nationalists. The successful strategy was only temporary though, as the Japanese opted to use the Indonesian islands in whatever form best suited them during the war, which drew some disapproval from a number of locals. Still, the relationship between the Japanese and natives was not horrible, and as the Axis power began to face defeat in the World War, they threw their support even further behind the Indonesian independence movement. During the latter half of 1944, the Japanese declared their goal of creating a self-governed East Indies, which was later confirmed in August of 1945, when Terauchi Hisaichi, commander of Japan's Southern Expeditionary Army Group, summoned Muhammad Hatta and Sukarno, two Indonesian independence movement leaders, and informed them that Japan intended to make an immediate transfer of independence. The two nationalist men announced Indonesia's independence, declaring it an independent republic, once word was out of the Japanese surrender to the Allied forces on August 17, 1945. The proclamation of an independent republic was not quite so simple, though, and sparked a series of clashes between the Indonesians and the colonizing forces of both the British and Dutch. The British were less compelled to fight back, eventually withdrawing as the Dutch stepped in to try and retake their former possession. After repeated failures, unsuccessful police actions, and growing condemnation from the far west, such as the US, at long last, in the final weeks of 1949, the Dutch recognized Indonesia. The following years marked a time of political and constitutional development, accompanied by agricultural and economic ups and downs as well. Beginning first as a parliamentary democracy, subsequently following what then-President Sukarno called a guided democracy, started in February of 1957. The republic then fell into the hands of a dictator, former General Suharto, in 1966, before finally returning to a democracy as of 1999.
That's the haven of ships. There's just a whole bunch of islands. All the ships, they have to, if they want to do maritime trade in the east, they have to go through that region. All right. Same way that if over here in the west, if you want to do any kind of maritime trade from the east to the west, then you got to go through the Panama Canal. All right. And this border shall be unto Zidon. Again, a maritime trading peoples. All right. So, specifically when talking about the West over here, let's get Deuteronomy 33, because I got Genesis 49 pulled up. Let's get Deuteronomy 33. When talking about the descendants of the Olmecs, all right, because the Olmecs was when Issachar and Zebulun was together, and then they split up and became various other tribes, including the Mayans and the Toltecs. All right. We read about that last week when talking about Mesoamerica. In Deuteronomy 33. So the same type of thing, except one's the blessings from Jacob, one's the blessing from Moses to the 12 tribes. All right. So again, talking about Issachar and Zebulun. It says, and of Zebulun, he said, rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. All right. They shall call the people into the mountain. There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck of the abundance of the seas and of the treasures hid in the sand, right? Great resources in Mexico and Central America. But it talks about how originally they were on one accord, all right? And they would have their sacrifices, like the feast days, the sacrifices of righteousness on the feast days in the Yucatan, all right? They call it the Yucatan because that's the same as the Hebrew word for Joktan, which means a small dispute. All right, there was a small dispute on whether the Yucatan belonged to Issachar or belonged to Zebulun, all right? Because that's where they would both come to keep the feast, all right? And originally, on them temples, them pyramids that they had built out there, like Teotihuacan, all those areas, they would, originally, there were good sacrifices being offered there. Eventually, it turned into them sacrificing people, all right? And of course, that is in the scriptures as well. But originally, they were offering sacrifices of righteousness there. They were keeping the feast days. They were doing what they were supposed to. But they fell off eventually. All right? In the book of Hosea, when you want prophecy concerning the northern kingdom of Israel, Hosea is usually the place to go to, because he was a northern kingdom prophet. Not to say that there were no other northern kingdom prophets. Like Jonah was a northern kingdom prophet as well. But Hosea, there's like 14 chapters in Hosea. He talks a lot about the northern kingdom and what would happen to them. I believe it's Hosea 8. Could be Hosea 9. Let's see. Here we go. Starting with verse 11. Starting with verse 11. He says, because Ephraim, meaning the northern kingdom in general, hath made many altars to sin, altars shall be unto him to sin. Right? So because that sinful nature was still among us, those altars, even though originally we built them in righteousness, they became sin to us. I have written to him the great things of my law, but they were counted as a strange thing. And we're actually going to get into some writings of some of the people who came over here and viewed the quote-unquote natives, that as time goes on, we got worse and worse. All right? But they were counted as a strange thing. They sacrifice flesh for the sacrifice of mine offerings and eat it, right? So everybody's heard of the Mayans and the Aztecs cutting open a person, pulling out the heart and eating it, all right? That's what it ended up being. Originally, it was sacrifice of righteousness on those temples, but eventually it turned into a sinful thing. It turned into human sacrifice, all right? But the Lord accept them not. Obviously, God's not going to accept that. Now will he remember their iniquity and visit their sins. They shall return to Egypt, right? Meaning they're going back into captivity, all right? That's what Spain came over here, put the people in captivity, as I just described with the slave trade back and forth between Mexico and the Philippines. For Israel has forgotten his maker and buildeth temples. You see that right there? So all those temples built up, that was all Israelites that did that. All right, throughout Central America, throughout Mexico and Central America. And Judah hath multiplied fenced cities, but I will send a fire upon his cities, and it shall devour the palaces thereof. Right? So the fall of both Judah and Israel. All right. So from there, let's talk about what I want to get into. Yeah, let's go to. I don't really necessarily know what order I want to do this in. So I talked about this last week, but I kind of want to touch on it again because we're going to focus on this a little bit. In 2nd Esdras 13, all right? 2nd Esdras 13. We talked about this last week. 40 through 45. This lets you know how the people got over here. And it even says, and we'll touch on this a little bit earlier, but it says that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land, right? So that's why the people originally came over here, was to keep the commandments that we had never been able to keep in our own land, far away from the heathen, right? But we eventually went off. But with that being said, we're kind of going to pump the brakes just a little bit. And this is a book by Ronald Sanders called Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. I want to look this up real quick just to show y'all what the cover looks like. Because I don't have the book, or at least I can't find it. It's online. You can buy it online, but I used to have a copy. I may have given it away or whatever. But that's what it looks like. That's what the modern versions look like that you can buy. Older versions look like that. All right. But yeah. So page 74 starts the chapter talking about Christopher Columbus. And it goes on to say that, he kind of has a mysterious origin in that, oh, come on. I just lost my place. He kind of has a mysterious origin in that he's said to be from Italy, from Genoa, but it's kind of dubious. In that there is a record of his parents, or his dad rather, and his brothers, but that's it. And he kind of just pops up out of nowhere. And his own records, he doesn't really write in Italian, he writes in Spanish. So that's what has. So here we go, Enter Columbus on page 74. So that's what has Ronald Sanders kind of questioning his Italian origin. But it very well could be that, he was just illiterate in Italy, and he didn't really learn how to read and write until he learned to read and write in Spain. That's also very possible. He doesn't really include that, but that's also a possibility. He's kind of trying to present the point that Columbus was a Jew who had secretly converted to Christianity, because there's a lot of that going on at the time. I don't buy into that, but that is something that he postures here. But he says here, and I got to zoom in because I can't really see it. He says, but before we proceed to find other possible ramifications of a new Christian identity in Columbus, it should be pointed out that all arguments in favor of this hypothesis are purely circumstantial, right? So he says, look, it's circumstantial. Then he goes on to say that doesn't necessarily mean it's not true, but it pretty much does. It's all pretty much circumstantial. But I'm just going to get down to the point, talking about his fascination with the book of Second Esdras, right? Because I talked about that last week when I showed you the entry in the Jewish Encyclopedia, that he was kind of fascinated with, not even his fascination with his book, or rather the book of Second Esdras, but rather his identifying America with the land of Arsareth. All right, as we read here, is that, and the same region is called Arsareth, right? He identified America with that land. Whenever you look in the Jewish Encyclopedia, as you can see here, Arzareth. And I pointed this out last week, but I'm just kind of going a little further to show you. He had a fascination with the book of Ezra, all right? It says, when you look at Arzareth, it says, the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 4th Esdras, 13 and 45. That's what they refer to as 2nd Esdras. Columbus identified America with this land, right? So this just this section of the book just goes on to say that he's pretty much fascinated with the book of Esdras, right? It says, a striking element in Columbus's geographical religiosity in his intense and abiding interest in the 4th or 2nd book of Esdras, the 2 apocryphal books of Esdras, purport to be additional writings by and about the Old Testament Ezra. But the 2nd or 4th book is a piece of full-fledged Hellenistic apocalyptic writing that was often regarded with suspicion by the church and just as often embraced by the heterodox. Augustine had given guarded approval to Esdras' prophetic claims, and much was always to be made of this by the latter's defenders, including Columbus, right? So Columbus was a defender of the book of 2nd Esdras, claiming it to be legit, right? And not pseudepigraphal, right? So including Columbus, in the marginal notes to Columbus's copy of Daily is a relatively lengthy discourse on 2nd Esdras 6 and 42, which reads, upon the 3rd day thou didst command that the waters should be gathered up in the 7th part of the earth. 6 parts hast thou dried up, and kept them to the intent that of these some being planted of God until might serve thee. This was often to be cited by Columbus, who argued that since only 1/7 of the world was water, a good deal more dry land than yet was known remained to be discovered overseas, right? So Columbus used the book of 2nd Esdras to basically posture this claim that, hey, look, there's more land that y'all ain't really touching on over there in the West. Let's see. But Columbus seems to have found more in Esdras than just this geographical argument. Here's one of the things he writes about this verse in his marginal notes. But this prophecy is not accepted by the reprobate Jews, yet it has been accepted by the innumerable ones among them who have believed in the Gospels. Israel has thus been split into 2 branches, a division predicted as inevitable by the prophet Samuel to King Saul. The reprobate Jews themselves hold Esdras, that is the Old Testament Ezra, as a canonical authority. This sudden display of interest in Jewish matters is startling and weighs considerably in favor of the argument that Columbus was a new Christian. And I would say the exact opposite, because he's not speaking of the Jews as if he is a member of them himself, but rather he's speaking of them as an outsider. What it certainly does, at any rate, is establish a racial viewpoint on the Judeo-Christian tradition that is rather unprecedented, though certainly in keeping of the spirit of the times. But the assertion is that there are now 2 kinds of Jews in the world, those who have seen the light of the Christian revelation of those who have not, but that even the former baptized, though they may be, still are Jews. Indeed, the reference to Samuel's prophecy establishes a parallel with the divided kingdom of the Old Testament, and thereby gives to the new Christians the role of the southern kingdom of Judah as the keeper of the great tradition. But if that is the case, then what is the role of the rest of the Christian world, non-Jewish in descent? The ethnocentrism here is extreme, and he's talking about the racial elements of this because the subtitle of, or the subheading, I should say, of Lost Tribes and Promised Lands is the origins of racism in America. So the whole book pretty much talks about the racial context of the times and why people held the beliefs that they did and things like that. So he's talking about ethnocentrism here. Along with this racial Christianity is an idea of revelation that places the mystical Esdras right at the center. For the note is saying that the acceptance of the apocryphal Esdras as valid prophecy is what distinguishes the new Christians from the reprobate Jews, who reject him even though they regard the Old Testament Ezra, the same person in Columbus's eyes, as canonical authority. Right. So Columbus is saying, hey, look, why are y'all not regarding this book of Ezra, but y'all regard the other books of Ezra? All right. So in other words, to repudiate the vision of the apocryphal Esdras is as if to repudiate the Jehovah of the prophets, and presumably the result will be the same. The rabbinical Jews of Spain, the note seems to imply, are to be the lost tribes of modern times. Again, I don't know how you could read this excerpt from Columbus's manuscripts and posture that he himself is a Jew, because it seems like he would rather use this to expel the Jews from Spain, right, and to further the Inquisitions, as we know happened in the same year that he came over here to the West, right, in 1492. So it's odd how Ronald Sanders could hold that belief and know what this manuscript says. One wonders whether this note was written before or after the expulsion of the Jews in 1492. It would seem that it was probably written beforehand. But meanwhile, the apocryphal Esdras, which was, by the way, a book of special importance to many new Christians, has a good deal to say about the original lost tribes, and this could not have passed lightly under Columbus's somewhat mystical gaze. Surely he saw special meanings for his own times and for himself in this passage in 2 Esdras 13. This is verses 2 through 5. And lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the waves thereof. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. And when he turned his countenance to look, all things trembled that were seen under him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth faileth when it filleth the fire. And after this I beheld, and lo, there was gathered together a multitude of men out of number from the four winds of the heaven to subdue that man that came out of the sea. Right. So that's the prophecy about Christ coming back and how the other nations are going to try to fight against him, being gathered over there for World War III. But, and I'm picking up with the readings here, but this warlike multitude is subdued by the man from the sea, and then another multitude, a peaceful one, comes to him, whereof some were glad, some were sorry, some of them were bound, and others some brought of them that were offered. That is, brought him slaves from their midst. How could the exaltedly visionary Columbus not have seen an image of himself in this, certainly after his voyages of American discovery, but perhaps even earlier after making some voyages to the Guinea coast during his young years in Portugal, right? So Ronald Sanders is making the case that Columbus viewed himself as messianic, right? He viewed himself as like a godlike type figure. All right. If Columbus did indeed glimpse himself in the role of the man from the sea, then Esdras' identification of the peaceable multitude takes on special significance, right? And he's going on to 40 through 42, what I had pulled up over here. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom carried them, whom Salmanaser the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. Ezra's interpretation of the peaceable multitude then goes on to say that the lost tribes enter into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river, which they were able to ford because God stopped the flow of the river, right? God stopped the flow of the waters for them, and then traveled another year and a half to a region called Arsareth, evidently a Greek corruption of the Hebrew Aretz and Ahareth, another country. There they were to remain until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude with peace. We are already familiar with much of this terrain. As for the man from the sea, Esdras identifies him in 1326 as he whom God the highest hath kept a great season, which by his own self shall deliver his creature. In other words, the Messiah, right? And that's what I just explained, that man in the vision in 2 Esdras 13 is actually Christ. Did Columbus have any messianic pretensions? There is a decidedly messianic element in Las Casas' literary treatment of him years after his death, but that could be more Las Casas than Columbus. The discoverer himself clearly was a man of enormous ambition, lofty conviction, and unshakable confidence in his own destiny. And though these traits alone hardly make for a messianic pretender, they are, given his mystical streak and the messianic ardor of the age, a step in that direction. It is well known that he developed in his writings and correspondence certain symbolic flourishes of virtually mystical, one is tempted to say Kabbalistic import, such as his remarkable signature, right? So I'm not going to read the rest of this, but it goes on to talk about what happened as far as from 1485 to 1492 to get him his trip over here, all right? So with that, he does make a compelling case that Columbus, not only did he know about the book of the Second Esdras and referred to it, but also more than likely had a messianic complex, and came over here with such revelry. All right. So this is a good book to look into. That's not the only thing that I'm gonna show from this book. Also on page, I believe it's 364. Yeah, let me find it for a second. Let me find it. It talks about the people that were over here, all right? And it goes on from the Middle Ages to basically the modern day, or at least to the colonial time period of, the idea of race and racism, where it came from and what it ended up being. But obviously I'm just picking the parts out of this that are highlights that pique the interest of this specific lesson. So I'm gonna start on page. I guess this would be page 363. I want to start on. It's a lost tribe discovered in New York. When it's not actually about discovering the lost tribe in New York. It's more about, or at least what we're talking about is more about what happened before then. In September of 1644, a Portuguese Marrano. Now Marrano means a Jew or Moor who converted to Christianity, oftentimes in name only, but basically forcibly converted during the times of the Inquisition, right? So that's what a Marrano means. A Portuguese Marrano named Antonio de Montesinos arrived in Amsterdam after having lived for some years in South America and proceeded to tell the leaders of the recently established Jewish community there, meaning in Amsterdam, a story that caused them to think of him as a latter-day Eldad the Danite. 2.5 years before, he told them while traveling in the wild mountains of Quito, here's what that says. I have to zoom in a little more because I can't hardly see this. He had heard some of his Indian guides remark that the natives of that country deserved all the suffering they had undergone at the hands of the Spaniards. When he asked them to explain why they thought such a thing, they had replied mysteriously that it was because we so badly treated a holy people, the greatest in the world, right? So keep that in mind. The people in, as he said here in South America, had the mentality after they got conquered. They said, well, we deserve this because we had treated a holy people the greatest in the world, had mistreated them or so badly treated them, right? Nothing more had been offered by them on this point, but later in the same conversation, Francisco, one of the Indian guides, had declared that his countrymen would be avenged upon the Spaniards in time anyway by means of a people now hidden. He said it right there. So even though he said, hey, we deserve what we're getting, eventually we're going to be avenged. All right. The two references apparently were to the same people. But Montesinos, not seeing their full meaning in that moment, had put the whole matter out of mind for the time being. Upon his return to Cartagena, the Judaizing? Y'all see that word. Montesinos had found himself accused by the Inquisition and put in prison. Praying for salvation in his cell one day, he was reciting what was by then a standard formula among New World Moranos. Blessed be the name of the Lord, who has not made me an idolater, a barbarian, a Negro, an Indian. When suddenly he stopped. Those Indians, he told himself, they are Hebrews. All right, so this Portuguese Morano, Antonio de Montesinos, himself believed those Indians, as he proclaimed, to be Hebrews. All right. Pondering this thought incredulously and yet with growing conviction, he resolved that if he ever was released, he would seek out the Indian Francisco and try to learn the truth. Montesinos' story, unclear as to the circumstances of his incarceration, is equally unclear as to those of his release, right? So we don't know much about how he got arrested or how he got released. Just before and after, I suppose. All right. But released he was, and he immediately went to Francisco. Revealing himself as the Jew, Montesinos proclaimed his conviction that Francisco's hidden people were of the same race as he. Would Francisco lead him to them? He said, look, I'm a Jew also, so lead me to them. The two men were soon back in the rugged mountains in which Francisco had made his initial revelation, marching relentlessly for a week before they finally came to a halt. It was a Saturday. Montesinos makes a point of telling us, and they had come to a river larger than the Douro. I don't know what the Douro is. I guess it's a river in Spain or Portugal. Are there echoes of the Sambatian in all of this? Here, Francisco announced, is where your brothers will be seen, right? So here's where the Jews are, right? Basically. Waving a banner high in the air, the Indian guide soon was greeted by a puff of smoke far beyond the other bank of the river. In response to his signal, the two men waited. Eventually, a canoe appeared bearing 3 men and a woman, all of them Indians. So keep that in mind. All right. So these people who appear to them in this canoe, right? What is that? 3 men and a woman. They're all Indians. All right. They're all the same as the native people there. To the place where Francisco and Montesinos were standing at the water's edge, the woman got off and spoke to Francisco in an Indian tongue the Montesinos could not understand, although he could perceive that he was being identified in the conversation. She then turned to her male companions to explain the situation. Upon hearing her words, they arose, went over to Montesinos, and to his utter astonishment said, Shema Yisrael Adonai, Elo Henu Adonai Ehud. Right, so even that is a bit broken from even modern Hebrew standards, but it goes on to say what it means. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Right, so he's quoting Deuteronomy 6. Right, they had recited in Hebrew the fundamental credo of Judaism. Right, so that was kind of a greeting that they used. Obviously, hey, if you know this and you know the scripture, you must be Israelite. Right, so that's a greeting that those who knew who they were would say to one another. All right, and they would say the Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eli, Hinu Adonai Ehad. Right. A brief conversation then ensued in their common ancestral tongue, according to Montesinos, whose fluency in it is almost as perplexing to the reader of his narrative as is that of his 3 mysterious new companions. Right. So he's like, hey, we spoke in Hebrew. I don't know how they knew it, but we all knew Hebrew there. All right. They told him that they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby, right? So we see here that these Hebrews who were in South America were of the tribe of Reuben. But the people who were there, as far as like the main people who made up the area, they were Indians as well, but they were not the same tribe as these, 3 man and woman there, right? And I will next week, it'll probably be next week, when I talk about the individual tribe of Reuben and show that this was just a remnant of the tribe of Reuben. This was not the bulk of the tribe of Reuben in South America. This was just like a remnant who went down there, or maybe a family or two that went down there among the, as I will show, the Asherites. All right, so these Asherites were kind of fully gone off at this point, right? They were persecuting their brothers of a different tribe who were just a remnant there, all right? But he also said that Joseph was in the Caribbean, was in the islands in the Caribbean, all right? The day when they were at last to issue forth into the world was coming soon. They explained, but in the meantime, they could not allow visitors to cross over to them. They were willing to make an exception in the near future, however, on account of their need for education, for though they spoke Hebrew, they could not read or write it. So, and we'll see that later on as well, that most of the people over here did not have any written languages, all right? But they could speak their language, right? They could speak their language, but they couldn't write it, all right? Would Montezino send them 12 bearded men to be their teachers? He said he would. The 4 strangers returned to their canoe, paddled back across the river, and disappeared from view. Francisco told Montesinos all he knew about the people from his own traditions. His ancestors, to their eternal shame, had indeed made war on them and persecuted them. You see that right there? So we see that all the time whenever you read the books of the Kings about how there were intertribal conflicts, and even among the books of the Judges, or the book of the Judges, I should say. There were intertribal conflicts all the time. All right, this is no different from what happened over here. All right. Only the sorcerers of his tribe had perceived that they were a special people, and had given warning that they should be left alone. The God of these children of Israel is the true God. All right, so even the pagans among the Asherites down there, they knew that, like, hey, look, these guys are right. They're the ones who really got it right. Their God is the actual God. Right? They had said, and everything inscribed on their tablets is true, right? So we even see that they had even some form of writing at some point, all right? But at that time, they had, lost the ability to read it and write it. And everything inscribed on their tablets is true. At the end of days, they will be lords of all the nations of the earth. One nation will come bringing many things to this land, and after we have all been provided for, these children of Israel will go forth from where they now are and reign over the whole earth as they once did. Right? So they knew the prophecy that the Israelites would take the kingdom in the last days. With this final flourish, Montesinos had turned his tale of the lost tribes into a bit of propaganda for the Dutch conquest of Brazil at the same time. You see that right there? So Montesinos, he took this tale back to the Dutch, and they used it as a means of conquering the people. And we'll see that with Montesinos, I believe he was an Israelite. He didn't mean to do that. But we will see that in this next book that we'll talk about. And this is The History of the American Indians by James Adair. All right, so we'll talk about this real quick. I'll try to get through it quick. I'm not gonna get in. I'm not gonna have enough time to get into any other tribal breakdowns other than like Gad. Probably I'll try to get through Gad because that's what James Adair is talking about here. So, The History of the American Indians by James Adair. All right. So James Adair, he was not no Hebrew Israelite. All right. This was a British Edomite who came over here to the land to try to figure out who these native people were, so that he could further the British colonies. All right. That was his whole purpose. His purpose was not to help the people over here. His purpose was not to because he, as we're about to say, he lived in the 1700s, and he was just trying to like keep the British Empire going. That was his whole purpose. So it says the history of the American Indians, particularly those nations adjoining to the Mississippi, East and West Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina, and Virginia, containing an account of their origin, language, manners, religious and civil customs, laws, forms of government, punishments, conduct in war and domestic life, their habits, diet, agriculture, manufactures, diseases, and method of cure, and other particulars, sufficient to render it a complete Indian system, with observations on former historians, the conduct of our colony governors, superintendents, missionaries, etc. Also, an appendix containing a description of the Floridas and the Mississippi lands with their productions, the benefits of colonizing Georgiana, which later became Georgia, and civilizing the Indians, and the way to make all the colonies more valuable to the mother country, with a new map of the country referred to in the history. Right, so, and then it says by James Adair, Esquire, a trader with the Indians and resident to their country for 40 years, right? So they sent, the British sent James Adair over here to figure out what is going on among the Indians, who are they? We want to know how to take their land and colonize the entire region. So that's what James Adair was attempting to find out, all right? Because you can't overcome your enemy unless you know who they are, right? So he said, look, and you read the appendix, and he is basically just saying that, like, hey, look, here's how you can keep the colonies happy. Here's what you can do for and to the Indians. So as he said here, what did he say? Civilize the Indians, right? Make them more like British people. So this is not like somebody who is like trying to posture, oh, we need to convert these Indians or like for their benefit, or that, you know, oh, they're righteous and holy people. That's not his case that he's trying to make at all. All right, understand this. His bias is completely towards the British Empire at the time. He lived in the 1700s, all right? But yeah, I'm not going to get into the appendix necessarily, but y'all get this book, because the whole book, he's describing the culture and the history of the so-called Native Americans and describing how and why he believes that they are Israelites, all right? And the appendix, you read the appendix and he's like, hey, look, here, as I just described earlier, you know, hey, here's the type of crops that the colonies are producing. Here's how to keep them happy. Here's how to do this and that. Again, trying to further the British Empire. All right. So that's the here's the preface. That was just like the subheading, basically. The explanation of what the book is. This is the preface. So he says, the following history and observations are the production of one who had been chiefly, chiefly engaged in an Indian life ever since the year 1735. And most of the pages were written among our old friendly Chickasaw, with whom I first traded in the year 1744. So you can see like when all this takes place, all right, in the mid 1700s, before the American Revolution even. Subjects are interesting as well as amusing, but never with a literary work begun and carried on with more disadvantages. The author was separated by his situation from the conversation of the learned and from any libraries, right? So he fully immersed himself with, you know, the quote-unquote Indians. The author was separated by his situation from the conversation of the learned and from any libraries, excuse me. I just read that. Frequently interrupted also by business and obliged to conceal his papers through the natural jealousy of the natives. The traders' letters of correspondence always excited their suspicions and often gave offense. Another difficulty I had to encounter was the secrecy and closeness of the Indians as to their own affairs and their prying disposition into those of others, so that there is no possibility of retirement among them, right? So he's like, I got to keep all my work secret. I'm always hiding it from them because I don't want them to know the true nature of why I'm here, right? So he was always trying to keep it from them, like he was always on the move, basically. A view of the disadvantages of my situation made me reluctant to comply with the earnest and repeated solicitations of many worthy friends to give the public an account of the Indian nations with whom I had long resided, was so intimately connected, and of whom scarcely anything had yet been published but romance and a mass of fiction, right? So he's like, I'm not trying to romanticize anything. And I've separated myself from friends and colleagues who want to be among them. I'm solely here for my duty for, you know, his nation, his empire that he's trying to preserve. All right. So he said, my friends at last prevailed, and on pursuing the sheets, they were pleased to approve the contents as conveying true information and general entertainment. Having no ambition to appear in the world as an author and knowing that my history differed essentially from all former publications of the kind, I first resolved to suppress my name. My friends advised me to own the work, and thus it is tendered to the public in the present form. You see it right there. So he's like, look, I'm not trying to, I wasn't even trying to put my name out there. I was trying to, present it anonymously, but my friends told me, hey, put your name on it. And, so people know who did it. All right. The performance had doubtless imperfections. Humanum est errare. I don't know what that means. He said, I'm only human, perhaps. Some readers may think there is too much of what relates to myself and of the adventures of small parties among the Indians and traders, but minute circumstances are often of great consequence, especially in discovering the descent and genius of the people, describing their manners and customs, and giving proper information to rulers at a distance. I thought it better to be esteemed prolix than to omit anything that might be useful on these points. Some repetitions which occur were necessary. The history of several Indian nations being so intermixed with each other and their customs so nearly alike. You see it right there. So he said, I did repeat myself, but only when it was necessary. All right. One great advantage my readers will here have, I sat down to draw the Indians on the spot, had them many years standing before me, and lived with them as a friend and brother. My intentions were pure when I wrote. Truth hath been my standard. I have no sinister nor mercenary views in publishing. With inexpressible concern, I read the several imperfect and fabulous accounts of the Indians already given to the world. Fiction and conjecture have no place in the following pages, right? So he said, I ain't making none of this up. Though he said he has no sinister or mercenary views. I mean, yeah, right. He himself didn't attack any of the people that he mentioned, but his whole purpose was that to appease the British Empire. So make of that what you will. The public may depend on the fidelity of the author and that his descriptions are genuine, though perhaps not so polished and romantic as other Indian histories and accounts they may have seen. My grand objects were to give the literati proper and good materials for tracing the origin of the American Indians and to incite the higher powers zealously to promote the best interest of the British colonies and of the mother country. There you go. So he's not hiding his biases. His biases have nothing to do with the Indians. His biases are towards the British colonies and of the mother country, as he stated. All right, he was a loyalist, as people who know of American Revolutionary terms would say. All right, American colonists who were loyal to the British Crown. That's who he was. For who's, or maybe he was even from Britain, because speaking like this, it seems like he possibly even from Britain directly, right? But, he lived over here for 40 years at least. For whose greatness and happiness I have the most ardent desires. The whole of the work is respectfully submitted to the candor and judgment of the impartial public, right? So he said, I'm just putting it out there so y'all know, all right? So I skipped over a little bit. This is page, 12? Yeah, this is page 12. All right. So, observation of the origin and descent of the Indians. The very remote history of all nations is disfigured with fable and gives but little encouragement to distant inquiry and laborious researches. Much of the early history and antiquities of nations is lost, and some people have no records at all, and to this day are rude and uncivilized. Yet a knowledge of them is highly interesting and would afford amusement and even instruction in the most polished times and the most polite. So I'm going to jump on down. Let's see. Because it's already been an hour, so I'm trying to get to the point here. So, let's see. I'll jump down to this paragraph here. Their language is copious and very expressive for their narrow orbit of ideas and full of rhetorical tropes and figures like the Orientalist. In early times when languages were not so copious, rhetoric was invented to supply that defect, and what barrenness then forced them to custom now continues as an ornament. Formerly at a public meeting of the headmen and chief orators of the Choctaw Nation, I heard one of their eloquent speakers deliver a very pathetic, elaborate, allegorical, tragic oration in the high praise and for the great loss of their great judicious war chieftain, Shulasham Mashtabay, our daring, brave friend, Red Shoes. The orator compared him to the sun that enlightens and enlivens the whole system of created beings, and having carried the metaphor to a considerable length, he expatiated on the variety of evils that necessarily result from the disappearance and absence of the sun. With a great deal of judgment and propriety of expression, he concluded his oration with the same trope with which he began, right? So James Adair is like, oh, good Lord, he's comparing him to the sun, and he kept going, whatever. They often change the sense of words into a different signification from the natural, exactly after the manner also of the Orientalists. Even their common speech is full of it. Like the prophetic writings and the book of Job, their orations are concise, strong, and full of fire, which sufficiently confutes the wild notion that some have espoused of the North American Indians being pre-Adamites, or a separate race of men created for that continent. So, you know, that disproves, or first of all, he disproves the idea that these people aren't listed in the Bible. All right. So he says, look, there definitely are people that's listed in the Bible because they speak similar to biblical orations. All right. What stronger circumstantial proofs can be expected than that they, being disjointed from the rest of the world, time immemorial, and destitute also of the use of letters, should have and still retain the ancient standard of speech conveyed down by oral tradition from father to son to the present generation, besides their persons, customs, etc., are not singular from the rest of the world, which probably they would, were they not were they not descended from one and the same common head. You see that right there. So he said, look, they're similar to the rest of the world, and they would be different if they were pre-Adamites, right? Their notions of things are like ours, and their organical structure is the same. And then the soul governs the body according to the common laws of God and the creation of Adam. God employed 6 days in creating the heavens, the earth, or the heavens, this earth, and the innumerable species of creatures, wherewith it is so amply furnished. The works of being infinitely perfect must entirely answer the design of, let's see what he continues to say here. Come on now. There we go, them. The design of them. Hence, there could be no necessity for a second creation of God's or God's creating many pairs of the human race differing from each other and fitted for different climates, because that implies imperfection in the grand scheme or a want of power in the execution of it. Had there been a prior or later formation of any new class of creatures, they must materially differ from those of the 6 days of work, for it is inconsistent with divine wisdom to make a vain or unnecessary repetition of the same act. But the American Indians neither vary from the rest of mankind in their internal construction nor external appearance, except in color, right? He said they only look a little different than other people's. They pretty much are the same as the rest of everybody else, which, as has been shown, is either entirely accidental or artificial. As the Mosaic account declares, a completion of the manifestations of God's infinite wisdom and power in creation within that space of time, it follows that the Indians have lineally descended from Adam, the first and the great parent of all the human species. Both the Chickasaw and Choctaw Indians call a deceitful person a sinte, a snake, and they frequently say they have not sinte sulish, the snake's tongue, the meaning of which is very analogous to a name the Hebrews gave to a deceitful person, which probably proceeded from a traditional knowledge of Eve's being beguiled by the tempter in that shape, right? So James Adair is not even making the case that he's not even connecting the dots here, that Eve was beguiled by a sinte, right? A deceitful person, a snake, right? He's saying, you know, the tempter literally took that shape. For the Indians, never affixed any bad idea to the present reptile fraternity, except that of poisonous teeth. And they never use any such metaphor as that of a snake's teeth, right? So he said the language of metaphors and comparison is that of the Hebrews, all right? Some have supposed the Americans to be descended from the Chinese, right? That's the prominent theory today, that the people over here crossed the Bering Strait from Asia, and that all the people over here just descended from Asians, right? But neither their religion, laws, customs, etc. agree in the least with those of the Chinese. He said, look, they're too different from the Asians to be descended from them, all right? Which sufficiently proves that they are not of that line. He said they have nothing to do with the Asians. They don't, they're not comparable to the Asians at all. So they can't be descended from those people of Asia. All right? They look a little bit like them because, again, as we read earlier, they mixed themselves among the people. All right? The Asians used to be right there with the Hebrews as far as in the Middle East. All right? But he said, look, they can't be of the Asians because their religion, laws, and customs aren't like them at all. All right? Besides, as our best ships are now are almost a half a year in sailing to China or from thence to Europe, it is very unlikely they should attempt such dangerous discoveries in early time with their supposed small vessels against rapid currents and in dark and sickly monsoons, especially as it is very probable they were unacquainted with the use of lodestone or to direct their course. China is above 8,000 miles distant from the American continent, which is twice as far as across the Atlantic Ocean. Right. So so he is not even giving the Bering Strait theory any credence at all. He said, look, they would not be able to sail over here from Asia. Right. Let's see, twice as far as across the Atlantic Ocean. And we are not informed by any antient writer of their maritime skill or so much as any inclination that way, besides small coasting voyages, right? So he said they did move around over here, but not nowhere near as much as to cross the Pacific Ocean. The winds blow likewise with little variation from east to west, within the latitudes of 30 and odd north and south, and therefore they could not drive them on the American coast, it lying directly contrary to such course. Neither could persons fail to America from the north by way of Tartary or ancient Scythia, that from its situation never was or can be a maritime power. Say right there. So he said there's not Tartaria or whatever people say these days. Ancient Scythians are pretty much still in like Kazakhstan, that region. That from its situation never was or can be a maritime power, and is utterly impracticable for any to come to America by sea from that quarter. Besides the remaining traces of their religious ceremonies and civil and martial, I'm pretty sure it means marital there, customs are quite opposite to like vestiges of the old Scythians. He said, look, they're not comparable to the old Scythians, nor even in the modern northern climates is to be seen the least vestige of any ancient stately buildings or of any thick settlements, as are said to remain in the less healthy regions of Peru and Mexico. Several of the Indian nations assure us they crossed the Mississippi, so keep that in mind. The people that he talked to said they crossed the Mississippi from west to east before they made their present northern settlements, which connected with the former arguments will sufficiently explode that weak opinion of the American Aborigines being lineally descended from the Tartars or ancient Scythians. It is a very difficult thing to divest ourselves, not to say other persons, of prejudices and favorite opinions, and I expect to be censured by some for opposing commonly received sentiments or for meddling with the dispute agitated among the learned ever since the first discovery of America. He said, look, I expect to get some pushback off of this, but truth is my object, and I hope to offer some things which, if they do not fully solve the problem, may lead the way and enable others possessing stronger judgment, more learning, and more leisure to accomplish it. As I before suggested, where we have not the light of history or records to guide us through the dark maze of antiquity, we must endeavor to find it out by probable arguments, and in such subjects of inquiry, where no material objections can be raised against probability, it is strongly conclusive of the truth and nearly gives the thing sought for. From the most exact observations I can make in the long time I treaded among the Indian Americans, I was forced to believe them lineally descended from the Israelites. He said, genealogically, they come from the ancient Israelites. Either while they were a maritime power, as we talked about last week with the Israelite-Phoenician connection, or soon after the general captivity. The latter, however, is the most probable, and that's the one that I stick to, the Second Esdras time period, all right? Or rather, the Second Esdras 13 time period, all right, that it details after the general captivity, when all the Israelites were freed by Cyrus, all right? This descent I shall endeavor to prove to prove from their religious rites, civil and I'm pretty sure it means marital here, not martial. Customs, their marriages, or maybe it could be martial, but I don't know. Their martial, I'll just read it as martial. Their martial customs, their marriages, funeral ceremonies, manners, language, traditions, and a variety of particulars, which will at the same time make the reader thoroughly acquainted with nations of which it may be said to this day very little have been known, right? So he said, like, nobody really knows about these people until I went out here and did this, all right? And his conclusion that he came to was that these people were biologically and lineally, as he stated, from Jacob, from the Israelites, all right? He says observations and arguments and proof of the American Indians being descended from the Jews, and that's how most of the book goes. Argument 1, argument 2, argument 3, argument 4, and he talks about these different nations, all right? As far as Chickasaw, Shawnee, Choctaw, who else talk about? Cherokee, Seminoles. Talk about all these different people. The Creek, I think, as well. A number of particulars present themselves in favor of a Jewish descent, but to form a true judgment and draw a solid conclusion, the following arguments must not be partially separated. Let them be distinctly considered. Then unite them together and view their force collectively. I'm not going to go through all the arguments that are in the book. Y'all get the book, check it out. I'll just touch a couple from the first few pages. As the Israelites were divided into tribe and had chiefs over them, so the Indians divide themselves. Each tribe forms a little community within the nation. As the nation had its particular symbol, so hath each tribe the badge from which it is denominated. All right. So it goes on to say down here at the bottom of the page, I do just want to point this out, that many of the ancient heathens followed the Jewish custom of dividing themselves into tribes or families. So that of itself is not enough. But understand that you take all these things together and you put them as one, right? It says they have families of the eagle, panther, tiger, buffalo, family of the bear, deer, raccoon, tortoise, snake, fish, and likewise of the wind, right? So that's what we see among the ancient Israelites as well. They had their symbol, their seals, right? There is no tribe or individual among them, however, called by the name opossum, which is with the Cherokee stilled Sequoia, and with the Chickasaw and Choctaw Indians Shuka. Synonyms with that of a hog, right? So certain unclean beasts they would just stay from entirely. This may be more material than at first appears, as our natural history tells us that the opossum is common in other parts of the world. Several of the old Indians assure us they formerly reckoned it as a filthy, uneatable animal, as a hog, although they confess, and we know by long observation that from the time our traders settled among them, they are every year more corrupt in their morals, right? So each year we get further and further from the Lord. So that is how we could have come over here to keep the commandments, right? But then over time, the people fell off, right? Not only in this instance of eating an impure animal, but in many other religious customs of their forefathers, all right? So throughout time, they stray further and further away from the customs of the forefathers, meaning the laws of God, all right? So that's how you can have the certain tribes, like Reubenites, that just so happen to be in South America, among the Asherites who had already fallen off, right? But you had others who were still keeping the commandments. When we consider the various revolutions these unlettered savages are likely to have undergone among themselves through a long forgotten measure of time, and that probably they have been above 20 centuries without the use of letters to convey down their traditions, it cannot be reasonably expected they should still retain the identical names of their primogenial tribes. You see that right there? So he said they've been over here for about 20 centuries at least. So they've lost their way, right? So, and this will probably be the last one because I do want to get into this other book that I have as well. By a strict, permanent, divine precept, the Hebrew nation were ordered to worship at Jerusalem, Jehovah, the true and living God, and who by the Indians is stilled Yohewah, all right, which is actually the first three letters of, when you say those three letters, in the Hebrew they were Yod, Hey, and Wah, right? The last one would be another Hey. All right. So let's see if there's anything on this page. Not particularly, I don't think. Because from there we'll move to this other book. So I'll skip down to this paragraph. It says the ceremonies. The ceremonies of the Indians in their religious worship are more after the Mosaic institution than of pagan imitation. You see them right there. So he said, look, they're not really pagan. They're closer to the Mosaic institution, which could not be if the majority of the old natives were of heathenish descent. For all bigots and enthusiasts will fight to death for the very shadow of their superstitious worship, when they have even lost all the substance. There yet remain so many marks as to enable us to trace the Hebrew extraction and rites through all the various nations of Indians, and we may with a great deal of probability conclude that if any heathens accompanied them to the American world, or were settled in it before them, they became proselytes of justice, and their pagan rites and customs were swallowed up in the Jewish. To illustrate the general subject, I shall give the Indian opinion of some of the heathen gods contrasted with that of the pagan. You see that right there. So he said, look, there's some pagan worship over here, but it mostly is of Mosaic institution. All right? Meaning custom and tradition. So yeah, from there, let's talk about Gad specifically. As far as the people touching down over here. Let's it wouldn't be in maps. I don't know why I clicked on that. Let's go to the pictures. And we'll go to Discovery of Ancient America by David Allen Deal. This is this book right here. This is one of the covers. I've seen some other covers as well, but this is the one that I got. The one that I got here recently. It says Discovery of Ancient America, and then down here you see David Allen Deal. I guess I didn't take a good picture. I left out his name. But anyway. What page is this? This is... I've talked about this on stream before when talking about the guides, but this needs to be noted, needs to be stated. So at this mountain here, it's called Hidden Mountain. You scroll down. In the center of the picture is the Ten Commandment inscription on the lower right hand of the large... Wait a minute. It said, view of Hidden Mountain. In the center of the picture is the Ten Commandment inscription on the lower right-hand corner of the large fallen outcropping. So I guess that'd be over here. But here you have it. Here you have the Ten Commandments, and as you said down here, the Ten Commandments of Yahweh. On the stone found, this is in Los Lunes, New Mexico. All right. I believe this is about to describe it here in this on this page. All right. Let's see if it'll pull it up. There we go. It says the secret of Hidden Mountain on the right bank of the Rio Puercos, some 30 miles southwest of Albuquerque in the brown, barren waste of Valencia County, New Mexico, stands a volcanic mesa. The people in the general area call it Hidden Mountain or Mystery Mountain, but the Indians retain its more ancient title, Cerro Los Moquino, Cliff of the Strange Writings. These names aptly apply, for upon its slopes, a secret is revealed that, if accepted, would change the basic concepts upon which ancient American history is built. Few even dare its challenge. Nevertheless, the emerging evidence compels us to conclude that this wilderness region was in ancient times visited by adventurers from the Middle East. Atop these natural volcanic ramparts is found the ancient ruins of a camp laid out in military fashion, that is, in a perimeter of small 1 or 2 man dugouts, which are called by some pit houses. I'm not necessarily interested in reading that whole paragraph there, but it does say ample water is available less than a quarter mile away from either the Carrizo Wash or the Rio Puercos. The Rio Puercos is a tributary of the Rio Grande, which flows into the Gulf of Mexico. All right, so and provides a natural highway to or from Hidden Mountain and the sea. You see it right there. So if people sailed up into the Gulf of Mexico, they could sail up into the Rio Grande, which would take them up the Rio Puercos, which would land them at Los Lunes, New Mexico, or thereabouts. All right. So it says, at first, one might casually dismiss these ruins as some relic of a band of ancient Indians that roamed the area, but closer examination of the details makes such a conclusion patently amiss. Comparison of the building formations with other Indian sites proves them unique in the Americas, but surprisingly similar to finds in the Middle East. And I'm going to show you with the next artifact on here that It's not even unique in the Americas. There's a lot of different Hebrew artifacts in the Americas. All right. Yet the greatest shock, causing much disbelief and offhanded accusations of fraud, comes from the accompanying inscriptions found at the site. Lying along the winding trail leading to the campsite on top of the mountain juts a fallen outcropping of native igneous basalt. On its face is carved an inscription in ancient letters. Another short inscription is found at the summit of the mountain. The words chiseled on these rocks are without a doubt ancient Hebrew. The greater inscription recites the Ten Commandments. The smaller one reads, Yahweh is our mighty one. All right. The ramifications of these words, if authentically composed by an ancient scribe, are enormous, giving direct proof that a connection anciently existed between the Americas through explorations of mariners with the Middle East. The evidence would tend to indicate naval power for some countries as early as 3,500 years ago. All right, so it wouldn't be 3,500 years ago; it'd be 2,500. Because 3,500 years ago would even be before David. And that wouldn't make much sense. It is within this framework that we must examine the Ten Commandments of New Mexico. All right. So this next picture is the comparisons between the writings on the stone and the Ten Commandments written in Hebrew, or rather, this just transcribes what's written on the stone. Yes. So this just transcribes what's written on the stone. The lettering style, the language and translation of the text is what we're trying to figure out based on what these writings are. All right. Inscription rock, mystery rock. So he just wrote it down on a page so we can see it a little better. Okay, so this shows pretty much the same thing. Missing section with particular letters. All right, so various unsupported opinions about the meaning of inscription rock have been advanced over the years. Some attributed to the Mormons, who out of some fraudulent attempt to prove that the American Indians were descendants of Israelites, placed the writings so as to be found as proof of their religious theory. When most Mormons would not even know how to write in the Paleo-Hebrew, right? None of them would have any kind of information on how to do that. Another pronounced inscription to be a Greek Cypriot fantasy by totally disregarding known alphabets, juggling letters by adding strokes and many consonants, thereby placing it so far from any scholarly pursuit that one can only label it unfortunate. Most of these opinions are based upon mere conjectures formulated out of a lack of adequate information, data much more readily available today to everyone. The letters of the inscription, cut deeply and accurately in very hard, flinty, igneous rocks, are by no means a mystery. They are clearly and unequivocally a form of Paleo-Hebrew. A comparison of alphabets easily proves the point. He's about to compare these alphabets. Now, I do want to keep this pulled up, and I'll pull up some other images as well. Because looking into another artifact before we get into the scriptures again, I want to keep this up here. All right, so this is the modern Hebrew over here to the left, the Assyrian style text, Roman letters as far as like English is concerned, and then the Paleo-Hebrew, and then the inscriptions on the rock. So you see what the Paleo-Hebrew looks like, and it's pretty much identical to the inscription on the rock, except handwriting, right? So handwriting would dictate that a yod is not necessarily tilted, but this person just writes a yod down, and he kind of writes m's upside down, or mems. He has his own way of writing a Q, right? He writes like an hourglass instead of like what we know as a Q. But pretty much everything else is the same. He writes his tzaz. His taza is a little different. Some people say taza, some people say tza. Writes there is a little different. Tzade, I should say. Tzade is a little different. Other than that, it's pretty much the same. Except for, I guess you get it down here to the Samek, it's a little different. And your khe is more like a modern H, instead of like the Paleo-Hebrew is like a double H. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. It's just his handwriting is a little different than what you would expect from like a specific and like perfect Paleo Hebrew. It's not like perfect Paleo Hebrew. It's like handwriting is changed a little bit, and the language evolved a little bit for this individual writer. That's pretty much the only difference. And when you compare the Paleo Hebrew with the writing on the rock, it pretty much turns out to be exactly the Ten Commandments. So it says the Los Lunas New Mexico inscription rock is a precise rendering of the Ten Commandments. This fact is poignantly made in an interlinear comparison using Paleo-Hebraic form found at Hidden Mountain with the modern Hebrew form in the Masoretic text and in English translation. Note, Hebrew is read from right to left, right? So that's why he has it written like this. So right here up at the top, you have what's written on the inscription mountain. Then here you have the modern Hebrew, and then the English down under that. It goes on to say literally what the Ten Commandments say, right? So like that's the name Yahweh, right, as he has right there, Yahweh. So yeah, he pretty much proves here with this book that the Ten Commandments were found in Los Lunas, New Mexico, right off the Rio Grande. Pretty much evidence that people came up here and wrote down the Ten Commandments on the Rio Grande. All right, so let's get that in prophecy. All right, let's get that in prophecy. Considering the tribe of Gad. All right, it says, and of Gad he said, blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. Right, so Gad had 7 sons, just like there are 7 different tribes of indigenous here in the North American area, not including the Creek/Seminole family. All right, and of course you have the Toltec family, which I'm not counting either. That would be Issachar. But that's why you may look at like the 12 tribes chart when it says, hey, the Seminole Creek family Indians are the Reubenites, and all the rest of the Native Americans are Gadites. Well, why is that the case? Because blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. He gave him a large area. He gave him many sons. He dwelled as a lion and teareth the arm with the crown of the head. All right, so that would be your blood brother pact, as the chiefs would make, right, with their feathered crown, the crown of the head. And he provided the first part for himself, right? America, the United States, I should say, is the best part. All right, he provided it for himself because there, in a portion of the lawgiver, was he seated, right? So Gad acted as the priest on this side, all right? And he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel, all right? So that's why when Gad got over here, he kept the commandments, all right? In Deuteronomy 11, and also in Deuteronomy 6 to a certain extent, talking about this, write these laws upon your gates, right? But in Deuteronomy 11, it says, and starting with 29, and it shall come to pass when the Lord thy God hath brought thee in unto the land, whither thou goest to possess it, that thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim and the curse upon Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side Jordan, by the way where the sun goeth down, in the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the Champaign over against Gilgal, by the plains of Moreb? For ye shall pass over Jordan to go and to possess the land which the Lord your God giveth you, and ye shall possess it and dwell therein, and ye shall observe to do all these statutes and judgments which I set before you this day. Right? So when they got there, they wrote down the laws of God at the base of the mountain. Right? That's what the Gadites did to show the blessings that God would give them. All right? And more specifically, I guess, in Deuteronomy 6. Like I said, written on the gates. Yeah, so this is Deuteronomy 6 and 9, and thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates, right? So you got to the land, write these on the base of the mountain, write these upon the gates, right? So that's what they did. They sat down in the land. They went up the Rio Grande. They got settled. They wrote them down, and then as Where did I read that? It said they crossed the Mississippi. I believe that was James Adair that we were reading. It said that they crossed the Mississippi. But one more thing, and Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients. That's right. So I showed y'all this book last week, but there's another part of the book that I want to bring out. So I talked about this with the Paraiba stone last week. There's another artifact that was actually found in Tennessee. All right. So it's Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients by Time Life Books. All right, that's the cover. This is the Bat Creek stone. All right. That was found in I believe it's Bat Creek, Tennessee. I believe that's where it got its name. The ancient Hebrews of Tennessee. It says, throughout the river valleys of the southeastern United States lie hundreds of man-made earthen mounds in which American Indians laid their dead to rest. But in one such mound, according to some researchers, there are non-Indian remains as well, the bones of Jewish refugees who may have fled the brutal Roman occupation of Palestine in the 1st century AD. And I've pretty much sufficiently made the case that that's not who that is. All right, that's they had come over here before them. All right. This tomb first came to light in 1889 when a team from the Smithsonian Institution excavated three burial mounds along Bat Creek in Loudoun County, Tennessee. I mean, it could be that they come over here, but most of those who escaped the Roman persecution just like fled into Africa and stuff. I pretty much made that case whenever I talked about Judah. Let's see. 9 skeletons were found in one mound, 2 of them set apart from the other 7. Beneath one of these 2 skeletons lay several unusual artifacts, among them a stone tablet bearing 9 carved letters. The director of the mound excavation project, a man by the name of Cyrus Thomas, decided that the inscription contained letters of the Cherokee alphabet, which had been devised around 1820 by the Cherokee scholar Sequoyah. Right, so he said, "Oh, these must be Cherokee letters." The bones in the tablet were sent to the Smithsonian for later consideration. Thomas published his report in 1894, and there the matter seemed to rest. But in the 1950s, archaeologist Joseph Mann happened upon a picture of the Bat Creek tablet and reached a conclusion remarkably more exotic than Thomas's. I believe I have a book by Joseph Mann, too. I'm going to have to look into that. Mann knew the Cherokee alphabet and said, as he wrote later, could see no relationship whatever between the symbols on the stone and those developed by Sequoyah, right? Because the Cherokee, as James Adair said, like many other tribes over here, they had a spoken language, and I guess this is going back to what Ronald Sanders said as well, that they had a spoken language, but not a written language. All right. What man did see upon turning the picture of the stone upside down was a striking similarity between several of the letters in ancient Canaanite writing, right? So the Phoenician, the Paleo-Hebrew language. No expert in Semitic languages, man sent a photograph to Semitic language scholar Cyrus Gordon, the same guy who confirmed that the Paraiba stone was legit. Who confirmed Mann's observation. The characters, said Gordon, were from a Hebrew dialect dating to about the 1st century AD. They translated as a comet of the Jews. He speculated that one of the skeletons was that of a leader, the comet memorialized by the tablet. Others who have compared the inscription with Cherokee, Paleo-Hebrew, and English characters take the position that, on the basis of their shapes, the carvings are as similar to English letters as to Cherokee letters, but are even more like Hebrew, as Gordon said. So everyone who sees this says, yeah, that looks like Hebrew, all right? And as we can see by this other one, when you see the Paleo-Hebrew letters, let me bring this down. When you see the Paleo-Hebrew letters here, you can see that right there, that one is clearly a yod, right? You can see that over here. It says Paleo-Hebrew, the ancient Aramaic. That's clearly a yod. That is a hey right next to it. I don't know what that other one would be. Perhaps an aleph or a ta. Down there on the end could be a resh. What am I looking at? It doesn't look like a bet. It looks more like a resh. Where's a resh? Yeah, it could be a bet, could be a resh. So that's what's presented there. Perhaps it's some mech down there on the bottom. Those could just be wear and tear marks. But yeah, clearly with a yod right in the middle. That's Hebrew letters. Support for Gordon's assessment also comes from carbon-14 dating of wood fibers found with the skeletons. The test revealed that the bodies were buried sometime in the first 2 centuries AD. Right, so sometime in the first 2 centuries AD, those people were buried with that Hebrew writing on that stone. Right. To be sure, there are many reasons to question the scenario suggested by Gordon's translation of the inscription. For example, the other artifacts recovered at the Back Creek gravesite are clearly American Indian rather than Hebraic. Right, so again, you had some people over here who retained the culture, some people fell off from it, and over time, everybody fell off from it. Right, and there is, of course, no hint in voluminous Hebrew lore of how any ancient Hebrews might have come to be among the Indians of Tennessee 1900 years ago, except there is when you read 2 Ezra 13, as I postured tonight, as I had proven tonight and last week, that yeah, the scriptures do talk about people coming over here. All right. So I guess I'll finish up talking about Gad before we close it out. And Lord's will, next week I can finish up talking about the rest of the tribes. But in verse 19 it says, Gad, a troop shall overcome him. Right, that would be the U.S. Cavalry, the F troop. All right, but he shall overcome at the last. Right, so Andrew Jackson overcome the Gadites, but as the scripture says, he shall overcome at the last. When you read Revelation 7, Gad is among the 144,000. So with this first little excerpt, I just want us to remember from last week. We had mentioned Reuben, but we didn't really necessarily go into it. We didn't necessarily go into Reuben. So this excerpt here from the book called Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. All right. There's a few things that I want y'all to remember from this book. All right. Just keep this in mind because we're about to get into it. All right. You had this Portuguese Marano whose name was Antonio de Montezinos. All right. He knew a quote unquote Indian from South America who had said that we so badly treated a holy people, the greatest in the world, right? So the Indian said we treated a holy people very badly, all right? And then he went on to say, Francisco, one of the Indian guides, had declared that his countrymen would be avenged upon the Spaniards in time anyway, by means of a people now hidden. All right? So he said, look, hey, we will be avenged, we will be judged. We are being judged now, but we will return, right? That's what the Indian said. And then Montezinos put it together when he said, those Indians, they are Hebrews, right? So he put it together that the Indians in general, all right, are Hebrews, all right? Francisco specifically said that, hey, we had mistreated a holy people, right? And you go on down through on page 364. On page 364, it says, they told him, right, this specific people that they had treated badly. Francisco later shows these people to Montezinos, and they greet him in Hebrew, right? He said, Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Ehad, right? Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. That specific group of people that the general Indians in Venezuela had mistreated, they were of the tribe of Reuben, all right? However, and they also said that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby. So how would they know that Joseph was in the Caribbean unless they themselves had traveled through the Caribbean? Now, I specifically mentioned this last week as far as like that was a remnant of Reuben in Venezuela. The bulk of the tribe of Reuben was not in Venezuela, all right? However, the bulk of the tribe of Reuben at that time was in the continental U.S. All right, in Florida, they had traveled by boat down through, the Caribbean for whatever reason. And so now let's get to the history and prophecy of the tribe of Reuben specifically. All right, that's all I wanted y'all to keep in mind, that the Indians in general were Hebrews, were Israelites, as Montezinos himself come to that conclusion. However, the Indians who were in Venezuela knew that they weren't the same as the Reubenites. All right. So, let's get this here. In Genesis 49, let's get back to Genesis 49. Because Genesis 49 talks about where the tribes would be in the last days. All right. Where the tribes would be in the last days. All right. So let's get this here. Talking about Reuben. This is Jacob blessing his sons, as it says right there at the top. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. All right. So as you see here, and of course it didn't keep this on here. Let me move all these over here if I can. But the 12 tribes chart shows Reuben as being the Seminole or Creek family. And that is absolutely correct. And we're about to get into the Seminole Wars where this prophecy was fulfilled. All right, where you see Reuben here. Creek family, Indians, Seminole, Choctaw, Muskogee is also in there as well. So let's get into the Seminole Wars real quick. This is the Department of State, Florida.gov. All right. So this isn't like some this isn't some Hebrew Israelite source. Obviously, this isn't even a like Seminole source. This is from Florida themselves. After the American Revolution and you get to the wars from 1776 to 1783, Spain regained control of Florida from Britain as part of the Treaty of Paris. When the British evacuated Florida, Spanish colonists as well as settlers from the newly formed U.S. came pouring in. Many of these new residents were lured by favorable Spanish terms for acquiring property called land grants. Right, so that's was commonly done by colonial governments at the time. All right. Even Seminoles were encouraged to set up farms because they provided a buffer between Spanish Florida and the United States. Escaped slaves also entered Florida, trying to reach a place where their U.S. masters had no authority over them. Right. So the runaway slaves from the plantations in the U.S. in places like Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, they would flee to Florida, all right, to live among the Seminoles, all right. Instead of becoming more Spanish, Florida increasingly became more American, all right. So, again, the Seminoles and the escaped slaves, they knew they were brothers, right? They got along as brothers. They didn't fight one another. They lived together, all right. Back when Britain controlled Florida, the British often incited Seminoles against American settlers who were migrating south into Seminole territory. These old conflicts, combined with the safe haven Seminoles provided black slaves, caused the U.S. Army to attack the tribe in the First Seminole War from 1817 to 1818, which took place in Florida and southern Georgia. Forces under General Andrew Jackson invaded Spanish Florida, attacked several key locations, and pushed the Seminoles farther south into Florida. And as you see by the, I don't know if y'all can see that photo here, or it's a drawing rather, but it says that 2 Seminole chiefs or Micos are captured by Jackson's forces who used the ruse of flying the British flag to lure the Indians to them, right? So Andrew Jackson just went down there being the madman that he was, and he was a man of war. He was a valiant man, if that's the word you want to use for him. But he deceived the Seminoles, and that's how he beat them in battle. All right. It says, finally, after several official and unofficial U.S. military expeditions into the territory, Spain formally ceded Florida to the U.S. in 1821, according to the terms of the Adams-Onis Treaty. As soon as the U.S. acquired Florida, it began urging the Indians there to leave their lands and relocate along with other southeastern tribes to Indian Territory, present-day Oklahoma, right? So they, just like all the rest of the tribes, they try to get them on the Trail of Tears, right? They said, hey, the Indian Removal Act, hey, y'all going to one area, y'all going to Oklahoma, right? Some Seminole leaders signed a treaty in 1832 and part of the tribe moved. But other Seminoles refused to recognize the treaty and fled into the Florida Everglades, right? So even this here, as far as the Seminole leaders signing a treaty, it said part of the tribe moved. Listen to this next sentence. It says, the Treaty of Payne's Landing, signed by a small number of Seminoles in 1832, required Indians to give up their Florida lands within 3 years and move west. When the U.S. Army arrived in 1835 to enforce the treaty, the Indians were ready for war. You see that right there? So this is the only instance of the quote-unquote Indians breaking the treaty first, right? Because America, you read the history about how the America made treaties with all the tribes. America is the one who's always breaking the treaties, right? And I suppose the British did it before them as well, and the French. But this is the only instance where the Indians, they signed the treaty and they were like, no, we ain't going nowhere. All right, that was a ruse. That was to buy us some time. So even when it said part of the tribe moved, not really, not many at all. All right, they signed that treaty in 1832 as a ruse. All right, again, back to the prophecy in Genesis 49, he said, Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength. Right, so the warfare tactics of Reuben are unlike any other tribe, as in they got down. All right, we're about to read in the Second Seminole War. Hey, they got down with the U.S. Government. They did not go peacefully. They did not roll over. All right, and when it says the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power, it's interesting here when he says the excellency of dignity. All right, because when it comes to some other quote unquote Indian tribes, what was known as the quote-unquote civilized tribes, they were not helping escape slaves, all right? Even the opposite, right? But Reuben was not like that. Reuben was providing a safe haven for the escaped slaves because they're the excellency of dignity, according to prophecy, all right? Unstable as water, all right? Unstable as water, as in, yeah, you signed this treaty with me, I don't care. He said, I don't care. That was a ruse. All right. Yeah. We signed this treaty. We don't care. that's the instability that he's talking about here. All right. So reading into the Second Seminole War, it says as Major. Hold on, wait a minute. When the U.S. Army arrived in 1835 to enforce the treaty, the Indians were ready for war. As Major Francis Dade marched from Fort Brooke toward Fort King, 180 Seminole warriors led by Canopy, Alligator, and Jumper attacked. Only one man of that army detachment survived the ambush. You see that right there? So they sent a whole platoon to them. They had 180 people. And they said only, one man of the U.S. Army survived that attack. All right? As it says here, the campaigns of the Second Seminole War were an outstanding demonstration of guerrilla warfare by the Seminoles. So, again, this is not a Seminole site. This is the Florida government who wrote this. They said, like, we're impressed. All right? It was impressive. The warfare tactics, right? Again, the prophecy is my might, the might of Jacob was in his firstborn Reuben, the beginning of his strength, the excellency of power. All right? This is what they said here. They said an outstanding demonstration of guerrilla warfare by the Seminole. The Micos, Jumper, Alligator, Canopy, and Osceola, leading less than 3,000 warriors, were pitted against 4 U.S. generals and more than 30,000 troops. All right? The Second Seminole War, this was from 1835 to 1842. All right? So the First Seminole War, It's hardly even a war. All right, it's from a year. It's a year or two. From 1817 to 1818, however you want to look at that. All right, and Andrew Jackson won it by deception. All right, so it's not like a full-scale battle. The Second Seminole War really shows what kind of warriors the Seminoles were. All right, let's see. The U.S. spent more than $20 million fighting the Seminoles. The war left more than 1,500 soldiers and uncounted American civilians dead. All right, so it was again, power, the might, the strength. All right, and the obvious duplicity of the U.S. government's tactics marred Indian-white relations throughout the country for future generations. You see it right there. So this is where, when the U.S. government was fighting the Seminole Wars, that's when they really learned to play dirty, basically, in warfare tactics. All right. As the hostilities dragged on, frustrated U.S. forces increasingly turned to desperate measures to win the war. For example, Osceola was captured and imprisoned when he met with U.S. troops who had called for a truce and claimed to want to talk peace. All right. So this is where you get that. This is a prophecy here about the wicked, right? And again, the deceitful tactics. All right. As it said there, they were getting desperate because they were losing. All right. In Psalms 55, let me pull this up real quick. I didn't have this in mind, but since we're getting into it, Psalms 55, and I think it's verse 20. Where is that? Yes. So this is in general, when dealing with when the U.S. was dealing with Indian tribes. Psalms 55 and 20, he hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He has broken his covenant, right? So all the broken covenants that I mentioned. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. That's what I was thinking of when it comes to what we were reading here, as far as he was coming for truce and wanting to talk peace, right? The Miko, Osceola, right? The leader of the people. He was called for truce and peace talks, right? But as I said here, war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords. All right. So let's see. Let's go back to it. With Osceola in prison, the U.S. was confident the war would end soon, but it did not. Although Osceola died in prison in 1838, other Seminole leaders kept the battle going for a few more years. You see that right there? You get rid of one, we're just going to replace him and keep moving. All right. In 1842, a nominal end to the hostilities arrived, though no peace treaty was ever signed. There was never a peace treaty to end the Seminole Wars. All right. By this time, most Seminoles had been moved from Florida, relocated to Indian Territory, today's Oklahoma. Right. So most Indian tribes, right, which were of Gad instead of Reuben, they signed peace treaties, and the U.S. went against them and broke them. But they still ended up signing treaties, right? The Seminoles were not so. The only treaty that they signed, some of them signed, not even all of them, but some of them signed it as a ruse, right? That's the only situation where Indians broke the treaty first, right? As I said. In let's see. In 1842, a nominal end to the hostilities arrived, though no peace treaty was ever signed. By this time, most Seminoles had been moved from Florida, relocated to Indian Territory, today's Oklahoma, right? So I'll read this and then I'll talk more about this part right here, the end of the Second Seminole War. I'll talk about the third one real quick and then we'll call it an end of this article. A third Seminole War broke out in 1855 when conflicts largely over land arose between whites and some Seminoles who remained in Florida. Constant military patrols and rewards for the capture of Indians reduced the Seminole population to about 200 when the third Seminole War ended in 1858, right? So, again, that's prophecy. But when it comes to the, like you see the time period, 1858, that was like right before the Civil War, whenever the Third Seminole War ended. But anyway, when it comes to relocating to the Indian Territory, I'll put a clip here that I've seen concerning John Horse specifically, was one of the leaders that I talked about here.
Enslaved Africans made their way down to Spanish Florida. They fought slavers, bounty hunters, and many were recaptured and lost their lives along the way. But finally, several made it to freedom, at least for a while, in the swamplands of Spanish Florida.
During the same time period, there were several civilized indigenous populations scattered across these lands.
The term civilized tribes was applied to the major Native American tribes that took the bad medicine of the white man. They were classified as civilized because they had adopted the attributes of European culture, becoming Christians, sending their children off to re-education institutions, market participation, intermarriage with white Americans, and,
wait for it,
chattel slavery practices, including the purchase of enslaved Africans. Little did they know that the cotton reservations that they had would become cotton plantations after they were stolen and seized by the same white people.
In the late 1600s, around 1680s into the early 1690s, there were what would become known as the Gullahs, but they were enslaved Africans living in the Low Country who took it upon themselves to seek their own freedom. So instead of going north, they went south into Florida because Florida at that time was a Spanish territory, so it was not part of the formation of the U.S. at that point. It was owned by the Spanish.
In 1687, 8 men, 2 women, and a nursing child escaped from Carolina to Spanish St. Augustine and requested baptism into the true faith. Florida's governor sheltered the runaways out of Christian obligation and refused to return them when an agent from Carolina came to reclaim them. The slaves' telegraph quickly reported this outcome, and soon other runaways began arriving in St. Augustine. Florida officials repeatedly solicited Spain for guidance, and finally, on November 7th, 1693, Charles II issued a royal proclamation
giving liberty to all, the men as well as the women, so that by their example and by my liberty, others will do the same.
Fourth was establishing freedom seekers who were making their way down from the Carolinas, escaping slavery. If they made it down to Spanish Florida, they could live free.
And once they got there, they found that there were already people there who were living free. There were formerly enslaved Africans, there were free blacks who were living on the land.
At Nero's Town on the Swanee River. Here on the Apalachicola River, even before the one here at Prospect Bluff, you had a settlement near Ocheesee Bluff. They established a separate one where there were several hundred Maroon fighters. You had many settlements of free blacks all through Florida, particularly, late 1700s, early 1800s.
There were also Native Americans. At the same time that was happening, there was the group of Creeks who lived just north of Florida. And because of moral differences, they splintered into the Upper Creeks and Lower Creeks. And the Upper Creeks decided that they wanted to break away and go down into Florida to get away from the Lower Creeks who were taking on more European ways of life. And one of those was to begin chattel slavery. That's where the idea of the word Seminole comes from, is that some linguists believe that it is a Creek word or a Muskogee word, and it's pronounced Shimonoli or Seminole. They believe it means runaway because these Creeks believed that part of their group was running away. And so it's also interesting that it fits for what would become the Black Seminoles because they were essentially running away as well. They formed their own villages but were interacting with the Seminoles, so they would become known as the Black Seminoles.
The African and indigenous people lived and worked closely together. And in time, they came to view themselves as a part of the same loosely organized tribe, cultivating a mutual respect of each other's cultures. The Africans adopted a lot of the Indian garb, and the Indians adopted African agriculture, music, and folklore. And they lived this way for over 100 years, raising generations of children in freedom. As Florida continued to be a haven for Black freedom, this didn't set too well with antebellum Georgia. They shared a border, and contentions were high. At this point, there was a lot of retaliation going on. The U.S. military launched raids, tried to steal slaves, steal cattle, and encroach on this Spanish land.
The United States felt that the existence of this community served as something of a beacon of freedom for slaves from Georgia and the Carolinas, or even the Creek Nation, to slip away from bondage and come down here seeking freedom in Florida.
In the spring of 1818, the U.S. government launched their attack.
As soon as the U.S. military was dispatched at the orders of Andrew $20 Jackson, this marked the beginning of the First Seminole War.
The 1818 battle at Suwannee is again recorded by the U.S. military. The people referred to as Black warriors held off the U.S. troops.
The Seminoles, known as the Red Sticks in that area, and the Black Seminoles held their ground and held up their contract with the Spanish to defend the border.
They ultimately fell back, and the village was destroyed. Fell back to was the Manatee River, Tampa Bay, Angola.
At the conclusion of the First Seminole War, the Spanish sold Florida to the Americans for $5 million. This drove the Seminoles and the Black Seminoles deeper into Central Florida, deeper into the Everglades. It was here that the two bands grew closer, and it was also here that birthed two legendary leaders, Osceola for the Seminoles and John Horse, aka Abraham, to lead the Black Seminoles. Between 1830 and 1850, about 100,000 Native Americans were evicted at gunpoint from their ancestral homelands. They were escorted by the United States military to designated Indian territory in present-day Oklahoma. The relocation, known as the Trail of Tears, was the result of genocidal legislation called the Indian Removal Act of 1830, signed into law by President Andrew Jackson.
The first Seminole War happens, and then by 1838 is when the second one starts. So there is a span of about 20 years between. And within this time, the Seminoles and Black Seminoles have only gotten closer. The Black Seminoles are highly militarized. And so when the war does begin, they are out there on the front lines, so much so that General Jessup says, you know, this is not an Indian war, this is a Negro war, because they were at the front lines.
General Jessup wasn't wrong. It was a black war. It was a Negro war. It was the largest Negro uprising the United States had ever seen. And it's in no history books anywhere. More than 300 enslaved individuals rose up against their plantations and came to join arms with the Black Seminoles to fight against the United States of America and for freedom. John Horse and his compatriots gathered the troops together. They went around to the local plantations all throughout Florida, rallying up the enslaved and telling them that they can get their freedom. And they listened. At his call, they all came to fight against the United States government. They fought tooth and nail with everything that they had and launched a 7-year war that cost the United States government more than they had ever spent and more than they would spend ever until the Vietnam War. They caused more casualties and more damage than any other slave rebellion in U.S. history. So why haven't you heard about it?
The reason that they fought so hard and were known for fighting was because for the Seminoles, they would just die. But for the Black Seminoles, they would be returned to slavery. So that was what they were fighting for and against. And so the thing was that they didn't just kill, they killed twice. You know, they wanted to make sure that their enemies were dead.
John Horse, being the excellent strategist and leader that he was, told the United States government that he would lay down his arms if and only if they would give them papers of emancipation for each and every one of his soldiers. And they agreed to this. So they put down their arms, and the Black Seminoles began their trek on the Trail of Tears, headed to modern-day Oklahoma. They lost lives as well, but I believe their disposition was a bit different from the other indigenous people that were on that trail. I believe that these Africans were looking forward to getting to that reserved place in modern day Oklahoma. I believe they saw it as a new start and a new life that awaited them. But when they got there, they found old demons. They found broken promises. And they found that Uncle Sam is the same dirty uncle that he's always been.
But of course, everything changed by the time they got to Oklahoma.
This reservation wasn't their happily ever after, nor was it the end of their story. At this reservation, the U.S. Attorney General, Nathan Clifford, announced that the U.S. government didn't even have the authority to grant their freedom in the first place. In other words, their emancipation was essentially revoked.
Black Seminoles, they were threatened with being captured and returned to slavery because it was outlawed territory. And so there were slave catchers there who...
Anyone with African features were being kidnapped and sold off in the night.
So pretty quickly, John Horse started looking for a way out.
A group of Black Seminoles led by the Wildcats, who was like the chief of the Seminoles, and John Horse, who was essentially the chief of the Black Seminoles, made their way down to Mexico. Mexico had abolished slavery, and it was a dream of both John Horse and Wildcat to make it to freedom, to make it here to Mexico. They got here in 1850 and settled in this town in the state of Coahuila called El Nacimiento de los Negros.
Other Seminole, it says, although Osceola died in prison in 1838, other Seminole leaders kept the battle going for a few more years. John Horse is an example of one of those Seminole leaders. He led the people in fighting and in battles, and he was basically pitched the idea of like, hey, you can leave the U.S. and go to Indian territory and live among your brethren, and you won't have to worry about the U.S. anymore. He got there, he saw that it was not a hospitable land to live in at the time, right? And he went and took pretty much all the rest of the Seminoles, and they went down into Mexico, all right? John Horse and the Seminoles were the only tribe to really agree to walk on the Trail of Tears. And they didn't walk, they rode horses, all right? So again, the excellency of dignity, the excellency of power, the might of Jacob. They weren't forced to walk the Trail of Tears like all the rest of the tribes were. They chose to, because they were kind of, sold this idea that they could be free there. And once they found out that was not the case, they left and went to Mexico. And that's where a lot of Reuben is still in northeastern Mexico to this day. But others, as they were walking the Trail of Tears, just like all the other Indian tribes, they settled in parts of Tennessee and Georgia and Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas along the way. And there's still some Seminoles in Oklahoma to this day as well. So from there, I do want to get Deuteronomy 33 concerning Reuben. I guess I'll finish out this again in Genesis 49. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might in the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel. Understand that thing. Reuben, and he goes on to explain, because thou went up to thy father's bed, then defiled thou it. He went up to my couch, right? Reuben had sex with his stepmother, right? So that's why he did not receive the birthright, and he did not receive the kingdom either. He was not, the Reubenites did not become the kings in ancient Israel, all right? Because of that. It passed from him because Jacob was disgusted by his actions, right? He also said, thou shalt not excel, right? Reubenites are not prominent. They weren't prominent in ancient Israel, not really. They had, they're mighty men, of course. Just like I'm mentioning, the Seminole and their wars, and I'm mentioning John Horse, right? They had their mighty men in ancient Israel as well, but they weren't the leading tribes that they should have been. I'll put it like that. And it's the same thing in the modern day. All right, so let's go to Deuteronomy 33. Deuteronomy 33 concerning Reuben. It's just one verse in Deuteronomy 33 and 6. It says, let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few. Right? So why say this specifically? Doesn't Jacob want none of his sons to die? Or rather, this is Moses. Does Moses want doesn't he want none of the tribes to die? Doesn't he want all of the tribes to be populous and not be few? Of course. He had to specifically say this about Reuben because, first of all, people scoff at the idea that there's going to be 12,000 of the Creek family Indians of the Seminole wake up in the last days, right? According to Revelation 7. That is going to happen, though. People scoff at the idea. But also, we just read here that they were down to 200, right, at that time. But also, over in the east, the Reubenites in the east are the Tasmanians, the Aboriginal Tasmanian people, right? Let's read this right here. And they fulfilled this prophecy concerning let him live and not die, because people said this people group was extinct, all right? And we're going to read this right here. It says, Tasmanian Aboriginal people. The Tasmanian Aboriginal people are an isolate population of Australian Aboriginal people who were cut off from the mainland when a general rise in sea level flooded the Bass Strait about 10,000 years ago. Yeah, okay. Their population upon the arrival of European explorers in the 17th and 18th centuries has been estimated at about 4,000. Historically, the Tasmanian Aboriginal people spoke languages that were unintelligible to mainland Aboriginal peoples, right? They had a completely different language. The island was divided among several peoples who spoke different dialects, each with a delimited hunting territory. So I'm going to jump down to get to the point here. The first permanent white settlement was made in Tasmania in 1803. In 1804, an unprovoked attack by whites on a group of Tasmanian Aboriginal people was the first episode in the Black War. All right, so the Black War was the genocide of these people. The whites treated the Aboriginal people as subhumans, seizing their hunting grounds, depleting their food supply, attacking the women, and killing the men. Attempts by Tasmanian Aboriginal people to resist were met with the superior weaponry and force of the Europeans. Between 1831 and 1835, ostensibly in a final effort at conciliation and to prevent the extermination of approximately 200 Tasmanian Aboriginal people, they were removed to Flinders Island, right, which is islands off the coast of Tasmania, right, just south of Australia. Their social organization and traditional way of life destroyed, subjected to alien disease, and attempts to civilize them, most of them soon died. The death in 1876 of Truganini, a Tasmanian Aboriginal woman who had aided the resettlement on Flinders Island, gave rise to the widely propagated myth that the Aboriginal people of Tasmania had become extinct. All right? So everybody was saying, hey, these people are completely wiped out, these people are gone, but that's a myth. All right? Again, in Deuteronomy 33, he said, let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few. All right? They saying it's few, they saying he's dead, but no, they're there. They are there. All right? Nevertheless, Aboriginal identity remained alive in the Furneaux group of islands among the offspring of Aboriginal women and European sealers. The focus for this community became Cape Barren Island, on which in 1881 a reserve was established for half-castes, quote-unquote half-caste, the official designation for mixed-race individuals who were discriminated against even as their Aboriginal identity was negated. The Cape Barren Island Reserve Act of 1912, for example, identified the islanders as a distinct people requiring special regulation by the government, but did not recognize them as Aboriginal people, right? So, I ain't gonna necessarily say that like all the people of Tasmania are Reuben, but when it comes to the seed of Israel, you gotta understand it's never gonna be done away with, all right? So this is talking about Northern Kingdom in general, this really applies to all the tribes if I'm being honest. But this is what happened with the dispersion of the Israelites, all right? And I believe it's Hosea 9. Let me make sure. It's been a second since I read this. Been a minute, I should say. Here we go. So, it says, I'll start with 11 for the context. As for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird, right? Northern kingdom. From the birth and from the womb and from the conception. So that's the context, is concerning the womb and concerning conception, all right? Concerning birth and birth rates. Though they bring up their children, yet will I bereave them. There shall not be a man left. Isn't that what they say about the Aboriginal people? No, there wasn't a man left. You know, these women sitting down with these Europeans and whatnot. Yea, woe also to them when I depart from them. All right? Ephraim, as I saw Tyrus, is planted in a pleasant place. But Ephraim shall bring forth his children to the murderer. Right? That's what the women did, right? Bring forth their children to the Europeans. That's what it just said in this article. Right? Give them, O Lord, what wilt thou give? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts. Understand that thing. All right. So he said, look, when it comes to the population of the murderers, all right, their children will not survive, as in their seed will not survive. All right. It said, though they bring up their children, yet will I bereave them, that there shall not be a man left. When they bring their children to the murderers, all right, there will not be a man left, but the seed of Israel will prevail. All right. All their wickedness is in Gilgal, for there I hated them. For the wickedness of their doings will I drive them out of my house. I will love them no more. All their princes are revolters. Ephraim is smitten, their root is dried up. They shall bear no fruit. Yea, though they bring forth, yet will I slay even the beloved fruit of their womb. All right. My God will cast them away because they did not hearken unto him. They shall be wanderers among the nations. You see that right there? So that's why you have, instead of in the land of Israel, you have Reuben on one side of the earth in Florida and on the other side of the earth in Tasmania. All right? Wanderers among the nations. All right? And keep that in mind as far as wanderers among the nations. We'll get into that a little later. All right? So, from there, that's Reuben. Who's next? Simeon. Simeon is not even mentioned in Deuteronomy 33, but Simeon on the list here, and we talked about this when we was talking about Levi, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Simeon is the Dominicans, the other half of the island, all right, on the other side of the Haitians. And Simeon, where is he at on here? Is Western Papua, all right, the other side of Papua New Guinea over there in the east, all right. You can tell that by, as it says here, Simeon and Levi are brethren. They're always going to be dwelling together. All right, or at least when it comes to these last days, right? Because that's what Genesis 49 is about, the last days, right? In the last days, they'll be dwelling together, all right? Because all the tribes are brothers, right? Even half of all the tribes come from Leah, just like Simeon and Levi do, right? So Judah is their brother, Reuben is their brother, and Issachar and Zebulun is their brother, right? But specifically, Simeon and Levi are brethren because they dwell together. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou to their secret, unto their assembly. My honor, be not thou united. Right? So, first of all, he said instruments of cruelty. Right? They be getting up some wickedness. Right? Specifically witchcraft and the various forms of it. But he said, be not thou united. All right? They would be together on the same island, on the same land, but they would be split. All right? That's what you see with Papua, split right down the middle, the same way that the Santo Domingo is, all right, with the Dominican Republic on one side, and or I should say the Isle of Hispaniola is, which you got Haiti on one side and the DR on the other. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dig down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. All right, so you read about that in Genesis 34. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. And that's why the Lord chose, one of the reasons why the Lord chose Levi to be the priest, so he could scatter them in Israel. All right. Let's get into Dan. When it comes to Dan, let's go ahead and read Dan. It said, Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. So why would Jacob have to specify Dan is like one of the tribes if he was a tribe? Dan didn't remain as a tribe. In Amos 8, it talks about their fall, and it talks about also or rather I should say it neglects to speak of Dan in Revelation 7 when it mentions all the rest of the tribes. All right. So that's why that's why he said Dan shall judge as one of the tribes of Israel, because he's not really one of the tribes, not anymore. But he did have his time with Samson. Samson was a Danite. He was the judge who judged the tribes of Israel. In Amos 8:14, it says, they that swear by the sin of Samaria and say, thy God, O Dan, liveth, and the manor of Beersheba liveth, even they shall fall and never rise up again. So that's the thing about Dan. They fell and never rose up again as a tribe. And they're prophesied to never rise up again as a full tribe. Again, they're not listed in Revelation chapter 7. All right. Specifically with Dan, because this is talking about the city of Dan. Obviously, the city of Dan was inhabited by Danites. That's why they called it Dan. But Jeroboam took men from the city of Dan and made them priests to idols. All right. That wasn't the only city, but that was one of the major ones where he took Danites and made them false priests, right? So that would be one of the reasons why God just shut them down. All right. But concerning Dan, Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. That was fulfilled with Samson. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that biteth the horse heel, so that his rider fall backward. All right. So Dan was the Carib tribes, where you see the West Indians today. Right. That's where he was, and in the Pacific, he would have been the Marianas Island inhabitants. That's where you see the serpentine style islands, as far as the pattern of the islands are in serpentine shape. All right. Deuteronomy 33. We'll talk about Dan over there real quick as well before we move on. And I'm saving Joseph for the last, just in case y'all were wondering about that. Concerning Dan, where does it say Dan? And of Dan, he said, Dan is a lion's whelp, he shall leap from Bashan. Oftentimes that's what the Caribs would do. They would kill themselves, leap from cliffs, instead of being taken captive, right? So that's one way to ensure that seed was blotted out, is to kill yourself. And, that's what they do.
Shalom Israel. This is Ezekiel on the editor side. I realized as I was going through it, I didn't really talk too much about the Polynesian people and what tribe they come from. I do talk about them as far as the curses of blackbirding, how that was fulfilling Deuteronomy 28. But I didn't really talk about them specifically and how they pertain to the tribe of Gad in the east, and more specifically, I guess you could say in the Pacific. In Deuteronomy 33, it said, and of Gad, he said, blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. Right? You can't get any larger than the Pacific Ocean, right? And even more than that, as you look over here, this is on Guampedia. Talks about how far they spread out, how far the Polynesians spread out. And he dwelleth as a lion and teareth the arm with the crown of the head, right? Making blood brother pacts. We talked about that when we was talking about the so-called indigenous in the U.S., right? First Nations. And he provided the first part for himself, right? Meaning the best part, right? The best part of the Pacific is Tahiti and Fiji, all those areas where the quote unquote Polynesians are, right? The word Polynesian just is a Greek word that means many islands, right? And that would be another part of he that enlargeth Gad, right? He enlarged the Gadites to have many islands, because there in the portion of a lawgiver was he seated, and he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel, right? So, and I talked about this when going over the lesson, that when it comes to the Pacific Islanders, they had gone off basically before Esau even got to them, as far as discontinued from the heritage, right? They did that first because they had to go through the heathen to get to the islands, right? So by the time they got to the islands, they had already discontinued from the heritage, right? So unfortunately, they weren't really able to execute the justice of the Lord and his judgments,
right? But they still had that spirit upon them, right? It was actually the brothers over here in the West who did, right? I pointed that out when talking about like the not the Private Stone, but the what's that called? The Ten Commandments and Los Lunas, right? A mystery stone, right? But when it comes to the like Polynesian culture, right? As I said, the scripture said he provided the first part for himself, right? That'd be the best part, right? So when you look at, this is Britannica talking about Polynesia. It says Polynesia has loomed large in the Western imagination for more than 200 years. Idealized images were disseminated around the world from the time of the first contact with Europeans. People in Europe avidly read the reports of Louis Antoine de Bougainville, Captain James Cook, and other explorers, and saw images made by artists who accompanied them. These provided source material for published and widely circulated engravings. The fascination with an imagined paradise continued in the form of fiction, right, including these novels, all right? Bred by these and other artists in tourist iconography, musicals, and films, the notions of an almost blissfully carefree and easy way of life, devoid of harsh extremes of any type, played out on islands of great beauty and natural abundance, persisted into the 21st century in the popular imagination, right? So people always depicted these islands as paradise, right? And we know that's not realistic, right? We know that, but just because how beautiful the islands are, how wonderful they are, people thought, oh, it's paradise if I go there, right? It'd be the easiest life imaginable if I go there, when we know that's not realistic. But the point that I'm making is that that's how these islands look, right? These are the best of the best when it comes to the Pacific Islands, all right? Let's see. Traditional Polynesian cultures were in fact complex, highly specialized, and adapted to environments that could be quite hostile, right? Because again, it's not realistic to think that it was just paradise over there all the time, but these were the best of the best. While Polynesia was never the paradise some Westerners supposed, the circumstances of contemporary life also reflect more than a century of colonial disruption to indigenous cultural traditions, right? So even though it's not paradise, right, it appears that way just because how beautiful the islands are, all right? So going over here, this is from Guampedia, which isn't technically in Polynesia, but they are a little bit more credible when talking about these things because they're islanders, right? Guam is. Talking about the people of Polynesia, map of Polynesia. All right, so the triangle here is from Hawaii down to New Zealand, and that's important because the prophecy in the scripture, as I go into later in the video, as we're going to cut back to, that he, as it says, he came with the heads of the people, Ephraim and Manasseh, right? Those would be the Hawaiians and the New Zealanders would be Ephraim and Manasseh respectively, all right, over there in the Pacific. All right. So going back over here concerning the culture, all right. It says the Polynesia is a subregion of Oceania made up of more than 1,000 islands in the central and southern Pacific Ocean. The indigenous people of Polynesia share many similarities, including their family of languages, culture, and beliefs. They, like many other Pacific Islanders, are descendants of Austronesian-speaking navigators who first settled Western Polynesia as many as 3,000 years ago, right? So 3,000 years ago, that would have been back to the time of the kings of Israel, right? And that's key whenever you remember I talked about the Israelite Phoenician connection, right? These navigators, right? But of course, these Polynesians look just about like every race under heaven, right? Because they pretty much had to go through everybody to get over there to Pacific Islands. And a lot of these islands were not inhabited. Like they talk about New Zealand, how it was not inhabited until like the 1200s, right? It was not inhabited until the Middle Ages. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll read this. The term Polynesia was first used in 1756 by French writer Charles de Brosses. It originally applied to all the islands in the Pacific. However, eventually it came to mean those who are generally from islands in the Polynesian Triangle. There are some islands, though, that are inhabited by Polynesian people who live on islands outside the Polynesian Triangle. Geographically, the Polynesian Triangle is within the points of Hawaii, New Zealand, and Easter Island. The other island groups within the Polynesian Triangle are Samoa, Tonga, the Cook Islands, Tuvalu, Tokelau, Niue, Wallis and Futuna, and French Polynesia. There are some small Polynesian settlements in Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu, all within Melanesia, and some within the Caroline Islands and Micronesia. You see there, so these people, they would travel to these different areas, not only to make settlements, but kind of to enforce the culture. You know what I mean? Trying to spread the culture, all right? Because they still had that same spirit, even though they weren't executing the judgment of the Lord or the justice of the Lord or his judgments, right? They had that spirit upon them, right? And it's not like they went all the way off initially. All right, and we're going to read that as we jump down. Let's see. The people of Rotuma have many common Polynesian traits, but speak a non-Polynesian language. Some of the Lau Islands to the southeast of Fiji have strong historical and cultural links with Tonga as well. So you see that these people spread out, right? They spread out to not only to add to their settlements, but also to spread the culture. All right, so jumping down. Let's see. Talking about how a lot of people believe they came from Taiwan, which is pretty silly. Though the original inhabitants of Taiwan might be linked. Let's see. I think it is under traditional Polynesian society that I want to get to. It says linguistic evidence suggests that Western Polynesia was first settled some 3,000 years ago by people of the Lapita culture. Now, I tried looking into the Lapita culture, and nothing is really mentioned of these people other than they made pottery. And like they had an economy, and they probably farmed as well, right? That's pretty much all that's said of these Lapita people. Not much else. It has proved harder to establish when Eastern Polynesia was settled. It is possible that some islands were occupied soon after the arrival of Lapita colonists in Western Polynesia. However, the Lapita are best known for their distinctive pottery. Eastern Polynesia's archaeological sites lack ceramics of any kind. Nonetheless, it is clear that various island groups in Polynesia interacted frequently with one another during the early period of settlement, exchanging luxury goods such as basalt adzes, pearl shell, and red feathers, right? So they would maintain the culture with each other, right? Let's see. Yeah, so it goes on to say Polynesia divides into two distinct cultural groups, East Polynesia and West Polynesia. The culture of West Polynesia is conditioned to high populations that have strong institutions of marriage and well-developed judicial, monetary, and trading traditions. All right, so then it goes on to say the groups of Tonga, Niue, Samoa, and the atolls of Tuvalu to the north are all considered part of West Polynesia. It is likely the pattern of settlement involved the spread of Polynesians out from the Samoan Islands into the Tuvaluan atolls, with Tuvalu providing a stepping stone to migration into the Polynesian outlier communities in Melanesia and Micronesia, right? So they, as it said, they have economic traditions, trading traditions, judges, judicial society, and marriage, right? That was part of the culture. All right, so let's see. So this talks about the chief culture. All Polynesian societies had chiefs and community members who traced themselves to a common ancestor. Chiefs controlled a fairly stable territory. Unlike in Melanesia, leaders were chosen in Polynesia based on their hereditary bloodline, right? As you see in the scriptures. All right. The paternal lineage, again, as you see in the scriptures. Samoa, however, had another system of government that combined elements of hereditary and real-world skills to choose leaders, right? So they were specific. If you were a weak man who come from a strong man, they would choose somebody else. This system is called Wha'amatai. In Polynesian societies, rank and status depended on inheritance. The standing of both parents was important. In general, political power was inherited from the father's line, but rank and status were inherited from maternal lines, right? So that sounds very similar to how in the scriptures you would have like wives and concubines, right? So some women were not viewed as well as others, you know? Chiefs generally had absolute authority, decided all the laws and matters of justice, but their rule was tempered by more pragmatic concerns such as being good and fair leaders, listening to the advice of peers, and considering the interests of their subjects. Women in general did not wield political power, even though they may be of higher rank than their brothers, husbands, or sons. Still, women could be very influential in the political realm by sheer force of their character or personality, right? Just like in the scriptures, you didn't have women who were ruling over the congregation, but you did have women counselors, right? Prophetesses are talked about in the scriptures, all right? Let's see. So jumping down to when talking about religions. The religious attributes of Polynesians were common over the whole Pacific region. While there are some differences in their spoken languages, they largely have the same explanation for the creation of the earth and sky, for the gods that rule aspects of life, and for the religious practices of everyday life. People travel thousands of miles to celebrations that they all own communally, right? So, first of all, the people traveling thousands of miles to celebrations, right? That's like coming to Jerusalem for the feast, right? But as I have mentioned, they fell off to get there because they went through the heathen to get there, all right? They became pagan. As we're about to see here, from west to east, you got more pagan, all right? Religion was important for maintaining political authority and social order. The Eastern Polynesians had a pantheon of gods who lived in the sky and sometimes came down to earth, interacting with humans. Gods generally controlled or influenced specific aspects of nature or human affairs. In Western Polynesia, there were fewer gods, but more spirits attached to persons or families. So, in the West, they believed more in spirits ruling over like everyday interaction type stuff, just like the scriptures talk about the spirits, that God may send to do certain specific things, but there is one God, right? And but the further east you go, the more gods they started worshiping. The further you got away from Jerusalem is like the more idolatrous you become, right? The more heathen you go through, the more idolatrous they're becoming, right? The more time spent away from the original customs that God give us, the more pagan they become, right? And you see that happen with the tribes over here in the West as well. I'm talking about Asher and Naphtali in the video, and we're about to get back to that. But what I want to talk about concerning Asher and Naphtali, all right? So, specifically of Naphtali. I talked about Asher, but specifically of Naphtali. Here in Deuteronomy 33 and 23. And of Naphtali, he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full with the blessing of the Lord, possess thou the west and the south, right? So I want to pull up these 12 tribes chart, right? Because like you go to like the One West tribes chart, and it'll say like Argentina to Chile for Naphtali. Do the same thing for like this GMS right here. They say the Argentinians and Chileans, right? And even IUIC will go as far as saying the Colombians to Uruguayans are the Incas, right? And Naphtali is Argentina and Chile, right? So that's what I want to deal with, the Incas, all right? Let's deal with the Incas real quick. Let's look at these map of Incan territory. And remember the prophecy. It said the west and the south. Concerning Naphtali, it said, possess thou the west and the south. All right? So, we see here the Incan territories is the west and the south, right? And if you look on a modern map through which countries that would persist, is Ecuador, a little in Colombia, but not really of Colombia. But Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, right? So, according to history and prophecy, the Incas actually would be Naphtali, right? Because they possess the west and the south. And it would actually be Ecuadorians to Chileans, or rather to Argentinians. Chileans and Argentinians, all right? That would be Naphtali, all right? Because that's the west and the south in South America, all right? Funny enough, Asher wouldn't have to change. Colombians to Uruguayans, that still makes sense, all right? It's just understanding that Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina is Naphtali, because that's the west and the south, right? Because as they have it listed on all these 12 tribes charts, they just have the southern part of South America being Naphtali, which is Argentina and Chile, right? Argentina and Chile, that doesn't go up into the west, all right? That's just the south. You know, see what I'm saying? Like, and I truly started
meditating on this when I went into the history of Argentina on a Sabbath class. And it said that when Argentina became independent of Spain, they wanted to reestablish the Incan Empire. Some did, not all of them. But some people in Argentina, they wanted to reestablish the Incan Empire, right? So then the Lord put the Spirit on me to say, okay, well, that sounds like the Incas, right? Maybe Naphtali is actually the Incas. So then I looked into it, and that's what it would appear to be, right? The West and the South was actually the Incas. That's not, you see how they never went to Brazil? Like, no part of Incan territory was ever Brazil. Yet, that's what Asher is. Asher is the Brazilians, right? Because that's from Colombia to Uruguayans. And all the One West congregations would say that Brazilians are Asher, right? But that's not Incas, all right? So, with that, let's understand that this is what we're going to use going forward as far as APT and anyone affiliated with us. This is the 12 tribes chart that we're going to use, Naphtali being the Ecuadorians to Argentinians. I keep saying Chileans, but Chileans are still Naphtali as well. It's just that Ecuadorians to Argentinians. The Colombians to Uruguayans, that's still the same. That's still the same. All right, so nobody's got to change Asher. Colombia to Uruguay, that's still the same thing. All right, that still applies. Colombia to Uruguay still applies for Asher. All right, it's just that we need to update Naphtali if you really care about prophecy, if you really care about understanding the truth according to Scripture. Hey, take this Incas off Asher. That's not where Incas were. They were not in Uruguay. They were not in Brazil. All right, they were in Argentina, Chile, and Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, as we see according to pretty much every historical source on the Incas. All right, so let's update that, Israel. Let's do it. Hey, let's get it. And I know y'all, a lot of y'all One West people, gonna hate on me regardless for saying these Pacific Islanders are Israelites and who the Israelites are in the East. But still, though, hey, repent, keep the commandments of God. That's what it's all about. All right, so with that, let's get back to the class.
But, and of Asher, he said, let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren. Let him dip his foot in oil. All right. So, blessed with children. Brazil is very populous. Very, very populous in Brazil. Let him be acceptable to his brethren. It says that because Asher is really the only ones out of all the so-called native, so-called Indian tribes. They're the ones who are holding out as far as staying away from civilization. All right, the Amazon tribes, they're the ones who are staying away from civilization. They really want no part in it. All right, so that's why I say let him be acceptable, because we may view them as like feral or uncivilized or whatever. But hey, they can still repent, come back to the heritage that God has given us. All right, let him be acceptable to his brethren. Let him dip his foot in oil. Venezuela and even Brazil. Lots of oil there. I believe I've talked about this before with the history of Venezuela, so I'm not going to necessarily dive into it too deep right now. Y'all go back and check out that video. Thy shoes shall be iron and brass, and as thy days, so shall thy strength be. All right, so I'm not necessarily one to go to the Hebrew very often, but I do think it's worth mentioning here that the word for iron, in the Hebrew is literally B, or the English equivalent is B-R-Z-L, right? Bet, Resh, Zayin, Lamed. They say it's Barzil, but with no vowels in there, it could just as easily be Brazil, right? Again, those resources are found with Asher, right? Plenteous in resources. And the same thing as far as the 12 tribes in the east. And I will go and talk about Genesis 49 as well. Naphtali is the west and the south. You look at Asia, the west and the south, especially Southeast Asia, where all those Israelites are at. And I'm about to get into that here shortly. The west and the south is Myanmar to Singapore. All right. And Asher would be your Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. All right, right there with Naphtali again and again, very rich in resources over there. All right, why do you think America was there? Look for that oil. They always look for that oil. All right, but anyway, Genesis 49 concerning Asher and Naphtali. Out of Asher, his bread shall be fat. He shall yield royal dainties. Right, so dainties is like sweet things. Sugarcane in Brazil was the main thing. Main thing in Brazil was sugarcane. All right, and his bread shall be fat. All right, you got a lot of resources again. Naphtali is a hind let loose, the nomadic tribes of the south in South America, as in southern South America. He giveth goodly words. Literally, the word Buenos Aires, right, which is in Argentina, means good airs, good words. All right. Remember what we read about the Tasmanians, right? As far as they were wiped out with disease, and they were wiped out with, slaughter, genocide, but also disease, right? Where did it say that? Because I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that Seminole part. This is kind of backtracking a little bit, talking about Reuben, but I'm going to Deuteronomy 28. That's why I want to show you that as well, as far as these people in the islands, because, again, you don't see very many Israelites, very many Hebrew Israelites at all, talk about those in the islands, Pacific Islands, and the Pacific Islands being our people, being the 12 tribes. You don't really see that very often. So I do want to confirm that with Deuteronomy 28. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Their social organization and traditional way of life destroyed. And it says, subjected to alien disease and attempts to civilize them, quote unquote. Most of them soon died, right? So that's the sentence that I wanted to make reference to when going to Deuteronomy 28. Because it talks about this. In Deuteronomy 28, I don't know what that alien disease is necessarily. Is it the influenza? Is it the typhus? I don't necessarily know what it was that wiped them out. Something worth looking into. But it says, also, this is in Deuteronomy 28, verse 61, also, every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, then will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou would not obey the voice of the Lord thy God. And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught. And ye shall be plucked from off the land whither thou goest to possess it. Literally, plucked off the land of Tasmania and sent to islands, right? So, with that in mind, concerning Deuteronomy 28, let's talk about blackbirding, all right? Blackbirding is what it's called, all right? Specifically, let's get into it. Blackbirding was the trade in indentured laborers. Notice what it said, indentured laborers. But keep that in mind. From the Pacific in the 19th and early 20th centuries, in the 18 and 1900s. Oh, excuse me. Yes, 18 and 1900s. It is often described as a form of slavery. Despite the British Slavery Abolition Act in 1833. And, by the way, how the U.S. did the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863. Yet in the late 1800s and early 1900s, you had this trade where indentured laborers were being sent all over the Pacific. Let's see. It said, Slavery Abolition Act of 1833, banning slavery throughout the British Empire, including Australia, right? So it should have been illegal to do this, right? The trade frequently relied on coercion, deception, and kidnapping. What's it called when you kidnap someone into indentured servitude? What's that called? Oh yeah, that's called slavery. All right? So they try to use these different terms. Oh, it's not slavery, it's blackbirding. Oh, it's not slavery, it's indentured servitude. There were indentured laborers, not slaves. This is slavery. This is slavery on ships. That's exactly what this is. All right? To transport tens of thousands of indigenous people from the islands in the Pacific Ocean to Australia and other European colonies, often to work on plantations in conditions similar to the Atlantic slave trade. So you had the Atlantic slave trade and the Pacific slave trade. All right. You also had a Trans-Asian slave trade, and that's not necessarily what we're getting into tonight. But you had slave trades all over the world. All right. Trans-Saharan slave trade. All this happened throughout the Middle Ages and colonial periods. All right. These black-birded people, known as Kanakas or South Sea Islanders, were taken from places such as Papua New Guinea, right? I had mentioned that when talking about Judah. The Solomon Islands, again, when talking about Benjamin. Vanuatu, Niue, Easter Island, the Gilbert Islands, Tuvalu, and the islands of the Bismarck Archipelago. So all of that is in, as it said, the South Pacific Islands, or South Sea Islanders, all right? All that's in the South Pacific. The owners, captains, and crews of the ships involved in the acquisition of these laborers were termed black birders, all right? Because they had to use a code word because they weren't supposed to be doing this, all right? Blackbirding ships began operations in the Pacific from the 1840s and continued in some cases into the 1930s. All right. So this was the Great Depression they were doing this. All right. The demand for this kind of cheap labor principally came from sugarcane, cotton, and coffee plantations. Where have I heard all that before? It's the same thing that happened over here in the West. All right. In New South Wales, that's in Australia, Queensland, Australia, Samoa, again, that's in the Pacific, New Caledonia, that's just east of Australia, Fiji, all right, that's even more east in the Pacific, closer to Samoa, Tahiti, all right, that's in French Polynesia, which again, more east, but it's in the Pacific, and Hawaii. That's at that time a U.S. territory, became a U.S. state, all right? But yes, slavery in Hawaii, all right? No, and I'm going to keep reading, but it doesn't specifically mention it here, but Puerto Ricans were sent on slave ships to Hawaii, by the way. But it's going to say Latin America. In Auckland, that's in New Zealand, a small group of South Sea Islanders worked in flax mills, all right? So notice this time period, 1800s to 1900s, there's industrialization going on. So it's not just the plantations, they were putting them in factories as well. All right? They were putting these slaves in factories as well. Examples of blackbirding outside the South Pacific include the early days of the pearling industry in Western Australia, right? So working on ships, or working in, on reefs and whatnot. At Nickel Bay and Broome, where Aboriginal Australians were blackbirded from the surrounding areas. In Peru, Mexico, Guatemala, and elsewhere in the Americas, blackbirders sought workers for their haciendas and to mine the guano deposits on the Chincha Islands, right? So that's from everywhere from Australia to Mexico. They had this slave trade going on well into the 1900s. All right. So that's just the general overview. All right. That's just the general overview. All right. In Deuteronomy 28, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there, meaning once you get there among all people, thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. You would partake in other religions. All right. What I also want to get to, because this mentions blackbirding in the 19th and 20th centuries, right? This mentions slavery in the Pacific in the 1900s. It started way before then. All right. Slavery in the Pacific. So here's the history of Spanish slavery in the Philippines. All right. So it says Spanish slavery was introduced to the Philippines through the encomienda system, which was instituted throughout the Indies by Nicolas de Ovando, governor of the Indies from 1502 to 1509. You see it right there. So it started in the 1500s. the Spaniards would go over there to the Philippines and start putting people in slavery. All right. So it said this system rewarded the Spanish conquerors with forced labor from the native peoples. A system of serfdom, the pre-colonial Alapin system, already existed before the islanders were colonized, before the islands were colonized by the Spanish Empire in 1565. But it differed in that groups of native people were not obliged to render forced labors to their superiors. However, rather the Alapin rendered services and labor on a complex system of obligations. All right. So it said, indeed, the etymology indicates that they were originally war captives rendering ransom. Right. So they would capture the people and put them in slavery. All right. So it goes on to say that Bartolomé de las Casas wrote about this. So the Spain had to change their laws because of the public outcry. They said, look, y'all treating these people, this ain't Christian, the way y'all treating these people. All right. So they had to change some laws. According to his first-hand accounts, enslaved natives in the Indies were burned alive, starved, forced to work in mines, and the women stopped producing milk because of the hard labor they were forced into. You see that right there. So, and again, I got that book, A Brief Account of the Destruction of the Indies by Bartolomé de las Casas. All right. So it says, while no similarly graphic accounts exist of the abuses endured by the native Filipinos, right? So he didn't visit the Philippines. Bartolomé de las Casas visited the Americas, all right? But he saw what the Spanish were doing and he wrote about it, and the public outcry forced the Spaniards to change laws, right? Several revolts occurred due to encomienda even after the passage of the new laws, and continued abuse of the system was recorded, right? So the same way that when slavery was abolished in America, they went to the Pacific, as we were just reading, and abused the system. The same way the British did after slavery was abolished in their whole empire and commonwealth, the way that they abused the system over there. It's the same way the Spaniards did. They would pass the law to say, hey, look, we're good, we're not going to do this stuff no more. And then they would keep doing it. From the late 16th century to the early 17th century, Spanish soldiers, officials, and settlers often acquired slaves through the pre-existing native Alapin system as a way to skirt around the new laws. Many of these slaves were taken back to Nueva España, where they were called chinos. Right? Nueva España is the Americas. Right? So you got a lot of people in Mexico who don't even, well, some of them realize it, but some of them don't, who are descended from these Filipinos who was taken over there as slaves. All right? And vice versa. All right? They would bring Mexicans over into the Philippines and make them work as slaves as well. All right. So it said they were called chinos in Spain. They sent them to Spain as well as personal servants or slaves with the Spanish crew and passengers of the Manila galleons. In addition, many native Filipinos were also pressed into service as sailors for the galleons, often under harsh conditions. These practices and the indigenous Alapin system were eventually stopped by the mid-1600s after additional royal decrees, which mandated harsh punishments for violations of the laws of the Indies, as well as heavy taxes levied on personal servants brought aboard galleons. Slavery of the people who were not under Spanish jurisdiction, however, was not banned. Right? So it says slaves purchased from other slave markets in Southeast Asia passed through Manila and onward to Mexico in the Manila galleons. Right? So they just moved from the Philippines and started grabbing slaves from other territories they owned. All right? Native captives of Spain from the Spanish-Moro conflict were also enslaved in this way. Right? So that was in the Philippines. Conversely, Filipinos who were subjects of Spain were often enslaved by Moro pirates and raiders. They were either integrated as slaves into the Moro sultanates, ransomed to relatives, or sold further onto the Dutch East Indies, all right, and the Chinese, right? So, again, passing of slaves, when it says the Dutch East Indies, that would be your Myanmar and Singapore. So all that is connected. As far as the slavery that went on all throughout Southeast Asia and the Pacific, all right, and the Americas, all of that is connected, all right? And it also says the Moabites. And as I described when going into, I think it was last week, when going into how the Filipinos are Issachar, they have always, at least since colonial time periods, had been burdened on both sides between Esau and the Chinese, all right? Esau and the Moabites. All right. became a servant under tribute, right? So, from there, because we're done with Tasmanian people, blackbirding, and even this history here. So we're on to Joseph. I'll close out talking about Joseph. But I do just want to read here in Deuteronomy 28:68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again, meaning slavery again, with ships. The people who went on slave ships, whether it be the Trans-Asian slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, the Trans-Pacific slave trade, regardless, that's Israelites. All right? And I'll just show y'all real quick this map that I just found concerning the Trans-Pacific slave trade and how, or really just slave trade in general, all over the world. All over the world. It's from a top view down, this map is actually pretty interesting. And it shows all the different areas. So this is the, as it shows here, how, and this is specifically the Trans-Pacific slave trade, because it doesn't show any of the transatlantic slave trade, but I got a different map for that. As you see here, you had silver trade and silver mines, you had all the different empires, and they would take people from all these different areas. You see, they would take people from the Philippines and ship them west and east. They would take people from the Americas, ship them west and east. And they obviously they would start in Europe and ship slaves to Europe as well. And also into India, as we're about to get into here shortly, throughout the Ottoman Empire as well. So let's get out of this. Yeah, so as y'all can see, all over the world, that's the route that they went, all over the world. I just kind of zoomed out a little bit so y'all can see it a little better. All over the world. All over the world. So I'll come back to this. As I just read a while ago, among all people, scatter thee among all people. That's what happened to the Israelites. All right. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there, once you get off the ships, ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. Or sometimes they'll call you indentured laborers. And no man shall buy you, meaning nobody's going to get you out of that. Nobody's going to buy you out of slavery, as was custom in ancient Israel to do. All right? So we can get out of that. We can get out of that. So let's deal with Joseph real quick. So he said Joseph, obviously Joseph being the father of Ephraim and Manasseh, and we'll get into that here shortly. Joseph is a fruitful bow, even a fruitful bow by a well, meaning by water, all right, whose branches run over the wall. So branches in this context is getting into his seed, right? Run over the wall as into the enemy, as we read in Hosea 9, all right? Gives his seed to the enemy. The archers have sorely grieved him and shot at him and hated him, right? The enemy come against Joseph. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob. From thence is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. All right. So, as I said, the archers have sorely grieved him. They hated him. They hated Joseph. All right. Let's go ahead and look at the 12 tribes chart. Ephraim and Manasseh is your so-called Puerto Ricans and Cubans, all right, respectively. And just one example of that, I want to get the terminology right, where it said, but his bow abode in strength, the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob, is how the CIA tried to take out Castro so many times. But they couldn't. Why? Because that blessing of Joseph was on him. And God didn't want him to die for whatever reason, right? He wanted to show his power. That, hey, Esau don't hold all the power. God holds all the power. As you see here, the 12 tribes chart always shows Puerto Ricans and Cubans as the Ephraimites and the Manassites, all right? And in the east, let me point this out, Manasseh is going to be your Kiwi or New Zealanders, all right? And the Ephraimites will be your Micronesians or your Hawaii to Palau, right? Those northern Pacific Islands, all right? Those northern Pacific Islands, all right? So, from there, let's get back to Genesis 49. It said, even by the God of thy father who shall help thee, and by the Almighty who shall bless thee with the blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under. The deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. All right? Meaning populous, meaning there are populous people. All right? And the deep that lieth under. And I believe it's actually Deuteronomy 33 that says the deep beneath, the couch beneath. Or I don't know if it says couch, but the deep beneath. So I'll get Deuteronomy 33 here shortly. But it says, the blessings of thy father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. All right. So specifically, the children of Joseph, which are the Ephraimites and the Manassites, are going to be very blessed. All right. Very populous and very blessed. All right. In Deuteronomy 33, concerning Joseph. All right. Where are we at? Here we go. And of Joseph, he said, blessed of the Lord be his land for the precious things of heaven, for the dew and for the deep that coucheth beneath. Right? For the deep that coucheth beneath. That's what he said. So the deep that coucheth beneath, let me just show that real quick. So this is Puerto Rico. This is what Puerto Rico looks like. I guess it's a topographical map, somewhat. So notice how you look north of Puerto Rico, above Puerto Rico, is shallow waters, and it gradually goes to the deep, right? It's shallow waters, shallow beaches, then it gradually goes to the deep, as you would expect, as it usually does. But you look at beneath or the south of Puerto Rico, and it just drops off. After them beaches, it just drops off. It don't gradually, it drops off. It's the deep that coucheth beneath Joseph. All right? So I just wanted to demonstrate that real quick. Also, on the in the Pacific, Guam is in that line. It's part of Micronesia. Guam is actually just north of the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part on the entire earth. All right. So that's the deep that coucheth beneath. And for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills. And I've talked about this before as far as Northern Kingdom in general, who was led by Joseph, right? Joseph and his companions, right? Led by Ephraim specifically. They were, and I guess I could specifically say Manasseh and Ephraim as far as this prophecy applying to the ancient mountains, the lasting hills. When especially colonizers, right? When somebody would attack, they would run to the hills, the mountains. They would flee to the mountains to escape these attacked by colonizers, all right? So again, the ancient mountains, the lasting hills. And for the precious things of the earth and the fullness thereof, and for the goodwill of him that dwelt in the bush, let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph and upon the top of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. All right, so he's pretty much reiterating the same blessing that Jacob gave, all right? His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns, powerful. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. He will push the people to the ends of the earth. All right. So no doubt about it that I've talked about it pretty much over the past couple weeks, is that that voyage who brought the people over here to the west, right, that it mentions in 2nd Esdras 13, right? The voyage of the so-called Indians, right? No doubt that was more than likely led by the chiefs and maybe even the king's seed, the Samaritans of Ephraim and Manasseh. No doubt, sure. But the ends of the earth, there's more to it than that. All right, as far as the ends of the earth, New Zealand is at the end of the earth. All right, it's like a different planet. All right, it's like the southernmost point. All right, but also he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth, and they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. All right. So first of all, I got this pulled up here, the Puerto Rican population, because this is the 12 tribes chart that we all, as far as One West camps, all have. All right. As far as the Puerto Ricans are the Ephraimites, and the Cubans are the Manassites. Right. The Cubans have about 10 million people, 10, 11, you could say 12 million people. Even that, 10, 11 is probably more accurate. Right. When it comes to the Puerto Rican population, there's actually more Puerto Ricans residing in America than there are on the island of Puerto Rico, right? So it said Puerto Ricans residing on the mainland reach 5.8 million, and it said Puerto Rico's population at 3.2 million, right? So that's around 9 million, right? So even when looking at Puerto Rican population versus Cuban population, so let me look at like Cuban population. Let me pull this up. First of all, Cuban population in general, it's around 11 million. Right, 11 million, according to the census data, which is going to be a little off, but that's pretty close, right? We'll work with that number. So let's deal with Cuban population in the United States. How much is that? Around 2.5. Around 2.5, right? So that would put the Cuban population, the Manassites, more than the Ephraimites. So then how can this prophecy be true if it's just talking about Puerto Ricans and Cubans, right? So Puerto Ricans and Cubans, Puerto Ricans are about 9 million, maybe 10. Cubans are around 13, 14, right? Million people. Yet the prophecy says 10,000s of Ephraim compared to the thousands of Manasseh. All right, so there should be more Ephraimites than there are Manassites, right? And even when looking at the general 12 tribes in the east, the Micronesians only make about 2 to 5, depending on how you count it. Whereas New Zealanders are pretty much the same, 2 to 5. When counting like who would be, I'm saying 2 to 5 because I'm also taking in account that there's going to be Edomites there as well. All right, specifically in the Pacific. There's going to be tares among the wheat always, but specifically in the Pacific, in a lot of these places, there are more Edomites than there are Israelites, supposedly. So I'm saying 2 to 5, right? Could be anywhere in there for both, for the Micronesians and for the Kiwis, the New Zealanders, 2 to 5. So that would still leave the Manassite population more than the Ephraimite population, all right? And come the Pashtuns. Or Pashtuns, they got a lot of different names. So the Pashtuns, the Paktuns, the Puktuns, the Pathans, all right? I also want to get in Genesis, I think it's 47, 8? 7? Concerning the blessing of Ephraim versus the blessing of Manasseh. So this is the previous chapter to all the rest of the blessings. And he said, and Joseph said unto his father, these are my sons, whom God hath given me in this place. He said, bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Right? So Jacob's going to bless Joseph's sons. All right? And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth, and Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand towards Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. Right? So Ephraim is the younger, Manasseh is the older. Joseph wants Jacob to bless the elder son more than the younger son. All right? And Israel stretched his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. All right? I'll just go ahead and read. And he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Right? So he's blessing both of them equally at that point. Even though his right hand's on Ephraim's head, left hand on Manasseh's head. Right? He switched up the hands. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, not so, my father, for this is the firstborn, put thy right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Right? So, first of all, if you're just saying just the Puerto Ricans are Ephraimites, that's not a multitude of nations. All right? So then, that's why I say, hey, these Northern Kingdom, specifically, these Northern Kingdom Islanders, all these Micronesians, that's Ephraim. All right? And part of it has to do with the fact that the Puerto Ricans were sent as slaves to Hawaii. All right? And the U.S. took over those Micronesian nations the same way they took over Puerto Rico, right, as a U.S. territory, so that he could try to keep Ephraim in check, right? But also the multitude of nations, even when adding the islanders in the Pacific and the Caribbean islanders, right, the Puerto Ricans and the Cubans, Ephraim is still not more than Manasseh, all right? But he blessed in that day and saying, and thee shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he said Ephraim before Manasseh. All right? So understand that. In walk the Pashtuns. All right? Understand this. I'm going to read down. It says the Pashtuns, or Pakhtuns, are an Iranic ethnic group, primarily residing in southern and eastern Afghanistan and northwestern Pakistan. All right? So they're mainly in Afghanistan and Pakistan. But you see everywhere else they are. They're in the U.S., in Iran, UAE, UK, Germany, Australia, Canada, Tajikistan, which is over there in the Islamic countries, obviously. And it goes on and it goes on. All right. So comprising from 60 to 70 million people, between 350 to 400 tribes. All right. With further having more sub-tribes. All right. So, let me jump down to history and origins. All right. It says the ethnogenesis of the Pashtun ethnic group is unclear. All right. So let's jump down. Some people say they're Greeks. Some people say they're Hephthalites, which are Turkish. All right. So, and then you go down, it says anthropology and oral traditions, theory of Pashtun descent from Israelites. Some anthropologists lend credence to the oral traditions of the Pashtun tribes themselves, meaning they themselves are saying this. For example, according to the Encyclopedia of Islam, the theory of Pashtun descent from Israelites is traced to Namat Allah al-Hawari, who compiled a history of Khan-e-Jihan Lodi in the region of Mughal Emperor Jahangir in the 17th century. The 13th century Tabaqat-e-Nasiri discusses the settlement of immigrant Bani Israel at the end of the 8th century CE, right? So this is in the Middle Ages. They didn't even get over here until the Middle Ages, all right? They didn't get to that region until the Middle Ages, all right? It says in the Ghor region of Afghanistan, settlement attested by Jewish inscriptions in Ghor, right? So they found Byzantine writings and modern Hebrew writings, right, Masoretic writings, over in that region that date back to that time period, right, in the Middle Ages. Historian Andre Wink suggests that the story may contain a clue to the remarkable theory of the Jewish origin of some of the Afghan tribes, which is persistently advocated in the Persian-Afghan chronicles. These references to Bani Israel agree with the commonly held view by Pashtuns that when the 12 tribes of Israel were dispersed, the tribe of Joseph, among other Hebrew tribes, settled in the Afghanistan region. All right. Now, as far as other Hebrew tribes, I'm not even getting into that necessarily. There may be a remnant of some of the other tribes there, but specifically, we're going to keep reading, as it says, the tribe of Joseph. This oral tradition is widespread among the Pashtun tribes. This is what they themselves believe. All right. They have these other theories of where these people come from. Oh, where do these people come from? If you ask the people themselves, they'll tell you we're Israelites. All right. There have been many legends over the centuries of descent from the 10 lost tribes after groups converted to Christianity and Islam. Hence, the tribal name Yusufzai in Pashto translates to the son of Joseph. All right. Literally, there's tribes that call themselves the sons of Joseph. All right. This is 60, 70 million people. And again, tares are always going to be among the weak. I'm not saying they're all Israelites, all these tribes, because it's a mix of a bunch of different tribes. Some of these could be some of the Medes that they were living among, could be some of the Ishmaelites that took over the whole Middle East, right? Could be some of the children of Joktan that were originally over there, right? But when talking about, as we just went into, the seed of Israel always prevails, all right? When it comes to dwelling among the heathen, the seed of Israel always prevails. Let's see. One conflicting issue in the belief that the Pashtuns descend from the Israelites is that the 10 lost tribes were exiled by the ruler of Assyria, right? Shalmaneser V. We've read this over the past couple of weeks. It says this in 2 Ezra 13. While Maghzan-e Afghani says they were permitted by the ruler to go east to Afghanistan. That's a lie. They were not permitted to do anything. They were slaves in Assyria. All right. This inconsistency can be explained by the fact that Persia acquired the lands of the ancient Assyrian Empire when it conquered the empire of the Medes and Chaldean Babylonia. There we go. So, and that's what I've been saying the whole time as far as when talking about 2 Ezra 13. All right. The Israelites, as far as the northern kingdom, was in the cities of the Medes, serving the ancient Assyrians, mixing with the Medes, all right, until Cyrus came up and freed the Israelites, freed the Jews, all right. You read that in Ezra chapter 1, he freed the Jews, but that decree was for all the Israelites, all right. The Jews, meaning Judah, went back, whereas the northern kingdom did not. All right. So let's see. Which had conquered Assyria decades earlier. Right. So I'll touch on Bnei Menashe real quick as well, because again, they pushed the people to the ends of the earth. All right. Bnei Menashe, known as the Shenlong in India, all right, is a community of Indian Jews from various Tibeto-Burmese ethnic groups, all right, from the border of India and Burma, who claim descent from one of the lost tribes of Israel, allegedly based on the Hamar belief in an ancestor named Manmasi. Some of them have adopted Judaism. The community has around 10,000 members, all right. So let's see, the province that they're in India, or the provinces, let's see. The provinces, I don't like using AI, but I will. Manipur and Mizoram. I want to point these out real quick. Manipur in India. Let me zoom out. Can I zoom out? Well, let me zoom out. Damn it. Yeah, zoom out. Okay, so Manipur is right over here by Myanmar, by Bangladesh, south of Bhutan, but around the same region. And Mizoram is right over there in the same region. All right. So yeah, just south of Manipur is Mizoram. You see Manipur is right there. So again, right there next to Bangladesh in that region. And there's a lot of people over in that region, right? Because India is like packed with people, all right, from the west to the east. But Again, tares among the wheat, wheat among the tares. We know according to prophecy, there's going to be more Ephraimites than Manassites, right? So the Ephraimites anywhere into the, let's say, tens of millions, whereas Manasseh would be in the millions, right? Or lesser tens of millions. I just want to show this on the map real quick. Because where the Pashtuns are is like right over here, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India, right? Whereas the Manassites are like over here, right? Again, pushing the people to the ends of the earth, right? They're the ones who had pushed the rest of the tribes over in this region, right? Because most of the Pacific Islands were not even inhabited until the Middle Ages, right? And that's when we see this people pop up in the Middle East that claim descent of Israelites, right? So they did, as far as the curses are concerned, I was looking into it, and yeah, even their origins as far as like were them being slaves in Iran, right? So they faced the curses. As far as like throughout the years, I can't tell you. I have to do more research, but they claim to be Israelites. I'm not going to say that they're not, and it would make sense prophetically for them to be, right? They're the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh, as in Ephraim is more fruitful than Manasseh. Whereas if you just look at the 12 tribes chart, we don't see that, all right? So, with that, I'll read Deuteronomy 33, the end of it. Talking about the excellency of Israel. We'll close it out here with Mark 14 afterwards. All right. There is none like unto the God of Jeshurun, who rideth upon the heaven in thy help, and of his excellency on the sky. And see, that's what we're going to see when Christ returns. He's going to be coming from the sky, riding upon the heaven to help his people, Jeshurun. The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. He shall thrust out the enemy from before thee, and shall say, destroy them. Israel then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Jacob shall be upon a land of corn and wine. Also his heavens shall drop down dew. Happy art thou, O Israel. Who is like unto thee, O people saved by the Lord? The shield of thy help, and who is the sword of thy excellency? And thine enemies shall be found liars unto thee, right? They're saying we're this, we're that, when no, we're the Israelites. They're saying we're black, Latino, Native American, Pacific Islander, this, that, Pashtun. No, we're the Israelites, all right? And as far as the Pashtuns on the 12 tribes of Israel in the east, let me show y'all this real quick. Because, yeah, I'm the one who made up this flyer right here, this chart. But down here at the bottom, asterisk, also scattered throughout Africa, Asia, which the Middle East is in Asia, and Europe. So they're on there. They're on there. That's the dispersed. That's the dispersed in the lands, right? But they fulfill the prophecy. That's why I felt it important to mention them, because there's more Pashtuns than there are Puerto Ricans and Cubans combined, right? So it was important to mention them, all right? And thine enemies shall be found liars to thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. Alrighty then. That's the prophecy. The Lord's going to deliver us as one people of the various tribes. So from there, I'll go ahead and close it out with Mark 14. Mark 14, starting with verse 3. And being in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, as he sat at meat, there came a woman having an alabaster box of ointment of spikenard very precious. And she brake the box and poured it on his head. And there were some that had indignation within themselves, and said, why was this waste of the ointment made? For it might have been sold for more than 300 pence, and have been given to the poor. And they murmured against her. And Jesus said, let her alone. Why trouble ye her? She hath wrought a good work on me. For ye have the poor with you always. And whensoever ye will, you may do them good. But me ye have not always. She hath done what she could. She has come aforehand to anoint my body to the burying. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached throughout the whole world, this also that she hath done shall be spoken of for a memorial of her. So, all praises to the Most High for that sister doing a wonderful thing for our Lord. All praises to the Most High that he let me get this out to y'all. Lord's will, y'all have a little bit more understanding about the 12 tribes.